anthems. We are having Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister for Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Ladies and gentlemen, we could all stand to be able to welcome our Minister. And because he is already here, we will definitely be kicking off in not too long from now. I will request that our technical team gets ready with the anthems. We'll start with the national anthem, and then we will go with the East African anthem, and then have an opening prayer and be able to kick off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand and take the anthems. And we want to welcome you, Honorable Matia Kasaija. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us right here for this expo as we talk about gender inclusive financing. To our technical team, let's have the anthems. Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. And we thank you for the breath of life that you have given unto us. King of glory, as we get to deliberate about gender inclusive financing, may you be amidst us, like you say in your word, where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, that you will be in their midst. And Lord, this is not only a talk day, but Father, may everything that we deliberate be put into action to better our country and to better our communities. In your name we have prayed. All right, we may get seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for coming through for the Gender Inclusive Financing and Innovations Expo. We have beautiful exhibitions right outside, and I will request that you all get some time to make it outside. We have various distinguished guests, of course, in our midst. And very soon, our project coordinator will be setting in on that, on the protocol, because, of course, well represented is the World Bank, the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, which is an implementing partner. We have the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, and we have financing institutions, and we will have Mr. Sengendo give us the protocol. So ladies and gentlemen, we have an audience, a limited audience right here with us, which was invited, but we have a huge audience, like I said earlier on, which is attending online. We have hundreds and hundreds of people who are attending just to be able to follow this conversation. And one would be asking, why gender inclusive financing? Why we need it. And most cases when we're talking about gender inclusive financing, we are talking about the issue, the aspect of women, because there are a lot of issues to deal with when it comes to women, because when you look at 65% of the women in Uganda who have financial accounts, ask how many of those have formal bank accounts, and you will get that percentage going down to as low as 34%. Many are relying on mobile banking. If we ask how many of you used your bank accounts in the last, let me say just this week, how many of us have used our bank accounts? Like directly, you probably moved to a bank or you have paid through your bank account directly, not mobile money. How many have used their bank accounts in the last 7 days? You can see in the entire room, it's only one person. So you can see clearly, one or two. The minister also has used. So we have about less than 10 people amongst all of us who have used the bank account. So the issue of mobile money is also very, very key. And I remember while the growth team, PSFU and World Bank were speaking to the media, this is something that also did come through that needed to be looked at. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take a lot more of the time. So, like I was saying, mobile money is becoming deep-rooted with our financial inclusion. So many people were asking, how about at some point in time we can be able to access the GROW facility, the GROW loan, on the mobile phones? And maybe that is something I know that Dr. Aisha Ruth has done. They've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of assessment. There's some considerations that could change in the next phases. But it was beautiful to get to know that we have surpassed our target in the first phase. And what we're looking at right now is to be able to spread out of the cities, to be able to spread out of the central business districts and go to the refugee areas and be able to go to up-country areas, because most of the money was taken by the people within Kampala, Wakiso, the central business district and the metropolitan area, because probably it could be issues of access to information. They're more, fast at being able to react to the information that they do get to get. But Honorable Minister, we have a beautiful video that will be explaining to us just how far the journey has been and how much has been achieved over this time. And I'll request our technical team to kindly be able to play a video, and then also later on we're going to be joined by the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development in just a few. So to our technical team, let's have that video for our Minister and the guests to look at.
My name is Trijisha Grace, founder of Crane Bakery. We do bread, buns, cookies, donuts, and cakes. We started Crane Bakery at FTBIC in 2016, and we are supplying in schools, supermarkets, and small shops. While working at FTBIC, I have access to space, electricity, machines like oven, mixer, slicer, and deep fryer, which has enabled me to do my business. While working with FTBIC, my production capacity has increased from 1 school to 6 schools with the help of the knowledge of professors, trainings, and access to machines, and the name Makerere University, which is known globally, and people buy my products with trust. While working here, I've mastered product consistency, packaging, branding, which has helped my business grow. This facility has helped me to save money for basic necessities and taking care of my family. I'm looking forward to start a bread outlet where my clients can access it easily. I encourage other entrepreneurs working from home who are stuck to come and join us here at FTBIC. There are big opportunities here.
Grow, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises.
Mwebaze Beth Juna is director at Ruharo Infant School that started in 2002 in Mbarara. She got to know about the Grow Loan from a women's platform called Forum for Women in Democracy, Forward.
I got a message from women's platform, Forward, Forum for Women in Democracy. It's an NGO, it's a national NGO. The message, they were inviting women to go for a workshop.
She was invited for a workshop in Kampala but missed it. Upon her second chance in Kakumiro, she received training about the Grow Loan and the banks where these loans were. The Grow Loan funds quickened her earlier loan request in Finance Trust Bank. Upon providing all requirements, a favorable percentage rate that's payable in 2 years' time, she accessed 50 million to finance the growth of her school.
They asked a land title, and I had a land title. They wanted ID, guarantors. I had them. It was easy. Anyway, it was easy because I had already started the process. It was easy for me to get. It took me like 1 week or 2 weeks. The money was already there, and I had already started the process. So it was easy, very easy, very easy. And the interest, what pushed me, actually, the interest was low, very low. It's 10.5%. And the period, I got 50 million.
Beth encourages all women to take up such opportunities as the Grow Loan to boost their financial ability to solve their financial business and domestic challenges.
For the women, all women at all levels, I request women to wake up. Let's go, let's get that money, let's use it properly. Let's stand on our own. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's join groups. Let's join those platforms so that we can get information. Because information is power. As women, we need that. So to do that, let's join the platforms, those platforms, so that we can learn. Some people don't go there because for them they want money. What they want is money. And money cannot find you at home. You have to network with other women, with other people. You have to be trained so that you can be economically empowered.
The GROW project is a Government of Uganda initiative implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and Private Sector Foundation Uganda with support from the World Bank. Much as sometimes we have our main career path in white-collar jobs, it is a good business culture to also do startups in business to boost our personal incomes. Apio Rebecca, a lawyer by profession at Achan and Company Advocates in Lira District, wanted to start a side business to run whenever private law business slows down and further proceed with it upon her retirement from the law firm in the future. She started a hardware business on the side of town until it required her to move it to a major town road of Soroti, Lira Highway, to gain more customer traction. Starting with 15
Apologies
million
about
Ugandan
interrupting
shillings
that, but
in one
ladies
room,
and gentlemen,
her business
we
still
welcome our
remained
Minister
sluggish
of Gender,
due to
Labour and
capital.
Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi. Let's give her a round of applause. I know she came in while we were all seated. And remember very well that the GROW project is being implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And by the way, many people think that GROW is all about the facility. The facility is just a singular aspect of the entire, GROW project. But today we'll be looking deeper into that particular aspect of financing, and we're looking at gender-inclusive financing. I know that the two ministers will be sharing notes on many other government projects that have faced quite a number of challenges because of the issues, the challenges, the peculiarity of including women or financing for the women. There is issues of patriarchy in the societies. Yes, the women do not even have, most of the women do not have the collateral that is required to be able to get these loans. They need to seek permission from their spouses. They have to balance their businesses together with their duties as women, amongst so many other issues. And this is why we're having this kind of expo, to try and look at the finance institutions that have dealt with women. What has been workable? What have they dealt with? What are the experiences? What are the learnings they've been able to take through, so we can be able to have more and more women on board? And by the way, not forgetting that even demographically, our population, women are 51%. The 1 percentage point is not a very simple one to take for Uganda's population. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, to be able to give us a framework of the Expo, I will invite the project coordinator, and that is none other than Mr. John Sengendo, who is the GROW project coordinator from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and he's the national coordinator of the GROW project. Let's give him a round of applause. And he will be taking us through, of course, for our opening session entirely. Welcome, Mr. Sengendo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are very privileged this morning to host you to this very important occasion. We are, of course, also very privileged to have Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We have Madame Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chairperson, the PSFU Board. We have representatives from the World Bank, government officials, representatives from financial institutions, speakers from across Africa, women entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today for the Gender Inclusive Finance Expo, whose objectives are to provide a platform for innovators, startups, and solution providers, including fintech software developers, to showcase their tools and services to PFIs and non-bank finance institutions and other ecosystem actors, to catalyze collaborations between innovators and PFIs that can pilot gender-inclusive financing interventions supported by the Global Financing Facility Innovation Grants, and to sensitize PFIs on the GFF Innovation Grant application process, selection criteria and timelines, to showcase the success of the GROW loan, among others, highlighting success stories, lessons learned, and opportunities for improvement, and to establish momentum and stakeholder alignment for the rollout of the Women Entrepreneurship Financing Lab, which is under the GROW project. I'll just speak briefly about the GROW project, which, as you know, is a project of the government of Uganda with financing of $217 million from the World Bank, aimed at supporting women entrepreneurs. The project was designed to respond to a couple of key constraints, including issues of access to finance, skilling, and issues of negative social norms that affect women entrepreneurship. I'll just say briefly that we are very pleased to let you know that GROW has picked momentum. We have started skilling women in entrepreneurship training after a curriculum was developed with the Makerere University Business School. On the 30th of this month, that product was launched. And so we've started training women. We've already trained 200 women in Machinde Sabagabo, but we have already received 20,000 applications from women across the country who are expressing interest in learning how to manage and sustain their businesses. We have also a product called the apprenticeship training. We have received 14,000 applications from women across the country who would like to get hands-on skills in how to run their businesses better. So we have also been able to sign MOUs with 35 host institutions that are going to skill women hands-on on how to run their businesses. We're also pleased to let you know that under the Grow Loan, we have already lent out 63.4 billion shillings to 2,540 women, and we still have adequate funding. The Cabinet of Uganda directed or guided us to make sure that this fund is available to all women across the country. So we are doing every effort to make sure that we equalize opportunity and make sure that this financing is available to all eligible women that are able to borrow through the financial institutions. And of course, we are onboarding SACCOs and financial institutions. Just on the Labor Day, on the 1st of May, the President of the Republic of Uganda awarded grants of 18.3 billion shillings to common user facilities and gender-inclusive facilities, including women cooperatives and associations. And this is just the start of a lot of financing that we are like grants that we are going to give out. We have received 1,280 applications from across the country of women groups, cooperatives that will give financing to improve production lines, support value addition, and to increase opportunity and access to infrastructure for women entrepreneurs. At this juncture, I would like to welcome the Vice Chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda to give her remarks, and she will invite the next speaker. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister for Finance, our chief guest, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, my friend, Honorable Betty Amongi, the Commissioner for Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity at the Ministry, Ms. Serena Kavechi, from representing World Bank and who is doing fantastic work as the task team leader. You're welcome. Our director for Grow at the Ministry of Gender, Mr. John Sengendo. Our director for Grow at PSFU, Dr. Aisha Kasolo. Our esteemed women entrepreneurs, please raise your hands. Isn't today a delightful day? You're all welcome here. Honorable Minister, Private Sector Foundation is the apex body for Uganda's private sector for 30 years now. We will celebrate 3 decades this year, and we'll be happy, very pleased if you joined us. For the last 30 years, standing on the shoulders of great giants, of the founders of our esteemed foundation, Dr. James Muluana and his contemporaries, we continue to build on their work, leading 330 business associations in the country, a combined 3.5 million businesses. And in this room, Honorable Minister, we have teams from Private Sector Foundation and those from Grow, led here by Dr. Aisha Ruth Kasolo. Please stand up and wave to the Honorable Minister. And thank you for the fantastic work you do. Honorable Minister, today is a delightful day, and we are pleased at Private Sector Foundation to have convened in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender and the World Bank this Expo-themed Catalyzing Innovation for Gender-Inclusive Finance. The Expo, which is part of the broader efforts of the GROW project, seeks to address the persistent barriers to women's access to affordable financing in our country. Research suggests that women's access to affordable financing in Uganda remains limited and unequal. According to the Uganda Bankers Association, women-owned enterprises account for only 24.4% of the industry's loan book, which highlights significant barriers to formal finance. While progress has been made, and we are happy to acknowledge it, with women's account ownership rising to 65% by 2021, as per the 2021 Global Findex study, only 34% hold accounts at banks or formal financial institutions. This discrepancy, Honorable Chief Guest, is evident in the reliance on mobile money platforms, which, while accessible, do not fully meet the needs for business growth in the country. The evidence leans toward systemic and organizational constraints, with many women entrepreneurs turning to informal financial service providers. This exposes women to high interest rates, theft, and financial fraud, further constraining their ability to advance economically. For instance, 57% of women are informally insured, and 52% are uninsured, indicating a lack of formal financial safety nets. Several challenges and barriers, multifaceted, including social and economic barriers such as discrimination, limited education, lack of collateral, and weak financial infrastructure. Women are therefore more inclined to use informal savings options like savings clubs, which are unregulated and prone to security issues. Globally, our valued partner, the World Bank, notes that women are 20% less likely than men to have an account at a formal financial institution and 17% less likely to have borrowed formally in the past year. In Africa, women-owned SMEs face an annual financing gap of between US $260 billion and US $320 billion, underscoring the scale of the issue. And which is why at Private Sector Foundation, we are very grateful for our partnership with the government of the Republic of Uganda and the World Bank, because this GROW project has increased the number of banked women, increased the number of women's businesses that are getting formalized. Addressing these challenges, Honorable Chief Guest, requires more than risk guarantees. It demands innovation in financial products, delivery models, and institutional practices. The GROW project, which we are happy to co-implement, aims to catalyze institutional and market-level improvements through the GROW financing facility, innovation grants, and the establishment of the Women Entrepreneur Financing Learning Club. I think we need to clap to this. These initiatives, Honorable Chief Guest, seek to support evidence-based improvements across the financial ecosystem, ensuring that financial services are tailored to the needs of women entrepreneurs. This Expo, therefore, provides a platform for participating financial institutions, non-bank financial institutions, and other innovators to showcase successful interventions and explore collaborations. Specific objectives for this Expo include showcasing tools and services by innovators, startups, fintech software developers to participating financial institutions and the non-financial institutions, non-bank financial institutions, which are all represented here today. We also aim to sensitize the participating financial institutions on the grant financing facility, innovation grant application process, selection criteria, and timelines. We also would like to use this opportunity, Honorable Chief Guest, to acknowledge some success stories among the banking institutions. Initiatives such as the Grow Loan and DFCU Banks Women in Business exemplify the impact of targeted financial inclusion efforts. DFCU Banks Program, established in 2007, supports 6,500 business women with training, networking opportunities, preferential borrowing rates, and mentor programs. Of course, Honorable Minister, at PSFU, we've been the biggest voice advocating for patient capital, and we will continue to do this. These efforts have enabled many women, and it's not just DFCU. Stanbic has a product for women, and we commend you, as well as all the other financial institutions. There still is room for improvement on especially patient capital, but that progress that we acknowledge has made remarkable impact on expanding women's businesses, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. While specific stories are not detailed here, the scale of impact is evident in the thousands of women supported. And now, Honorable Chief Guest, a call to action. I take this opportunity to make a call on each one of you, dear stakeholders, including financial institutions, policymakers, and the private sector, to commit to action. We are happy that government has afforded us an open door policy at the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Gender, the Honorable Betty Amongi, who we are happy to call Mama Grow, picks her own calls. We don't need appointments to meet her, and I would like to use this opportunity to extend our gratitude as the private sector and PSFU in particular, and the women in business of our country. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. The vision is a financial sector that is truly inclusive, where every woman has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to Uganda's prosperity. By embracing the spirit of innovation and collaboration represented by the Expo today, stakeholders can help unlock the full potential of the economy, empowering women and fostering sustainable growth. My note, I hope, has placed into context the purpose of this Expo and has reinforced the importance of the gender-inclusive financing innovation Expo in addressing women's access to finance in Uganda. By leveraging statistics, global context, and success stories, the Expo provides a comprehensive foundation for stakeholders to drive action and innovation, ensuring a more inclusive financial sector for all. As I conclude, Honorable Chief Guest, this event would not have been possible if not for our valued partners, the Ministry of Gender, led by the Honorable Betty Amongi, and the World Bank, for who we are really appreciative. For 30 years, we are the major implementing partner of the Republic of Uganda on several projects that impact businesses. We are really grateful to the World Bank for trusting us to co-implement the GROW project. And I would like to extend my the greetings of our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzey, who is not here with us today and who wishes us a fantastic Expo. Lastly, once again, I welcome you, esteemed women entrepreneurs, and the participating financial institutions, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your various capacities to this Expo, and I wish you a fantastic and productive day. Thank you very much. It's now my distinct honor to invite my friend and Honorable Minister for Gender and Labor and Social Development, the Honorable Betty Amongi, to address us. Thank you very much.
I thought the MC was, MC, you first stand here and I see you properly. This lady, only over less than a month ago, I saw her pregnant. Now I'm seeing her standing here and I was asking, what happened? Then somebody whispered that she gave birth on a Friday and on a Monday she was working. Is it true? Okay. So that is gender balancing of she will be a very good speaker in balancing family and work. Honorable Minister Kasaija, our chief guest, our task team manager for World Bank GROW project, the vice chair of the Private Sector Foundation, our team of the GROW project, Commissioner Sime, Dr. Ruth Kasolo, and our GROW coordinator, and all of you who always work in the kitchen to make us stand here. Let's give them a big round of applause. The technical team who will always be there to whip us and give us what to do. I really welcome all of you and thank them for putting this together, because in all these GROW projects and government of Uganda, we are looking at solutions. What are the viable solutions for women accessing all the financial aspects related to businesses? Of course, we are looking for solutions to challenges faced by women entrepreneurs. And over and again, we cannot overemphasize that Uganda stands tall in Africa in women in business ownership, standing at 40%. So in the whole of Africa, women are the most entrepreneurial. I think you should clap for the women. So, and this is not by us, government of Uganda, it's by MasterCard Global Index. MasterCard is a reputable organization that supports entrepreneurship for women, for youth, and other vulnerable groups. But while we have the 40% ownership, we examine the characteristic of that ownership so that we find solution to scale it up. Now, this ownership is characterized by 80 to 94% of women-owned businesses still in micro enterprises. The small one where you find women selling tomatoes at the roadside, you'll find them in the market selling food stuff. And so, most of these women entrepreneurs also lack collateral. because when you go to the bank, I hope the banks are here, the biggest challenge and complaint we are getting from Parliament, Cabinet, and everywhere is your grow loan requires collateral in terms of assets, in terms of land titles, and others. So this is what we need to figure out. How do we ensure women access this financing that we are talking about? Again, most of the women businesses are non-profitable. And the women don't even know how to calculate profit, cost, and what they have. When you go into I'm glad the coordinator stated that now we have the other sub-component, which is going to train women with business skills. If I buy my tomatoes at 100,000, for me to cover my cost, my transport, and get profit, how much should I sell? Most times women don't count their labor. They will not count their labor. Labor is not part of it. So most of these enterprises do not earn profit. Sometimes they even eat the capital and they go to start looking for new capital. So this expo is very timely because we are looking at how do we harness technology, how do we harness solutions that are supporting women financing to complement the other components that will be teaching our women on entrepreneurship and profit and all the other aspects related to business enterprises. We are therefore counting on many of you who are here today with experiences, because you come at a time when Uganda is advancing very rapidly in the digital economy with over 30 million active mobile money accounts. But some of you have 5 accounts. One person might have 5 accounts, mobile accounts. And so we need us grow together with you who are private sector innovators to ensure that these women businesses that are in microfinance get solutions that are tailored towards women's condition. If I cannot own land, I don't have land, but I want this money, what solution can you give me as a woman in the village to access that money and ensure that I pay? There are so many solutions out there, and I'm glad that today you're going to be showcasing those solutions that will support women who do not even have collateral, but will ensure that they are able to borrow and pay, to move their micro, small, and medium enterprises into at least a bigger portion, because like the vice chair of private sector indicated, the percentage of women who are still borrowing from the formal banks or financial institutions stands at only 24.4%. And maybe most of you are seated here. So beyond here, when you now cross into Mbende, you cross into village districts, the percentage will actually maybe be less than 5. This 24 might be constituted by those within the greater Kampala and the cities. So your solution is very important. And as you are aware, most of the women are also in the informal sector of the businesses. So while you are designing this solution, also keep in mind that majority of the businesses that we are looking at that women are engaged in are in the informal sector. They are not formal, they are not registered. So good enough, our Grow project has all the complementarity, where you can finance, but there's another component of ensuring that they register through URSB, that their product goes into the supermarket or the market through UNBS certification, that there are skilling program that will be supporting them. So I don't want you to develop with fear, because we have other components that will complement what you will be designing. It will be training and skilling. It will also be giving skills, but also supporting low-cost scaling of women's products. So the products will end up in the market and they will pay back the money. But this solution is very important. And of course, at the heart of the Expo is the challenge and opportunity, how to overcome barriers, accessing capital, issues around lending conditions is very important. When you go online, how will I find the lending condition? Will you say, you first have to give me your national ID, and then I'm not able now to access healthcare? So when we talk about the condition that you're going to propose in this, you need to look at some of the, because in most of these village areas, microfinance institutions and lending in cooperatives are getting national ID as collateral. So when you go and women want to go for services, then the national ID is no longer there and they cannot support or they cannot be supported. So the condition for lending that you will design with the product that you're going to propose should cater for the women's needs. And good enough, there are other studies that concludes, even in the Ministry of Gender, we lend to women and to youth. But the number of women, recovery from women is over 80%. But recovery from youth can be 10, 20, and so on. So you are also designing a product for people or a group of people in the community that are trustworthy, that have been proven that they are actually people who will pay back the money. So I want to state that as GROW project, we are investing in systemic change where GROW financing facility, innovation grants, and soon the Women's Entrepreneurship Financing Learning Lab will be supporting. We are also supporting financial institutions and innovators. All these are some of them programs that are designed for women, sometimes are isolated with only one product. But for GROW, it is integrated, it is comprehensive. That is why we are saying we are ensuring systemic change through GROW project to make sure that GROW project gives all the comprehensive aspects of services that women entrepreneurs are able to find. And now that we are going digital, we are bringing you to support us into issues of fintech, issues of inclusive financing through building evidence, collecting data, which will make us include women. So over the next 2 days, we will see you showcasing your work, share lessons, create partnership, and give us solution that will enable us to scale our GROW project. With that, I want to thank in a special way World Bank and our team of implementers under GROW, including the financial institution that has already started lending and has given us feedback. Without your feedback, maybe we will not be here. The financial institutions that so far has lent to women under GROW, I hope you are in this. Can you stand up? I know we have Centenary Bank, they are not here. Centenary Bank, we have Equity, we have, they are here, some representatives are here. Thank you so much. Your work so far has given us proposals, and you've made us know where to target, how to target. You've also told us the challenges you've so far received, and you will also be giving us solutions as we move. So we want to hear from you as practitioners so that the Women Entrepreneurs Financing Learning Lab that we are launching will not only be a knowledge hub, but a practical driver of reform in Ugandan's financial sector. And I want all African countries to come to learn from Uganda. So in closing, I commend all the institutions that are already making bold moves to finance women differently, and I challenge others to follow suit, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it makes economic sense. Let me now, at this juncture, invite our chief guest, the owner of the money, who signs on all this, without whom we will not be here, the Honorable Kasaija, to please come and give your remarks and officially open the expo. Honorable Kasaija. When somebody gives you money, my dear, stand up. Hey, you want this man to say there is no money for gender.
Sit down, sit down, sit down. The Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Do we have the Deputy Governor here? No. The Country Manager, World Bank. I hope there is the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Gender. Chief Executive of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both an honor and a duty to join you at this Gender Inclusive Financing Innovation Expo, an event that speaks not only to our values as a nation, but to the future of our economy. I commend the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, together with all its esteemed partners, including the World Bank and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, for convening this timely and strategic platform to engage on real solutions for inclusive development. Let me be clear. Women's economic empowerment is not a peripheral issue. It is a national priority. It is a core part of Uganda's strategy to build an inclusive, resilient, and dynamic economy. Across Uganda, women are not only holding families together, they are leading businesses, managing farms, innovating the trade, and sustaining entire communities. They are central actors in the micro, small, and medium enterprise ecosystem. They are the true engines of local economies. Let me repeat this. There are the true engines of local economies. You know, you people, you may not know. NRM benefited from, when we were fighting, from women. I could give you some incidences, but that will take a time. You know, I marvel about women. When a woman says this will be done, they will do it. You know, I can tell you my own story. I have more girls than boys. The girls, I can tell you, They are the ones who dress me. The boys are taken up with their families. But the girls, although they are married, but they say, we must make sure that our dad appears very smart. And I can tell you this suit was bought to me by one of my daughters. So watch the women. Government commitment and strategies focus under the third National Development Plan, and as we transition into NDP 4, government has placed greater emphasis on deepening financial inclusion, boosting enterprise productivity, and formalizing the informal sector, particularly for women and youth. Through targeted programs, we have deliberately increased access to affordable capital for women-led businesses, including Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, 168 billion, to Parish Development Model, shilling 3.4 trillion with a mandatory 30% allocation to women. 3, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises, shillings 824 billion. Other wealth creation funds, including Emyoga, Youth Livelihood Fund, Agricultural Credit Facility, and Uganda Development Bank funding. In total, the government of Uganda has mobilized over shillings 8.3 trillion in capital through wealth creation and enterprise support funds, with women entrepreneurs as the key target group. Let me repeat it so that it sinks very in our heads. In total, the government of Uganda has mobilized over 8.3 trillion in capital through wealth creation and enterprise support funds, with the women entrepreneurs as the key target group. Yet, we recognize that the journey is still long. We have started, we are moving, but the journey is still long. Despite these interventions, women entrepreneurs in Uganda continue to face structural and emerging challenges, including 1, lack of collateral and restrictive credit requirements. I had the previous speakers. Financial products that are poorly tailored to women's realities. High interest rates, especially for informal enterprises. Inadequate support for scaling and transitioning from micro to formal SMEs. Care and domestic burden, which limits productivity and mobility. Furthermore, demand for unsecured credit is growing, and we are seeing increasing uptake in initiatives like the GROW project. The GROW financing facility was designed to address this scale-up gap, but the demand far outpaces current resources clearly. This tells us clearly that our systems must catch up with the women's ambition. Strategic funding priorities are going forward. As we prepare the next phase of our development strategy under NDP 4, the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development is committed to 1, expanding fiscal space for women-targeted programs like WEP, PDM, and GROW. 2, scaling the GROW financing facility to accommodate the growing demand for capital among scale-ready women entrepreneurs. 3, launching a gender-sensitive credit guarantee scheme to de-risk women-owned enterprises, especially those lacking collateral. 4, institutionalizing innovation financing models that include group collateral, alternative credit scoring, and digital financial inclusion tools. 5, partnering with the private sector and develop actors to co-finance innovative solutions through challenge funds and blended finance mechanisms. We know that unlocking women's enterprise potential will require a coordinated, well-resourced ecosystem, not just one-off intervention. Building an enabling economic environment. Our broader economic strategy, through the 10-fold growth strategy, seeks to grow Uganda's economy from $50 billion to $500 billion in year 2040. This ambitious vision cannot be achieved without women fully participating and leading in high-growth sectors such as agro-industrialization, tourism and hospitality, mineral and oil-based industrialization, science, technology, and innovation, including ICT. That is for the women. Government also is reducing the cost of doing business by front-loading investments in energy, transport, ICT, and SME industrial parks. Through initiatives like Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we are strengthening local content development. For instance, over 465 Ugandan farms have secured contracts in the oil and the gas sector worth nearly $2 billion. And I wish women to participate fully on that one. Additionally, we have operationalized the Uganda Business Facilitation Center and are rolling out industrial skilling hubs and SME parks, including the Nimbarara and other regions. Now we call for action. Let me end with a call to action. As we shape NDP 4, your voices, policy actors, financiers, entrepreneurs, and civil society are vital. The experiences, innovations, and lessons shared at this Expo must guide our budgeting and strategic direction. Because I didn't hear you clap. The experiences, innovations, and lessons shared at this Expo must guide our budgeting and strategic direction. We must ask, what financing models truly work for rural women and informal entrepreneurs? How do we support women moving from micro to medium scale? How can we ensure sustainability and formalization without overburdening the small businesses? Together, let us commit to co-creating a financial system that works for all Ugandans, especially for women who have been left behind for far too long. Now I conclude. I affirm the Ministry of Finance's unwavering commitment to, let me repeat, I affirm the Ministry of Finance's unwavering commitment to, 1, prioritizing gender equity in public financial management. 2, strengthening institutional financing mechanism for women. 3, supporting a growing ecosystem of inclusive finance and enterprise support. When women thrive, listen carefully, when women thrive, the nations prosper. You are the mother of nations. I want you to feel very proud. Are you hearing me? The women. You are the... even when we want to talk about biology, if the women are not around, what do we men? Can we produce children alone? Yes. And a mother gets pregnant, carries the pregnancy 9 months. Then there is the stage when the baby wants to come out. Painful. I've seen these things myself. Painful. Then the mother will begin now to look after the baby, feed the baby, when women were spending time drinking. You women, I'm advising you, make sure that you get your share. You share in looking and running the state. As I've told you, in me and my family, I love my children, my girl children, very much. Very, very, very much. When my wife is not around, the whole house is in total chaos. I can't get food on time. The boys do not know how to cook food properly. So you people, please, I'm telling you, make sure that you get what you must get. You deserve it. You deserve it. When women thrive, nations prosper. Let us finance the future of Uganda with equity, purpose, and urgency. With those remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I will be very pleased to hear after this meeting what resolutions you have decided on, and count on me. Count on me, on your desires, on your aspirations, because I know what women, you do things. Without women, there is no nation. Without women, there is no nation. Have you heard? May the good Lord protect you.
I think we deserve a bigger round of applause, not after such affirmations coming in from the Honorable Minister, and that is very great. I know that the Minister doesn't have a lot of time. Actually, both of them, they have very, very tight schedules. So I'm going to allow the ministers, the high table, our implementing partner representatives to have a group photo outside. As they leave, let's have a group photo outside. And thereafter, Honorable Amongi will be addressing the press on a few issues shortly after that. And immediately in that session, we will also now be having the landscape of gender inclusive financing. The minister, both of them actually, that is the Honorable Minister Betty Amongi and Honorable Matia Kasaija, did talk about the peculiarities of lending to women and some of the challenges that the women go through. But we know that many of the banks many of the financial institutions have been doing this for quite a period of time. So the question is, much kolamtia? That is the biggest question. We want to look at some of the trends. We want to look at what has worked, what has not worked. What are those key strategies that you've been able to employ to make sure that the women, even in the rural areas, I know that there's some financial institutions, for example, that are lending to women who are in refugee settlements. I mean, in the beginning, this was not a portion or a section of women that many financial institutions would be thinking about. But I mean, we've had institutions like UGAFORD going ahead to lend to them. We've had institutions, the various banks that we have, Equity Bank, Stanbic Bank, and many other banks that are with us here, lending out to the women earlier who you would not have considered to be bankable or to be those that you would be able to lend to. So how have you been able to do that? That's a conversation that I want us to be going into. And in no time, I would like to invite Moses Ogwapus, who is the Commissioner of Financial Services at the Ministry of Planning, Finance Planning and Economic Development. I think he's still outside. He's going to be coming on to take us through this discussion, and we'll be having some representatives from some of our financial institutions, the participating financial institutions. We'll have someone from Equity Bank. How have you done it? How has this been possible for you to lend to specific categories of women, and women in general, particularly looking at the different issues that they do face? We'll also be having someone from Ncibuco as well as from Finance Trust Bank to put into context some of the trends, some of the strategies, but also what are some of the enablers that you've been able to put in place to be able to lend to these women. So I'll be having Moses Ogwapus, who in no time should be able to come through to take on this conversation after the photo session. And immediately after that, we'll have our photo break before we go into another session that will also now be looking at the bigger lessons. Like I said earlier on, this is the first batch. And Serena, in one of the meetings that we had, Serena from the World Bank did say, probably after a better full implementation of this, the money will remain here for lack of a better word, forever. And so we'll be able to lend to more other women. We'll probably be able to rethink the model that many have looked at, because there was a bit of misinformation in the beginning where it seemed to look like growers for Muntua Wansi, like, the commonest person. And yet, in actual sense, most of those are not formally registered. They probably do not have books of accounts. They cannot be audited. They do not have the collateral that is required. So there was a ping pong. And we were all looking at, for example, during, I think it was not Labor Day celebration, Women's Day celebrations, when Dr. Ruth Aisha was called upon by the president, and he was pressing her hard, because, one of the ladies said, Sente tetuzifuna, about ministry, Baziria, you understand? But it's because there was this whole thinking that everyone, for as long as you are a woman, you were able to get part of this money. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Ogwapus, Moses, wherever you are, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm wondering whether he is still outside. Oh yeah, he will be coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Moses, who will be taking us through some of these trends and strategies that have worked for some of those that have been lending to the women. Moses, I hand over to you.
Thank you, MC. Actually, I'm not making a presentation. I'm a moderator. My job is very simple, is to be a referee. I am privileged to have, unfortunately, a group of men. I don't have any woman in my panel. I don't know why the organizers conspired to give us an all male-dominated panel, but since we are focusing on gender inclusivity, I'm sure the men have been carefully selected with that sensitivity in mind. Allow me invite Mr. Gerard Otim, Managing Director in SIPCO. Please join me up front. And Mr. Robert Warnock, Head Retail Banking and Distribution, Equity Bank. And then Mr. Andrew Agaba from Finance Trust Bank. MC, is it okay if we have a lottery to have a woman who is willing and prepared to join the panel? I mean, I would be happy to use my discretion to invite any woman, but you're coming at the risk of, please come. Okay. So at least we have some flavor, and I particularly like your red. Thank you. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, do you want to? So ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be part of this process. I will reintroduce myself just for my own comfort and emphasis of why my presence here is very important. I am Moses Ogwapos, Commissioner of Financial Services at the Ministry of Finance. What we are discussing here is essentially part of my schedule of duties at the ministry. And my friend, Mr. Simwe, I'm not scared that you're trying to take my work. I think we are fully aligned and complementing each other. I'm sure people here would know that the Ministry of Finance is fully involved in this GROW project. And I'd like to ask my two colleagues from the ministry to stand up just for recognition. And if you'd like to introduce yourself, please. Oh, please pass to him the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kasim Murumba from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
And he's involved in the GROW project in the Department for Economic Policy and Research and Private Sector Development. There's a lady there as well.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Natumanya. I'm a senior economist working with the Financial Services Department at the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. So, we are operating within a limited time scope, 1 hour, and my panel, you'll be very conscious of time. Each one of you has about 15 to 20 minutes, so please scale your presentation accordingly. You'll have a guided presentation. I'm going to give you lead questions, except for the lady. The lady will have discretion to say whatever she likes. We will start with Mr. Gerard Otim. And we'd like to know, the audience would like to hear from you, how NSIPCO is contributing to gender-inclusive financing using digital tools, and would also like to know whether and how Insibuco collaborates with the mainstream financial institutions to reach the last mile clients. Over to you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Gerald Otim. I'm Managing Director at Insibuco. Insibuco is a fintech company, so I'm privileged to be on this panel with bankers. We, as a fintech, are facilitating access to formal financial services for VSLAs, Village Savings and Lending Associations. So we are a facilitative partner for financial institutions that are seeking to deliver formal financial services to VSLAs, and we do that using digital means. Our process usually starts with digitizing a VSLA, which is really getting the VSLA to adopt digital means of operating their affairs. So helping them move away from paper and cash into a digital platform that allows them to keep their records digitally and also provides them the opportunity to save digitally. And then we have built onto that platform digital workflows that allows these savings groups to access credit using data-driven models. We partner with financial institutions that provide capital so that savings groups have access to affordable, appropriate loans to facilitate their economic activities. Now, for those of you that know about village savings groups, women make up 85% of the membership within village savings groups. So it's obvious that one of the means and ways to provide inclusive or gender-inclusive financial services is by targeting village savings groups. And that's exactly what we have done at Insibuco. So we've been working with village savings groups since 2019. And over those years, we have digitized 12,000 savings groups in Uganda and 310,000 individuals that are active within these groups. But what we have done is only a tip of the iceberg. There are 300,000 savings groups in Uganda. So you can see 12,000 is only a small fraction of 300,000 other savings groups that exist here. Savings groups, we can no longer afford to ignore savings groups and the role they play in facilitating financial services in these communities, especially the role they play in including women. Women feel safer within savings groups because they're a small, very intimate group. And for most women, from our experience working with them, savings groups are more than a place to access financial services. It's a safe haven. It's where they talk, discuss issues that matter to them. It's where they feel safe, where they feel represented. It's a place where they feel noticed. And we are facilitating that process by formalizing these groups, digitizing these groups, and being able to link them to formal financial services. So we started partnering with financial institutions in 2023. We initially partnered with the Uganda Development Bank that provided capital for lending digitally to savings groups. This partnership was very important because the Uganda Development Bank took a risk. It had never happened before that savings groups were able to access group loans through digital means. And what the Uganda Development Bank did through this partnership was to prove a model so that other financial institutions can be able to leverage similar models to scale lending to village savings groups. So we have continued to collaborate with the Uganda Development Bank. This year, UDB renewed their partnership with us and tripled their financial commitment into that partnership, allowing us to provide digital loans to far more women than we did in the past. But also last year, we started a new journey with a former financial institution here in Uganda, FINCA. So we started the journey of replicating what we had done with the Uganda Development Bank with FINCA. And we went through the entire process. Bank of Uganda approvals, making sure they understand the business case, board approvals with the FINCA board, selling the idea to them. And we started collaborating with them in November of last year. And since that collaboration with FINCA, we have provided capital or affordable loans to women in savings groups digitally. Everything is paperless, cashless. Digital KYC, digital applications, digital disbursements, digital repayments. And I have a very short video that I would like to show you. The media team, if you could play that video, of one of the groups that have been able to access credit through our platform digitally. And I thought you'd watch this video. It's a very short 2-minute video, but illustrates some of the work that we are doing. And as the video is being set
is a group located in Wigweng, a little town council, Kwale district. We have 32 members. My name is called Oyaro Moyes, chairperson Ayala Parenting. Ayala Parenting is a group located in Wigweng, a little town council, Kwale district. We have 32 members in the group. We got loan in digital loan. And Subuko is give us that loan 7 million. It's give us just through phone within over 3 days only. But the bank, if you want money, it's not easy.
With the company of Nsubuko, they don't need anybody to bother going up from here up to town. Company of Nsubuko, I want to encourage you that please don't think that your money will get lost anyhow, because we have made the use of it. When you go to our garden, you will see that everything is there, okay. The soybean is now growing up.
My name is Ajok Dokas, one of the members in Ayala Parenting Group. We got a loan from Nsubuko, so that loan helped me to plant this soya of mine. I've plowed it also. So after some 3 months or 4, I will sell my soya. I will pay back the loan. If I pay the loan, the remaining money will help me to take my children to school, and others will help me doing anything. So this is how Sibuko have done to me.
But in Sibuko, just only 3 days, it give us money through the phone. You want to request money, loan, you request to the phone. In Sibuko, it's not need anything to say, we want your loan title, or you want your what. In Sibuko, you don't want. It just give you a loan.
Thank you. So what we have done is really simple. We have built formal banking or formal financial services into the day-to-day operations of savings groups using a digital platform. So savings groups don't have to go and queue at a bank or fill out bank paperwork to apply for a loan. It's possible to provide credit digitally if you have access to data. And that's really what we have done. And we are not a formal financial institution. We're a fintech company. We simply facilitate access to finance to these groups so that finance reaches women, but we do that in partnership and on behalf of financial institutions that we collaborate with. And it's also an opportunity that we're now presenting to several other financial institutions. We have ongoing collaborations, ongoing conversations with a number of financial institutions that we might be partnering as well to reach the largely underserved market of village savings groups that serve women here in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for being very smart on time. Just one more question that I'd like you to address the audience. Do you have any challenges onboarding your clients? I think earlier in this program, I think one of the submissions was the effect that use of digital financial services is not necessarily a solution. I wish you could address yourself to that. And then secondly, do you have a license to lend, or you're simply a fintech, an intermediary?
So I'll start with the first question. So the reality is that digital without distribution here in Africa it's impossible almost to build a successful business without a distribution mechanism, especially if you're targeting people in rural communities, far to rich communities. So what we have done at Nsibuko, we have a model we call the digital community entrepreneur model. We onboard, we acquire VSLAs, we train VSLAs, we upsell these services to VSLAs through digital community entrepreneurs. Digital community entrepreneurs are the equivalent of a digital agent in the community. We look for entrepreneurs in these communities and sell them the idea of adding digital financial services into their value proposition. So all the work that we do with these savings groups is done through digital community entrepreneurs, and we have a business model that includes them. So there's a very clear-cut incentive for them to do this work, and they do it purely as a business. So that's what really we have done. Usually the challenge is, how do you onboard, how do you keep them using the platform? We have also seen that when we just digitize a group without access to credit, the dropout rates are really high. So by embedding lending or credit into a platform like this, you increase the perceived value for the platform, and the utilization of the platform also goes up. Then you asked a question related to our licensing. We are indeed licensed as a Tier 4 microfinance company. So licensed as a Tier 4 microfinance company. We operate two models. We have an on-balance sheet model and off-balance sheet model. Our partnership with UDB is on-balance sheet. So UDB provides us a facility, then we onward lend to VSLAs, and the risk sits with us. Our partnership with Finca is off-balance sheet. Finca funds a digital wallet through which we lend, but the facility sits with them. They don't lend to us. So it's the same type of partnership between NCBA and MTN with Mocash. The Mocash product is really an NCBA product, but it's distributed by MTN. So that's an off-balance sheet partnership, and we work with both models. So yes, we are licensed as Tier 4 for our own balance sheet loans.
Thank you for now. Can we now move to Robert at Equity Bank? We know that you are running some gender-inclusive products. Would you like to share with the audience how you are proceeding with these products in the ecosystem of banking and addressing the systemic barriers that make it difficult for women to access financial services? Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, MC, Mr. Guapus, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our partners, and our friends from the media. It's good to be here, and again, greetings from my MD, who I represent this morning through this event. As Equity Bank, we've got a very gender-lensed approach that we've had to adapt over the years as a financial institution in the different areas that we operate in. But specific to Uganda, I wanted to speak to a couple of pillars that we normally look at in very diverse ways. And as a country, the different pillars that we find ourselves intersecting with, naturally, we have agriculture, but also we start off from the education. So just briefly speaking to what Equity does on the gender side through our education, you'll have recently seen we are running a 4th cohort in the country, across the country, wherever we have representation. And wherever there's an Equity branch, we take the best girl and educate her through university, irrespective of where she's been admitted. So it could be locally within the country or externally. And we take them through a fully paid scholarship program, but we also do take care of their, we give them a monthly stipend throughout this period of time where they actually gain experience by working within the bank right from the time they finish their senior 6 into their university education. And that's one of the areas that we actually look at from a grassroots, that we can be able to pick up the best girl and take her through and give her the same platform that we would give and make them as competitive with the rest of their male counterparts. Our vision is really to champion socioeconomic prosperity across Africa. And we recognize that one of the biggest barriers is financial. And we come in a lot to plug in and play within that gap. And we do this through offer of different services and financial services, including products like Grow. And specifically speaking to Grow this morning, as a bank, we have so far disbursed about 3.4 billion shillings to a total of about 151 women. And this has actually been part of our deliberate entry into making sure that we are able to integrate a lot of our products and services that are within the bank and have them integrated and taken on from a partnership. And I see quite a number of partners within the room this morning, and very much aware of the fact that partnership is one of the most efficient ways of us going out and making sure that we can be able to penetrate, including through what Nsibuko has been speaking about. So as a bank, we offer free financial literacy to women groups. And these are investment clubs, groups, associations, women-led organizations. And this is one of the areas that we feel has been a big missing gap. If you go in and look at the constitution of these groups, like has been highlighted, 85% of our groups are actually women member-based. And getting them to cross into that awareness curve has been one of the biggest toolings that we can be able to make. And we've seen over the years that these groups have actually grown and they've become something that is sustainable. I think just looking through the video that Nsibuko played, if you look at the community, those are the typical communities where, from a financial literacy perspective, you can be able to make a break-in. Whereas the communities come out and express the fact that banks are hard to get to, hard to reach, you actually realize that banking is playing a much more catalytic role through partnerships, through innovation, but also through field work. So Equity runs a threesome engine. So one engine, which you typically see on a face-to-face, is the financial engine, which is commercial. And that commercial engine is what I represent, which is the engine that typically comes out and looks like it's out to make money. But it's not only out to make money, but yes, banks are there in the business of making money. But Equity uniquely runs a social engine. And I have a team of colleagues who are seated at the back there, and they work for the social side of the bank. So we have a full social engine, and that social engine is heavily driven at making sure that we have this inclusion aspect brought back even as we drive the commercial side of the bank. So that engine, which is social in nature, is the one that we use to penetrate communities that might be hard to reach, that need to make the transformation and move the curve upwards. Because inevitably, these communities grow up and they need to be able to get to a point where they're accessing larger bits of financing for the groups, for the associations to be able to grow. We also do sensitization, just like we did with Grow. So there's quite a bit of sensitization activities that happen. So off our social engine and also our sustainability side of the engine, we actually do have workers that are purely doing extension work within the different parts of the communities. And just to speak to some of the bridging aspects that you asked about, where we see how women need to actually be assisted and how we can be able to come in and bridge the gap there. We picked up, and this is based on a lot of research and study, where we were able to pick up a lot of, we did a gap analysis to find out what are the complementing areas that we need to come out to. And as such, we developed something, a product within our own product house called the Equimama. Now, Equimama is very women-led and it's very gender-based. And Equimama is credit. It's credit that we offer out to women. But beyond just offering a loan, we looked at these women, whether they're in agriculture or they're in production or they're in any other informal services. They could be small-scale traders downtown. And through that product, we're able to look at some of the other additionalities that come in. And we looked at insurance as a key factor. And we've partnered with a couple of our insurance partners. And we're able to offer medical insurance to these women. So once they come in and take credit, we actually offer them medical insurance. We offer them free medical insurance. Then that cover goes in to take on and cover one of the most underrated aspects of a woman and a woman entrepreneur, which is maternity. So we do actually offer them coverage on maternity under that insurance cover. We also recognize the risks that come along with some of these jobs, which include injury, accidents, permanent disabilities. So we do that sort of coverage and we put it in there. But we go ahead and look at what communities typically look for in an African setting, which is a cover on their funeral expenses. So we actually do offer that. And we've worked along and taken it on from a lens of understanding that sometimes not all the women have collateral. So this product comes in, and we also do accept them to bring in part of the group's, up to 10% of the group's cash to come in as cover. But we use that to be able to give them short-term facilities of up to 24 months. But we also know that they normally ask for much bigger amounts of money that could be ranging up to 100 million shillings. So once the group transits and moves beyond typically a 5 million facility, which would cover under unsecured, we move these women and we offer them micro agricultural loans that they can be able to access up to 100 million shillings. And we give them quite some flexible terms, very competitive interest rates, and also give them very competitive terms of repayment, because we know that typically these women will not have a monthly income, so we are able to stagger their repayments to be able to be accommodated within a term that is either guided by crop cycle or whatever it takes to be able to sell the commodities that they have. So being a man, I know that this sounds like something that should not typically be mentioned by men, but we typically realize the fact that women are actually the bedrock of what is forming up the nascent SME economy in the country. So I can tell you that most of the successful SMEs that we lend to and where we have our most recoveries are actually women-led. And those sort of SMEs are the ones that we believe are the real future for the growth of the economy. So, Mr. Gwapus, in a nutshell, that's where I could actually put it.
Thank you, Robert, and very impressive, the things that you're doing for women. But just one more point that I would like you to address. What more do you think government, other financial institutions, and other partners could do probably with you to step up and improve access to finance by women? Through your experience, you would have known the encumbrances that women face. What more would you put forward as recommendations to improve access?
Okay, thank you. There's no one size fits all. I strongly believe that between the private sector and government, we need to come together and address a lot of the bottlenecks. We've made a big headway in terms of the move into accessing of financial services, but there's still a huge gap. And I think looking at some of the encumbrances that we pick up every time we're out in the market, collateral and security remains to be one of the biggest areas. And I think from a policy perspective, one of the biggest shifts that can be made is empowering and enabling women and women business owners to be able to have ownership and greater access to key parts of household. When you talk of household wealth, you're talking about especially ownership into things like land titles, into things like the property. And that is one of the biggest shifts that actually gives them the right sizable amounts of money that they can actually come in and use to borrow from a bank. The literacy levels have actually gone to a place, but we know that as a society, we actually need to transcend some of the societal and cultural norms that can enable these women to actually do a lot more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I don't know about the audience. Probably there's still much more that financial institutions could do in terms of innovating to mitigate the risks that you perceive that prevents you or limits how much you can lend to women because of lack of collateral, but probably something that we can speak about in due course. I'd like to turn to Andrew. You've listened to the two gentlemen. I also like to bring into context the fact that Andrew works for Finance Trust Bank, which was founded by women. And I know that the women still hold a significant shareholding in that entity. GROW is an intervention largely to address something missing in the delivery of financial services. I'd like you to proceed with that context in mind.
Thank you so much, and good morning to you all. My name is Andrew Agaba, and I was told I should come here today, yesterday night. My MD was supposed to be here. She's really passionate about women, but something came up and she couldn't make it. So, but also there's a great lady called Margaret Thatcher. She said that if you want something said, you call a man. And if you want something done, you call a lady. So for me, I'm here to deliver what the ladies have done. So I've been in banking 17 years. So it's very easy for us at Finance Trust Bank, because when the ladies that came together to start an NGO in 1984 that was focused on women, really had a background to which they did this. In I think 2014, Finance Trust Bank turned into a fully fledged Tier 1 commercial bank. And the cornerstone of what we do is really around women. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said, but I just want to, basing on the context that you gave me, and I think, just summing it up for my 18 years of banking experience, I think one of the things that, like my colleague from Equity has said, that is affecting women is really not just financing, but affordable financing. And the reason why banks struggle, especially to meet the needs of women, is because of two basic things. The cost of financing is driven by cost of funds, where the banks get money. But also, secondly, it's the cost at which, the operational cost at which you distribute that money. You will agree with me that at least the ladies that we finance at Finance Trust Bank are really that typical lady that you'll find in a market, that you'll find in a farm. Because our median loan, we disburse about 5,000 loans, 4,000, 5,000 loans every month. Our median loan is 7 million shillings. Even if you look at our total book, we have disbursed about 350 billion shillings. Unfortunately, about 30% of that has been given to women. Unfortunately, and yet we are a women's bank. And the question is, so that means that for the 4,000 or 5,000 loans that we do every month, only 1,500 go to women, and yet we're a women's bank. And the question is why? And without really delving into the detail, there are two reasons. Number one is that it's a collateral issue. So what we have done at Finance Trust Bank is that we have been able to accept certain collaterals that probably your other typical tier one commercial bank wouldn't do. So we take all sorts of collateral. Given the fact that we're a commercial bank, we still take things like Vibanja, we still take shuttles, we still take collateral that ideally would not be acceptable. And not that we're not facing the same challenges that other banks face, but we have gone ahead and partnered with other partners that are able to de-risk or step in where there's a deficiency in collateral. But I think for me, I see we're running behind time, without really talking about this issue a lot more, I think for me, if I was to be asked, what is the one thing that we really need to do for women to really scale the financing that we're giving them? Because in sub-Saharan Africa and in East Africa, you do not lead by asking somebody to open an account and deposit. No, you lead by giving a loan. People come and bank with us. People open accounts with us on the assumption that we're going to give them loans. And we have so many. In fact, if you look at the number of accounts that we open, on the other hand, 45% are almost women, based on that presumption that we're going to give them loans. And so if you're to ask me what's that one thing that we could do, is really scale this blended financing concept that we are doing with GROW, where the banks come in and do something, and you have partners like the World Bank and then government to come in and really put more into this pool. There are other things that I think the government is doing, and through Bank of Uganda, like the Agricultural Credit Facility, where we're among the top banks that are giving out this loan. It also goes to women because 70% of Uganda is in some sort of way in agriculture. So and who is in the farm? It's the women. And the other uniqueness that we're also doing at Finance Trust Bank is that we are able to lend to the farmer that your typical other big commercial bank would not do. For example, we give women money as low as 3 million to till 2 acres of land, and the installment will come at the season of harvest. But we also know the challenges surrounding that kind of financing. That's why most of the financiers shy away from that. But we have gone ahead, we have done that, we have brought in insurance to kind of de-risk us, but it's still expensive. We recently published our financials, and we actually did very well, so which begs to say that if you invest in women, you really get a good return. But we would have done much better if you look at our non-performing loans. They were huge, and a big chunk of that is around the financing we did in agriculture. Another institution can easily say, what, that doesn't make money for us, let it go. But we have really stayed true to the cause. And yeah, I think for me, if there's one single thing that we do, scale the blending financing. We need more money. When it comes to GROW, we've already given out over 13 billion shillings. I think we've received 16. I've seen Honorable here. We've done 13 billion, and we hope by end of this month we'd have utilized the 3.5 billion that is outstanding. We have given it out to over 700 women, so we still need more, but cheaply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. The message is clear from you. You're a true partner for GROW, from what you've said, but you emphasize source and cost of capital, and then the question of collateral. Let me see if, my lady, you have a different perspective on this. Please, you'll introduce yourself as well.
Thank you so much. My name is Connie Kechembo, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association, UWIL. I must say this was a very good surprise to have me here. UWIL is one of the entities that is supporting and implementing part of the GROW function. We are responsible for mobilizing women into women entrepreneurship platforms. These are basically networks to give confidence to the women to be able to run their enterprises, run them in a better way. They're able to collaborate and have dialogue together. Again, from the first speaker, the women perform better when they're together. So largely, we believe what we are contributing towards the GROW project is what we know better for our last 38 years with our experience, as you will. And we work actually with all these banks in a way from our past experiences and engagement. But what I want to emphasize to this discussion today is that UWIL has also gone ahead to provide solution, and which is digital. We are implementing what we call ISOCO platform. We are providing a market space, an e-market space, that whereas the financial institutions are giving women financing to grow their enterprises, they need market. It's one of the challenges, you know it very well, that access to market has been one of the core challenges that the women have encountered. Even when they've scaled up to do production, they need to be guaranteed that they have market out there. And ISOCO platform is one of the solutions that we are providing, as you will. And as we dive into the webs, into the women platforms, we are encouraging all the women that are part of the webs to onboard on ISOCO platform. So we want to guarantee that as you lend out to the women, you give them access to financing. We are also trying to ensure we provide solution for e-market. It's not just e-market on ISOCO platform, but we are also providing bookkeeping service. We know very well when the ladies come to the bank, one of the issues that has made them fail to get access to financing is to provide evidence that they do bookkeeping very well. And ISOCO platform has a provision of bookkeeping. We expect the lady, the entrepreneur, after purchasing, to be able to download all the expenses on your phone. You don't need a laptop, you don't need a manager, as long as you know what have taken you through the process, and you can be able to keep your records. And we want to urge the banks to actually have confidence in our platform so that you are able to see the records and confirm that this lady has been transacting, she's been keeping books very well on her phone. And we want to assure you that right now, the platform has registered 93,000 women who are trading across East Africa. This initiative was supported by Trademark Africa, and we are very proud that even the trading is not just in Uganda. We are already implementing what the government has popularized, East African integration. So the banks, you must be very happy that they're already a platform that is ready for women to be able to guarantee that they return back your money, because we are providing a space that they'll be able to network, first of all, online. We are sorting out the challenge of gender-based violence. Remember, many times our husbands don't allow us to go to the market. So in our houses, we are going to be trading. Gender-inclusive financing definitely has to find us home. And the solution with ISOCO is just exactly talking about what this expo is about. And when you visit our booth, you will booth today, you'll be able to see what we are demonstrating, that once you have your products there, you can able to navigate, access banking, access every commodity that you require. And most importantly, information on trade. We do instant research and provide information on how do you register a business, how can you export, so that you're up to date with trade-related information on our ISOCO app. I thought this would be very relevant in this discussion, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this panel.
Can you repeat the name of your organization and your address, just for emphasis?
My name is Connie Kechembo, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association. Thank you.
I'm sure the women have heard you loud and clear. I like to give you a lousy joke. When I was a teenager, the common means of transport and movement for students, especially going for social events, you forget about the current SOSH and that, were lorries. At that time, the government at that time had bought lorries for cooperatives, and they had a label, grow more cotton. grow more coffee. So if we had a social event, I was in a boys' school, and we had a truck go to pick girls from another school. So we'd joke about it by saying, grow more girls. So I don't know what we need to say about grow. Grow more, grow more enterprises, grow more women, grow more enterprises for women. That's right. So now it's time for the audience. We have a few minutes. We are privileged to have a few minutes. Preferably women, but I know that men are not necessarily insensitive to women interest. Please go ahead. I think you're ready to proceed. Somebody give him a mic. Please be free to fire questions to my panel, but as well, and be precise.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Robert Lemagala from Ugaford. Thank you, my friend Gerard Otim, on that wonderful presentation. Actually, Ugaford has also gone into that space, platformization, digitizing village savings and loan associations. To cut the whole story short, actually we are doing the same thing like you, and we have been able to, in the space of 8 months, we were able to reach out to 200 groups in Nachi Valley refugee camp alone, because that is where our commitment is, targeting, doing inclusive financing for refugees. And we are the first regulated financial institution to set up an office in a refugee camp. And with me, I also have colleagues who are Congolese. So we are being able also to accommodate, employ refugees. So my issue is, we need, this goes to Mr. Ogwapus mainly. We have been able to finance, to provide loans to some VSLAs, but our challenge is they are required to register, for CRB, and they are being told to go to have a TIN number. So these are VSLAs and they don't do business, but you are telling them to have a TIN number, and that is where the challenge is. So that needs to be resolved in order to accelerate, financing to VSLAs, the way the partnership is working with FINCA. The other aspect that we need to look into is device financing. How do we provide devices to these women? Because everyone is talking about platformization, but you cannot achieve platformization without access to devices. That is also an area. But Ugaford, without much support, is trying to do that to the women. And lastly, the issue is the issue of internet. I think that is something that needs to be addressed by government, because as we talk about e-commerce, as we talk about digitization, we need to look at the internet costs and also integration costs. This needs to be incentivized as we talk more about collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. You're loud and clear on CRB and the teen issue. But I appreciate, did you say that you are giving devices to women, or you're planning to do that? You're doing that. So, okay. But I guess your collaborating financial institutions will do the same. Please, let's see. Yes, at the back.
Sure. There was one here as I moved to the back here.
Thank you very much. My name is John Robert from Australia, Africa. I have 2 questions. The first to the financial institutions, Robert and the colleague there. I know you asked how they are leveraging, existing tools to drive lending to agriculture, specifically to SMEs, women entrepreneurs. And it appears it did not come out well. I just wanted to understand, how are you leveraging existing tools, blended finance tools in the market to drive lending to women entrepreneurs? Number two, to Connie, I know you're doing a great job, but I just wanted to find out, how are you supporting, women entrepreneurs to access the several investment readiness programs that help them to access, to be ready to access financing? Thank you very much.
Okay, the lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. After GROW was launched, it's very clear that the language women understand, not only in Uganda, but across, is pricing. Yeah? Because people were saying, now this is cheaper money. So I was expecting all the financial institutions present to indicate your current interest rate, based on the fact that irrespective of all the different initiatives, Uganda still remains one of the most expensive, country when it comes to even digital money, it comes to charges and everything else. So can we know, as the audience, what is the bracket? Because I've seen, and we have done an analysis, some financial institutions can go to as high as 48%. So if we are still at that level, that means irrespective of policies we do, irrespective of the money we get, now leave alone GROW, then the access will just be, the normal talk. Thank you so much. And lastly, what are you financial institutions doing about the traditional penalty charges? For people who consume financial products know that if you are given a loan at, let's say, 25%, and you're supposed to put an amount of money on the 25th, by 26th, the loan will move from 25, and some financial institutions go to as high as 46. And if I have failed to pay at 25%, there's no way I'm going to pay at 48%. So those are two core things that, until we address them, it doesn't matter how many products we roll out. Cost of money is still very expensive. And I'm going to volunteer my phone, where I withdrew 300,000, and the charges were 8,500, making it the highest in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ted. I would have been excited to listen to a GROW client. There's no woman in the audience who would like to submit. We have 2 more slots for questions. Okay. Please be precise. I think you are very satisfied with what these men have said.
So, Mr. Otim, I think I have a question for you. I heard from the video that the groups were getting the loans without collateral, based on data. Does that apply for every other group? And how do you categorize the final user? Is it a group project or the individuals in the group who benefit from the loan that's collateral free, based on data of their payment terms and however the system works? Thanks.
Okay, we'll start with the lady. I'm back. Do I have any bidders?
That's it.
That's it. Okay, yes. Back to the panel. I'll start with you.
Thank you so much, John, for that question. How is WIL supporting women to access readiness program? This is one of our core call, as you will, to build their capacity and prepare women, first of all, to access financing, but also to be prepared to run their businesses in a better way. So readiness is one of our areas that we really are concerned about, that even when the opportunities are there, many times the women are not ready. So we address it on a daily basis. But I want to pick on 2 examples where we have been supported and we have had very good, successful stories. One is about GROW. MOBS is mandated to do the skilling, and they've already started skilling. They have a core course that helps ladies to be ready the entrepreneurs to be ready for accessing financing, for doing better business, and many other things that they encounter along their growth of their enterprises. So we also believe that that is going to benefit very many women across the country because it's intentional, and there was a number of tests to ensure that we have very good courses for that aspect. But also work in partnership with John at Acheli Africa, where we are preparing women to, who are in agriculture, SMEs specifically, to be ready. And they provide a risking component. And we think for women to be able to sustain engaging into financing in a very innovative way, it's very important that they are prepared and they're ready on what they're going to get into in terms of financing. So the program is a very intensive program. We are one of the TA institutions to try and see that the women are prepared. And some of these models are very helpful because we know we want to support the women to have access to financing, but we must make them ready. And I'll just give those 2 examples, but as I said, that is our core goal, to see that we prepare women on a daily basis and they're able to access financing, and they're supported even when they have finance on how to better utilize the money, and they're able to pay back in time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Andrew, you take the bullet for the rest of the financial institutions. Why is your money very expensive? Or is it not?
I don't know why you chose me, but even Robert here had said, Andrew, you take the one for pricing. I'm very happy when Teo asks me a question because we were together. She was my boss at one time. So she already knows the answer to the questions he's asking. But she's on the other side. But I'll attempt to respond, really. And I know this is a topic that people never want to hear because at the end of the day, you're seeing the profits that the banks are making in it. But I'll attempt. You see, and the commissioner is here. He knows this even better than me. But I will attempt. So, it's really, really simple. And that's why banks choose and say, we are not going to participate in a certain niche. So banks segment their customers. I've worked in the bigger banks before. I told you I have 18 years of banking experience. I've worked in an international bank, like Standard Chartered Bank. I've also worked in another bank where I met Madame Teo. But I've also worked in a really, really mass market retail Montua 1C bank that I am in now. These are the banks that really, really take care. I think the Finance Trust Bank gives money to people that would not ideally get money in a bigger bank, really. But let me take you through a crash course on how we price, really. So that there's a cost of funds. Where do we get the money that we lend? Because we're in Uganda and we're not in the United States of America, we do not go to Bank of Uganda and say, give us money to lend, except if they give it, like through the Agricultural Credit Fund or through this partnership of blended financing, where we got money, this money that we are giving the ladies, they gave it to us at a very small cost. But otherwise, my cost of funds is dependent on you, Madame Teo, and the money that you give me when you're fixing for a deposit. So that money right now, it ranges between 10 to about 13%. That's the cost of the fund if I'm not going to get it from the World Bank, right? And what do we benchmark it on? We benchmark it on a 90-day treasury bill, right? Which is at about 11.5, it hovers about that. That's where we get the money. But remember, that's the cost at which I'm acquiring, I'm mobilizing this deposit. Remember, I also have operational costs. There is a cost of distributing that money. And what is the irony is that for the fintechs, ideally, they're using technology to distribute. It should ideally be lower, but it's even not. It's more expensive than even the banks. So if you think that the banks are very expensive, look at how much the fintechs are lending at. We're doing 1% on average or 2% per month. They're doing in excess of 7%, right? So there is a cost let me give an example for Finance Trust Bank, because we are in rural areas. We have a branch in a place called Kumi or Palisa, or even Gomba, where we are the only bank, for example. We have 34 branches, by the way, across the network, and we have 500,000 active customers. So we put there a branch. That branch costs probably 1 billion shillings to put it up in capital, but also to run it every month will not go below 100 to 150 million, just to keep it up and running. So I don't want to take you to the technicalities, but I want you to get the 13 that I told you, the cost of funds, and apply another 5% margin of operations, because there are people in those branches just to reach the women in the farms. I even bought motorcycles for my staff, okay, right? Okay. And I don't want to go deep, but generally, the cost of funding is driven by the market forces.
Dr. Teo has whispered to me separately that she thinks the salary.
It hovers. To answer her question directly.
That you have very good salaries, you have air-conditioned offices and cars. And then really. We also like the profits that you've announced of recent. But I think your explanation is well understood. But Mr. Tim, Andrew has challenged you. I thought you were telling us that fintechs are giving us a solution. But you can see he's saying that your credit is even more expensive. So.
Technology is also very expensive. That's what they tell.
So do you want to speak to that and also respond to the questions raised by the audience?
Pricing is always a very interesting topic. And, you know, it's true that most of the fintech loans that you see in the market are far more pricey than, you know, loans from traditional financial institutions. And, you know, the argument could always be that there's a cost to convenience, but also that they have to make up for the risk by charging higher interest. Actually, that's the real motive, that I don't know you, I'm interacting with you on a mobile device, so I have to charge you a high interest so that I make up for the potential that I might lose the money. But at Nsibuko, we don't deal with, we are not exposed to that level of risk. We lend to savings groups that we know, that we work with. We have local agents on ground. And because of that, risk is not really a factor when we price our products. Our on-balance sheet loans are 1.25% per month, far cheaper than any fintech loan you'll ever find in the market. It's almost unimaginable for a fintech product. But also because of our relationship with mobile with mobile money companies, because this is also one of the things that pushes us the cost of fintech products. Typically, if you're a fintech lender, mobile money companies will charge you anything between 2 to 3% for every disbursement you make. But because of the nature of relationship that we have and the focus that we have on, you know, bottom of the pyramid customers, most of those costs are zero rated. And I would like to thank MTN and Airtel for that level of collaboration, that they understand the need to scale access to finance to these types of customers. They appreciate the role that fintech plays and are willing to adapt a pricing model that works for that segment of market. There was also a question raised on collateral. Our loans are uncollateralized, so we do zero collateral loans. And we don't lend to individuals. We lend to groups. We respect the group mechanism. We finance the group so that they have capital to lend to their members. We rely on what we call social collateral, that the social mechanics of the groups is really the collateral that rely on. And I thought I would also mention here, in terms of capital commitments, our balance sheet commitment from FINCA is 4.7 billion, and our UDB facility is 1.5 billion. And I would like to appreciate those financial institutions for that level of partnership, and also invite other financial institutions, including my friends at Ugaford, who have started this very impressive journey on digital financing to VSLAs, to explore potential collaborations with fintechs like us. I think it's time that fintechs are invited to the table when we discuss inclusive financial services and innovations.
Thank you very much. We are we have run out of time, but quickly, the last question. Would you like to respond to the issue of the penal framework for defaulters in a few words?
I don't know if I should go on again because I know Dr. Teo knows the answer to this, but I think it all sums up within the behavioral framework of the borrower. And if you look at the reason why we try as much as possible to go for things like blended financing, like has been highlighted by John Robert there from ASELI, is to bring down the overall cost of these loans. But where you start seeing penal charges coming on, like she indicated, you'll actually notice that banks are beginning to run away from your typical consumer traditional charging. And more of that charging is moving more towards behavioral study of a borrower. And if you look at many banks now, certainly we don't charge, for example, a monthly account maintenance fees. That is something that is dying, and we believe that the trend is that things like that will be dying. But on the converse, if you fail to meet up on your loan obligations, you notice that increasingly banks are beginning to, and so do fintechs, will charge you quite exorbitantly for any form of unpaid dues. I think the other question was really around things like getting into inclusivity of the refugees, like has been highlighted by my namesake. Gladly, we also do work and we do finance refugees. I think we're one of the few financial institutions, if not the only one, that is actually offering financing up to refugee level, including offering platform, any form of device financing for any women and individuals that would like to actually acquire devices. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please join me to appreciate the audience, to appreciate my panel and I thank you so much, and I like to believe that we have rapporteurs who have captured the issues that have been raised by the panelists and from the audience. They are around cost of credit, security, cost of digital channels or internet. I hope that the management of GROW will take it up to negotiate with MTN, Airtel, and the other service providers, and a couple of other questions which have been generated out of this audience. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. God bless you, and let's have a good discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ataisi.
And just shortly before you leave, to our moderator and to our panel, please, could you just stand for a group photo before you leave? Our panelists, please, plus the moderator, we will request that you just stand. You could push to the front just a little bit. Yeah, so you can be able to take a group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, as that is being done, we are going in for our next session. And the next session is really going to be looking at the lending insights and emerging lessons. Like I said, GROW has existed for a few years now, and we would like to know what has happened in the field. Are there any success stories? Are there actually women who have received this money? And I would first of all answer and say yes, before anyone seeks to get an answer. And if you want to know, what is on your table are not calendars, actually. Those are success stories. So as you go through, what you see on your table, that what looks like a desktop calendar is not a calendar. It is actually various stories of different women, success stories of GROW. So once in a while, if you're getting a little bit, I normally say people who does, because of what happens, are praying for us. Please, as you're about to pray for us, just look at that and get some inspiration out of there. And also, please, you can be able to scan on the program. You will be able to scan and you can get much more information about GROW and what has already been achieved already. And later on, in the evening, after all is said and done for the day, we do have a cocktail. So please, as you go for lunch, let's not get into the tendency of leaving. Please, let's come back, attend the other sessions in the evening, and then we will have a cocktail coming through. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me invite Dr. Ruth Aisha Kasolo, who is the Grow Project Coordinator from Private Sector Foundation Uganda, to come and take us through this next session, which is particularly looking at the lending insights and the emerging lessons that have so far been taken, because I know we have a few more years to go, but what have we learned so far that is going to enable us move into the next few years as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her some round of applause. As a matter of fact, as she comes, let's all stand up. I'm just requesting that we stand up and stretch. I know what it means to sit for a few hours, for a very long time. Please, ladies and gentlemen, just get out of your chair and let us stretch a little bit. Your hands, stretch your neck, your back, you've been seated. It's important, by the way, to take care of your health early before you start taking medicine as food. Okay, we can get settled.
So, how are you, everybody? First of all, thank you for coming in and being part of this. I want to thank the team that has worked so hard to have this happen. And my session is going to be quite interesting to share with you some of the lessons and emerging issues out of the loans, the Grow loan. And I'm going to invite Paul Nwagaba to come ahead. Paul is our financial services specialist. I am glad to work with him, and we are glad that we have actually partnered with 6 banks, Stanbic Bank, Finance Trust Bank, Centenary Bank, Equity, which other one? Oh, Post Bank, oh yes. And within a period of less than 6 months, we can say we've been able to reach to a number of women in over 70 districts of the country, and Paul will be able to share that. We are also going to hear more from some of the ladies that have gotten the money. You've heard people saying, who is getting the money? They are people that are already getting the money. So I want to invite Minala, Adong, Tiheya, Amoni. The names are too many. She's from Gulu City, and she got a Grow loan already. And she has a business called Fresh Moments. She's into catering and farming business in Gulu City. Please, you're welcome. Take your seat. I also want to invite Mwebeza Beth. She's from Mbarara City. You know, now we are talking about cities, and Lira City. Now it is Mbarara City. And she's a passionate educator. She's into ECD. She has an early childhood education in her school. And she got a loan from Finance Trust Bank. So she's going to share with you her experiences as well. We also have Nekonoi Ann from Moroto, our Karamojong lady. Beautiful lady. Nice to see you. She's a resident of Moroto, and she's a proud. Let's try as much as possible to make our slides faster. And I want to invite you to our slides faster. And I want to invite you to come and do your session. This is the ICT gadget. So you can call Hajat Green here. Hajat Seviala Green knows how to. You can teach her. We are happy to see you, Hajat. Yes. So.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, I have about 11 or 12 slides, so I'll try. I believe the most important lesson will probably come from the women who have graced us with their presence, so I'll keep the statistics to a minimum, but they have an interesting story to tell as well. So very quickly, I won't give the overview because I'm sure this has been beaten to death, if in no other way other than what is in the documents before you. Just some insight into what we call the Grow Financing Facility, because people talk of the Grow loan, but the way this has been packaged is that we offer more than just the Grow loan. We are working with the financial institutions that have been mentioned by Doctor. to provide some extra help to them, especially to reach the women that are underserved. So we provide a grant that supports those activities, increasing awareness, supporting their financial literacy, and some of the other activities that are really intended to close the gap. We have a beneficiary performance grant where there is a percentage of the principal of the amount that the ladies have borrowed, which they receive at the end, in the middle of their loan when they have exhibited good repayment behavior. It's a beneficiary performance grant, which is again intended to incentivize them to perform well, but also to build a cadre of women that the financial institutions can trust. The third one is what we know very much as the Grow Loan. It's a line of credit which we give the financial institutions, which they then lend out at the 10% that you hear about. And this session is supposed to help us to arrive at what is going to go into the innovation grants. So we need your ideas, we need your thoughts, we need the best practices so that they inform the shape of the innovation grants and the learning lab. The learning lab will also come out of that in terms of creating a platform where the learnings, not just from this session, but from the project, will be taken forward in the years ahead. We set out to achieve a total of 28,750 borrowers. We expect to get the largest number of borrowers in what we call level 1, but those are the loans from 4 to 20 million. I'll talk a bit about the loan briefly. We also have a range of loans which we call level 2 from 20 to 40 million, and then above that up to the 200 million maximum. This is the Grow Loan as it is structured. I'm sure we also know this by now. It's the women entrepreneurs benefiting from it. The loan size is from 4 to 200 million, 10% per annum. What is very interesting is that the repayments, and you'll probably hear from the experience of the ladies, is based on their cash flow cycle. So if she's in agriculture and she wants to pay after 6 months, the financial institution work on a structure that represents that. If it's a trade-based business that is monthly, the same thing is recognized, but it has a maximum repayment period of 2 years. Delivery, of course, is through the participating financial institutions. They use their branches, they use their digital applications, and they are helping us a lot with community outreach. So they are partnering with the project to make sure that awareness is created, they explain the benefits of the loan, and we try and increase the uptake of it. The support services, a very important part of the GROW project is that none of the services that GROW offers exists on its own. So there are synergies with all other services that the project is offering. You have heard about essential business skills. So some of the women that we have picked up within the system whom we realize need these skills, we are also forwarding them for this support, as well as common user productive infrastructure, the business development services that will be launched in a short while, and then the work that the likes of you will are doing. We are also building our own women entrepreneurship platforms and recommending some of these women to also join those platforms so that they can benefit from the peer networks. The insights, this is now where the rubber hits the road. So far, we have given just under 363, through the 6 institutions, just under 363 billion shillings. That is how it has been distributed in terms of amount. We've seen a lot of activity at the lowest level in terms of numbers, but in terms of value, about 34 billion has been disbursed in the area in the loans between 40 million and 200, between 20 million and 40, about 11.5 billion, and then between 4 and 20 million, about 17.6 billion. Those are the percentages, 53 being highest, but that is on the value side. When we come to the number of loans that have been granted, the largest number, 72%, are in the area of 4 to 20 million. There are a lot of people who have been asking, these loans are going to, and probably it is the value. People have been saying the loans go to the women at the top of the chain, but it's quite clear from the numbers of the 2,549 that the bulk of these loans have gone to those that are really making the transition between micro and small. The other 2 percentages, which are in the teens, are for the levels from above 20 to 200 million. Just a snapshot as well on some of the statistics, which are interesting because of what they mean for the other services that Grow offers, but also some of the interventions that some of you partners can support us with. 10% of the loans have gone to businesses that are registered. Only 10% of the loans. That means 90% are businesses that are not registered. They are doing business comfortably, they are informal, but they do not have formal registration as we know it. We have a component under business development services that supports that. Then we, on the average loan sizes, again, interesting. These are not, we have loans from 4 to 20 million, which is in the lowest bracket, but you'll see the average, even under that segment, is just under 10 million. Then we have, for the level just above, level 2, that's from 20 to 40 million, we have an average of just over 30 million. And then for the big loans, we have an average of about 100 million. The asset collateral, this is an interesting statistic because of the big debate around collateral for these loans. Surprisingly, 85% of the loans that have been given have been secured with land titles or land sale agreements. Then the other securities, the chattels, the guarantees come in there. Then we have also seen that the loan term, 66% of the loans are for 1 year or less, meaning that it's really the growth window is just within the year. Some are for working capital, but there is also the 34 is what is really going for perhaps slightly bigger needs. Then you know our interest as a project, but also as a country around reversing the effect that we've had on the environment, but also the big part about this project that is around the negative social norms. So we are very conscious about how are we relating with the society, how are the loans that we are giving affecting the society and the business that the women do. And 90% of the loans that have been granted have been categorized as low risk, meaning they have a low impact on the environment or the social status of the borrowers in which, the social environment in which they are, which is a good thing. Of course, the risk categorization alone does not speak to the absence of risk, but it shows that there's an awareness of the importance of keeping it low. Some other stories behind the numbers, 98% of these borrowers are individual women entrepreneurs. So even much as we say 10% only 10% are registered, about 6 or so % of that also includes registration that is individual. So sole proprietorships, which are just only involving one person. But what we meant by individual women is they do not have another partner, and they are just single borrowers. Then we've lent to 5 persons with disability. We really like this number to go up. We are working with the different special interest groups to try and involve these vulnerable groups as much as possible. 28% of the Grow loan borrowers are new. That means they've never borrowed. A big part, again, of the Grow financing facility, but also the Grow project overall is to bring as many women entrepreneurs as possible into the formal economy. So formal financial services, formal business registration. So that is an indicator of where we are and how much work we need to do to close the gap to bring others. But we are happy that we can see as much as 28%. We are also targeting other vulnerable and marginalized groups. We've managed a very small percentage, but 8 of the women that we've lent to are from a small ethnic minority in the Karamoja sub-region, which is of Bennett women. And they are entrepreneurs, but they've also had access to these facilities, and we are pushing as much as possible for more. And the other vulnerable group that we have also been working with, which is also a big part of this project, are the refugees and also the communities that host them. 64 of the loans have gone to entrepreneurs in refugee host districts. Unfortunately, we've not been able to make any loans to refugees, but that's some of the work that we need to do and some of the lessons that you're going to see. Some sectors, some sector information. At the top, trade and commerce, which is still a big part of the SMEs in which women are involved. Agriculture and agribusiness, 25.4. Construction and engineering, interesting. And we look at the entire value chain for each of these sectors. Professional and business services. I mean, the whole listing is there as you see. But we, as much as possible, would like to encourage the partners that we are working with to get more involved, to get a lot more traction in the productive sectors. Then some other interesting variables also. The age of the borrowers. The majority of the women that have taken the loans so far are between the age of 31 and 55. There's a lot of course, entrepreneurship activity around there. Maybe they've mobilized savings and are also actively working in entrepreneurship. Only 4.2% are young women aged between 18 and 30. It can speak to challenges of collateral, but many other things which we can go out and interrogate. But remember, we are also the second youngest country in the world. So when you see 4.2 relative to the kind of median age that Uganda has, it's an interesting statistic to be looked at. Majority of the women, 54.8, are married. Again, it speaks to things like collateral, how do they relate with the household in terms of allowing them to work, but an interesting statistic. Then by region, we've seen that a lot of the loans, 45.4 of them have been given in the greater metropolitan Kampala area and Mengo. This is a big area that goes as far as Gomba, and part of it, only about half of that, which is 24.5, is within the city. So we are doing more work with the financial institutions to go out more, and those are some of the lessons that we've taken. The loans in the RHD I've talked about in the refugee and host districts. This is a statistic in terms of the loans by sub-region, and there are 19 sub-regions that we are working with based on the guidance from Cabinet, and that's the breakdown. The highest percentages I've talked about, Greater Kampala. Other areas, Ankole, of course, has had a big massacre, is part of the central. A lot of loans have gone out there. In Ankole, 208. Acholi, 93 in the north. Karamoja, only 29. But this is also another effort that where we've taken away these statistics to work with the institutions to determine how we go forward in terms of making sure that we have a better regional balance. What have we seen? Of course, the big part that I'm sure all of you have had and have encountered is the visibility of the GROW loan. It has been both, it's what they call sweet and sour. Sour to the extent that it has generated demand, frustrated some of the women entrepreneurs, but it has also been good to the extent that it has generated significant demand and visibility across the different sectors, across different stakeholders. The financial institutions, we've received a lot of calls of institutions that want to partner with the project because of what they see as a real economic opportunity. Much as the scale of the project is small relative to some of the bigger projects like PDM and Emyoga, there's a lot of interest in lending to women, and would like to build on that. New borrowers have touched on that. The interesting aspect around security, there's been an outcry around security, of course. The thinking being that the financial institutions are focusing only on land, but we also know that there's been a diversity of security, and the financial institutions have gone out of their way to try and provide other options. But that's not enough. We believe this forum will continue to interrogate what other options, what alternatives can be explored to provide collateral options or de-risking mechanisms to women entrepreneurs. A very big part of what we've seen is the partner support. We have seen that especially with the married women, they've received a lot of support from spouses, from partners who volunteer collateral to be used for the purposes of borrowing. But we'll hear from the experience of the women. This is my last slide. Some other lessons that we can take. The overwhelming interest is an economic opportunity that all of us in the ecosystem should jump on and make sure that we leverage it. There is also an opportunity beyond the money that GROW has available to come up with blended products where we can work with institutions like, we can work with projects like GROW or other institutions to be able to balance both funds from the financial institutions and those that are provided by interventions such as this. Collateral, I'm sure this is a big debate of this forum. The low uptake of loans among refugees. Internally as a project, we're having that conversation. How do we adjust the product? How do we adjust the size? How do we change the delivery channels? And that we shall have with our partners and others. The absence of business records, we are using interventions within the project to support that, but there are also other opportunities for all the partners who are here to be able to leverage that. But also, one other thing is we realize that loan access has to be paired with capacity building. It cannot be left on its own. The integration that GROW has given us has shown that we can close other gaps and help women to borrow, either to increase the amount of funding that they want or even just be able to utilize the funds better. And lastly, just a statement of intent that gender intentional design in financial products should not be an option now, but rather it is essential for those of us in financial services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And I think you've seen what the GROW loan has been able to do under the GROW project. And we have the ladies here. So we are going to hear from the ladies. They will be able to tell us. I mean, maybe we start with the Gulosite lady. All right? She has 3 names, Dehia, Amoni. Omoni. Yes. Just tell us. Tell us about yourself, your business, and how you got to know about the GROW loan, how it has helped you. I think people want to know. How much did you get? How did you use it? Yeah?
Thank you. I just want the audience to imagine about that individual that you've come across who does not give up, who thinks only of possibilities and not impossibilities. Imagine about that person. I know from your maybe school, your community, at least you've come across that person. Whereby when they say, we are unable to do this, and there's that one individual always say that, I will go for this. Think about that person. Then think about the second individual that probably you crossed the path with, the one with the spirit of not surrendering. It's close. Whereby when they say that, with this now we are done. Before you this afternoon is Minala Dehia Omon, and she is a combination of passion and resilience. I am the Managing Director of Fresh Moment Limited.
MD. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you as MD. MD.
Oh, yes. I am the Managing Director of Fresh Moment Limited. Fresh Moment Limited was registered as a limited company 19th September in 2012. We had to make our papers right. We registered before starting any activity. So we waited until 7th of November, same year, 2012. I started with a small cooking house whereby I would serve food, sell food. Around that time, I was still a formal employee. So I had to balance my work with my small business that I had dreams about. So I would cook food, sell. Then along the way, the idea of going into events management came in place. We incorporated that. So we started the events, managing social, corporate, all kind of functions in line with the catering. That was a backbone of the company. Challenges came in, money, capital. We started with about 8 million that my husband gave me to explore the business world. So time went on, and then I became a farmer. From a farmer, I am passionate about talking to people. I love working with the youth, with the women, and I'm a dreamer who does not give up. One of the best agronomists that this country has produced actually happened to be my lifetime roommate. So in his engagements in Southwest Uganda, when Grove visited, he attended their presentation, listened to them, and asked the questions necessary. He picked interest. When he picked interest, he went and read about it, asked more questions, and then he learned that Grow was actually working with the government of Uganda. So when, after all his consultations and the reading, he realized that it would be of benefit to me. He came, shared it with me. When he did that to me about loan, it was a no-go area. He pushed. That was around August last year. He pushed hard, but I kept saying no. So I was like, okay, let me get this man off my back. Let me just walk to the bank and try and find out about this Grow loan. So I walked to DFCU Bank. But besides that, being a business person, we interact with different banks. I had Postbank, I had Stanbic in mind, I had Centenary Bank. So whoever I called, they were willing to give me the money. So I zeroed to DFCU because that's where my company account is. When I went to DFCU, asked the questions, and then realized that there were already women who had benefited from the loan. And then some were also in the process of getting that loan. So I got encouraged, started the process, and there are a few requirements that they asked. I came back to him, shared it with him. Then he asked me, what are the challenges that you're facing? What is making your business not go like Grow? So one of the things I told him is actually transport. Being an events manager and a caterer, if you don't have your own transport, it is not easy. The little that we get, we end up sharing it with the transporters. I am in Gulu. Some things we have to get it from Kampala. Then you end up, it chews on your capital. It chews on your profit. So when I looked at it, he asked me, what exactly do you want to do before picking that money? I told him my interest would be to buy chairs. Chairs for use, chairs for hire. Then he asked me how much I looked at. I told him around 20 million. I wanted to be sure that I'll be in position to repay that money. Then he asked me, what is your loan officer telling you? And I was like, he's willing to give me up to 50 million, but I'm not going to go for it because I still don't know where to put the money. So I applied, went for that 20 million, had already identified a few suppliers for the chairs. Of course, the money would not import for me chairs from China, so I had to outsource for local suppliers who are selling second-hand chairs, but in good condition. So we settled for that, identified the chairs I wanted, applied, and there was a bit of delay to receive the money. Each time you call, they tell you, okay, let's wait next week, we do this. I think that my bank was not being honest with me. They didn't have the money. Finally, they told me that the first money that they had got done, so we were expecting the second. I picked, they were very helpful, asked for few requirements that included a national ID, my passport photos, then they needed a collateral, land. If it's a land, it's either a title or sales agreement, and you have to be a 51% shareholder ownership. And I had that in place. So when I put all my papers together, plus my guarantors, one of my boys at workplace, my cousin sister, I walked in and I got my money. That was 26th of November last year. Very well. I'm a business person. Records are very good to keep. 26th of November last year, the money popped into my account. And then I sent for my chairs, received my chairs, and we are good to go. So through him, I learned about Grow. and now I'm a beneficiary.
I think there's something about men. Because, you know, when we talk about women empowerment, the men are playing a key role. I think that's a lesson that I'm picking from you, and the courage. So it's good to hear from you. We will ask you other questions, but I wanted to go to the lady from Moroto, Karamojong. Can you first greet us in Karamojong, and we switch on the microphone.
Thank you very much.
And Keno.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I am Nakenoi Anna from Karamoja region under Moroto district. Yeah, I came to learn about to grow in our district. One of the CDO came and informed me about it. I told our CDO last year again that the program of Grow came, but we never benefited anything from that. I hope it is not a lie. She told me, Madam, it is not a lie. Okay, before I go far, I've been a teacher, infant teacher in Moroto, Child Jesus Nursery School. In 2011, I benefited under NADS. I got 45 goats and 45 goats under market-oriented farmer under government program, NADS. On that, I kept on rearing my animals. It reached 135 after 2 years. They reached 135. 35.
135 goats from 45.
From 45, they reached 135 goats. Now from there, I kept on selling some of them, and I was able to construct a commercial house in Moroto town.
So you have a commercial building?
I have a commercial
in Moroto town, eh? You know, ladies, I always tell you, a woman without value, eh? You need to have something, my dears. And I like it. With 22 rentals in Moroto, Karamojong, kati some of you here in Kampala. You don't even have a toilet.
Under NADS project. Okay, now I kept on doing that business of rearing goats. Then one time something came into my mind. That period of COVID, we used not to hand salaries. I said, now how am I going to survive with my children? I remember I'm a single mother of 4 children. I said, no, I can't really sit just like that.
Just bring the microphone near to you so that our videos won't lose you.
I can't really sit like that. Let me move forward. I went. Okay, after some 2 to 3 weeks, ministers came from Kampala to monitor my project. They checked on my project and they found that I was doing very well. They asked me that, what do you want us to help you? I told them, I think you people have to support me on improving the housing of the goats. As soon as they left, after some 2 days, they deposited money in my account for improving the housing of the goats. So I said, thank you, God. I did not improve the house of the goats. What I did, I had to take again that money for another business, that is laying bricks and burning. I diverted the money to that business. I reduced again the number of what? Of the goats.
You're reporting women about diverting money.
No, I'm telling them the truth. I'm telling you a story.
It's okay.
Yes. I had to divide the goats in the middle. I sold the part of it. Then part of it, I just remained with me. So I continued with that business. Then secondly, again, another mind came. Why can't I really register the company so that I'll be supplying these goats to other organizations? I went and I registered my company. I kept on supplying the goats to other offices, like NGOs, to supply other beneficiaries. Okay, the mind again came of leaving teaching because I saw that most of my time I could waste in what? At school. And the business, no one could manage what? The business. I said, no, let me resign from teaching so that I manage my business very well. I resigned from teaching. I came and I concentrated on what? On my business. Now, this very year, in 2025 at around March, my CDO came and informed me about growth. I told my CDO, I am really tired, you people. You have kept on lying us about to grow. Even last year you talked about to grow. Then she told me, madam, no, I know for you, you can make it. Let's first go and listen. The manager of Centenary had come to talk to us. So I went, I attended for the meeting. We picked some points there. Then later on, I went, me personally, I followed the manager of Centenary to his office. He explained to me now properly, and I understood him. He told me that if you can manage to have terms and conditions, we can give you the money. I said, fine. I went, he told me to bring the land title, which I had, the trading licenses, which I had, and the company name I took. Reaching there, he told me get the guarantors. You should get some 2 guarantors and the national ID, whereby I took all the required things they had required. I took them there. I finished all the procedures. After some 3 to 4 days, I saw the money entering in my account. Then I asked myself, today this one is true, and this is now a reality. I kept on now moving around, informing the rest of the women, hello, you women, stop sleeping, the money has come. Get up, let's move. Stop being idle. Then they said, madam, you are lying. I told them, see my messages. He had applied for 20 million.
So you got the 20 million?
I got the 20
What did you
million.
use it for?
Since I had a small retail shop, I had to divide that money in the middle. I put 10 million in the shop. Then the 10 million, I renovated my home. I had to put a wall fence. I bought a new gate. I bought a new gate.
You got a new what?
I bought a new gate and I had to put a wall fence for my home.
Okay.
Yeah. Now people were wondering, where did this woman get the money from? They think the home is glittering now. Some began even talking that, no, she's Illuminati. I said, no, I am not Illuminati. Let's go and get grow money. Grow now is there in the bank. Let's go and get money. They said, madam, you're lying. I showed them the message. Yeah. The message is here. Stop being idle and disorderly. Go to the bank. Get the money and begin
grow
running.
also changed your life.
Grow
the business
also
is growing and also your personal life is, your
Yes.
home is more secure.
Grow.
And you look beautiful.
Thank you.
You've seen her with her earrings. They're like for Serena, you know. There's Mama Grow there. You have the same earrings. Okay. I want to hear more from one last person, and I think we're going to be a bit more brief because I know there is another session. The lady from Mbarara City, Beth. Beth is in ECD and you're already earning a school. I think just tell us, how much did you get? You got money from Finance Trust Bank. And what do you do? Use your microphone. And look there in the camera.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Mwebaze Beth Juna. I'm a proud beneficiary of Grow Project.
Yeah.
I'm a teacher by profession. I'm running a lower primary school. It is in Mbarara, Mbarara City, Luhalo Ward, Mbagutasir. How I started that school, I want to give them that background so that they... Madam Moderator, you have done the right thing because for us teachers, we don't talk while seated. I was feeling nervous, I was feeling bad. I said, why should I talk to these big people while seated? Thank you very much. Yes, now I can talk. My school is in El Halo, Mbarara City, El Halo Ward, North Division, City. I started that school in 2002 With 12 children, it was not easy. I tell you,
You started
it
with
was
12
not
children.
easy, but I managed it. I'm telling you this because I want you to be patient with what you have, with what you are doing.
Yeah.
So I started in an old house. We are sitting on mats with 12 kids. Then we kept on moving. After 1 year, you know, every business has sons. The landlord said, please, I want to use my place. Look for another place where to put your school. So I shifted to another place. I kept on moving. You know, opportunities, I think you get opportunities when you are working, but not when you are sleeping. My neighbor told me to buy land. He sold me a land. I bought that land. Then I put there temporary structures. It was still miserable. But you know, God is there and God is working for the people who are looking for Him. After buying that land, I wanted money, of course, to put up big buildings, beautiful buildings. It was not there. The route I got, I bought a land somewhere where people could not go. So after buying that land, after 12 years, I sold that land. I was expecting 30 millions, but the Chamagero Chatukan, they gave me 60 millions. Then I started constructing a solid building. You saw it there. After that, I was stuck. Couldn't get money. I was in a workshop in Kakumiro. I met Mr. John Senyondo. Thank you so much. He talked about grow.
You see? John, your efforts, I remember, paid off, you know?
When he talked about grow, I went direct to my bank, Finance Trust. It's a good bank. It puts women first. Really clap for them. I asked them, of course I had information, I was informed, they say money is here. So they requested me to bring all the requirements, and I had. They wanted a business registration, my school is registered. Business plan, I had. Bank statement, of course, it was there. Allocation of my work, my school. Galantas, I had. ID, of course, I'm a registered. I am registered. I have national ID and the 2 passport photos. I submitted on 5th September. Then on 12th September, they told me that check on your account, money is there. So they gave me 50 million.
50 million loan.
No, I was bouncing.
That's what you got.
Went on bouncing, knowing that now I'm going to do the best. You saw the structure there of the school, so I added on another level. So after adding that level, I painted rooms, I renovated the space. The transformation has been remarkable. This upper grade has attracted more learners.
So how many do you have
more
now?
learners? I'm coming. Imagine
I am
from
patient.
230 to 272 in a term. Can you imagine?
From 12 students to 272. Since the loan came, you moved from 230 to 272.
And I'm still moving on.
And she's still
I'm not
moving.
give up. Then the number of staff has increased.
Yeah.
Yes. Employment. We created employment. Yes. So
your number of staff have also grown because when she
yes,
got the loan, she got
we
new
are
students.
We are growing. I want to assure you that we are growing. The money is there. Please, let's use that money effectively. Let's be patient with whatever we are doing. You know, when you are working, a lot will come on your way. Don't sit down. I told you when I was, after 1 year, where the landlord told me that, please shift. When I moved to another place, the opportunity found me. So I want to thank the government of Uganda. I want to thank private sector. I want to thank my bank, Finance Trust. I want to thank all of you who are here for the opportunity, for the initiative. Really, it is promoting women. When you promote a woman, you know what it means. You promote a nation, as they said. Now to...
Yes.
I want
In
to
1
tell you,
minute.
ladies, please, let's wake up. Actually, I'm talking to ladies who are already in the system, who are already informed and transformed. I wish I could talk to rural women.
They are
who
going to hear
still
you.
there sleeping.
They will see you on TV and
Yes,
radio
okay,
and the videos.
Please,
So tell
ladies,
them.
let's work hard. Let's try to work hard. Let's not give up. Business is a bed of roses. There are thorns. Please learn to live with those thorns. Don't fear. Be trustworthy. The problem with businesses, we are not trusted at all.
Yeah.
Let your customers receive what they have paid for and give them great and quality services. I was going to buy some Irishes from a lady. She said, I'm going to give you this basin, a big one, and it will be very full. When I took things in the car, she reduced. Then when I came, I said, Madam, is this basin full really? Please put it back and we see. It was not full. What is that? Do you think I'll be able to go back next time? No. So let's be trusted. Go and benchmark with the best in your business.
Yeah.
We have to learn from other people who have moved far. Look at their branding, how they package their products and services. Learn and relearn. As I said, information is
power.
Be relevant. Be relevant. The products you are selling, make sure they are matching the community you are serving. Nurture your business relationships. You find someone at the shop and say, they bring you a soda. A soda you are deducting from your capital. People are there seated. It is now a campaign ground. Of course, you lose customers. Track your finances, monitor your profits and losses. In business, we make losses, especially when we have people that are helping us. They cheat. They like cheating. Feed your business, enable it to flourish. Don't consume every profit that comes out of business. Like I told you, I used to save my savings. I would put little money. I remember I bought that land at around 4 million. But after 12 years, they gave me 60 million. So make sure you feed your business. Network. If I was not on 4-day platform, if I had not gone to Kakumiro, I wouldn't have met him. I wouldn't have got the information. Let's get out, network. Let's network so that we can do what? We can do the business. You know, when we are financially empowered, anyway, I'm talking to the wrong group because they know what it means.
No.
I'm telling you what you know.
We learn and relearn. So whatever you're saying is very important. And hearing it from you makes a lot of sense. Yes. So I want to thank you very much. No. I wanted to just wrap you up because I want to take you back. And then I get to the ladies because I want to wrap up this session. Just to hear more. You've advised the ladies some of the things, and I want to get to the lady from Gulu City as well to just give us, we have to end this session. Is there anything burning? One thing burning before I let you go? Since you're a teacher, I have to respect you. Anything, one thing burning. What do you think is key for a woman to be successful?
For a woman to be successful, I told you that you have to be trustful. You have to be yourself. You have to work hard. You have to push. Never give up.
Don't give up.
Whatever you are doing, never give up.
Amen.
And learn. Be informed more than your customers. Like you are a teacher, you don't know that there is a new curriculum. Are you a real teacher?
No. No.
Always push. Don't sleep. Economize.
Team no sleep.
Don't be extravagant.
You know that.
So and so is driving Harrier. You also want Harrier. Me, I'm comfortable with my cavities. It's because we get it serves the same purpose. Yeah. You want a big screen in your house. No, go slowly. We shall reach.
Don't give up, ladies. That's one thing. Keep on learning. Thank you very much. I think those are good things that we've learned from you. Let's keep pushing and pushing. Team no sleep. The team that worked on this event was a team no sleep because they were here very late, very early, and I think they are picking. It seems they saw your notes before you came. So thank you very much. Let's hear from the Gulu City. You can take your seat again. Gulu City lady, what's that one thing that you want to speak to a woman? One thing I want to tell you is that you're speaking to millions of women because we are live, we are online, and we are going to be circulating these videos across in our various platforms. So what message do you have for a woman to be successful?
Okay, I will summarize it. I'll be brief. To be successful to us women, one, know God, and what has made me to be where I am today is integrity. Yeah. I think the teacher elaborated more on that. It is integrity from day one. We have people who manage this event. When you come to us, the service providers, you will ask for 1,000. We will give you 800. So when we registered Fresh Moment Limited, we said integrity will lead us. If you ask for 1,000, let it be 1,500 or 1,000 plus one. So let us be honest people, let us be hardworking, let us take up the spaces. I remember when Diana came to Gulu and she wanted to talk to the beneficiaries of GROW. There are those probably who turned you down. When I received her call, I was available, and today I'm here. Let's take up those spaces, let us network, but above all, integrity.
Thank you. And the lady from Moroto, what do we have to do to get more women access the GROW loan? Because we want to do that. So what more can we be able to do? Can the financial institutions do what needs to be done? Please get your microphone.
We have to go and sensitize women about GROW. And we have to advise them to stop being idle and be trustworthy.
You mean women are idle?
Some of them, not
women,
all of
they are telling you. You like gossip. You spend a lot of time in gossip. Is it gossiping? What do they do when they are idle?
They just remain there at home under the verandas waiting for the cavalers from men, which is not good.
Okay.
Yes. Some of them, but not all.
Okay.
Yeah. So we should go and sensitize them about GROW money so that they also get courage. They go and apply to get this money so that they also begin business. And the GROW money is not for beginning the business. It is for growing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so Paul, you're the last one. You gave us a very interesting presentation about the GROW and the data that you shared and some learnings. And what is next? I think it's very important to wrap up to give the audience an idea of what next, and then we are able to close this session.
Thank you, Doctor. The next really is we are working with the financial institutions to take some of the lessons that we've already seen. Yeah. We are looking forward in the coming months perhaps to discuss de-risks a bit more on de-risking mechanisms or looking at options for blended finance with the financial institutions, working with some institutions that can help us to get to the refugees, provide a product that is appropriate to them. Basically, and then we are going to increase, of course, our sharing with the women, like those who are here have suggested, more time out there raising awareness and working with the PFIs to make sure that that awareness reaches as many women entrepreneurs as possible as we grow, as we take the GROW loan to as many more as we would like to reach.
Okay, so the ladies are here, guys. Oh, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when you say guys, it's like you're talking about men, isn't it? Oh, boys, guys is for both, eh? So, guys, the ladies are here. You've heard from them. They have already received the GROW loans. We have ladies that have been trained under the GROW and they're exhibiting. And we already have some that are going into our apprenticeship as well, and some that have gone through our training in the refugee with advanced skills. If you can move outside in the break and go to the exhibition area, you should be able to see them. These are available. You talk to them. At least you know they are here. You can ask them and be able to interact. I want to thank you very much for sharing these experiences. They are going to be used for inspiring as many women in this country as possible. We are hoping that GROW is a catalyst for advancing financing for women in this country. We know what we've been able to do in a short time, and we're looking forward to the longer future where we can be able to support more women. Thank you very much, and our session ends. Have a nice time in the next session. Thank you.
Just like we did in the last one, I will request that our moderator just stands with the panelists to take a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a round of applause.
We should invite the Vice Chairperson of PSFU, Serena, our data analyst there, even the project coordinator for GROW. Let's get a picture with these people, especially John, this lady from the place where you went really. You need to be in the picture.
I'm standing right next to her, most likely.
Hajat Sebiala, please also join us in this picture so that we have a very good meeting.
Okay, all right. Let's just push to the front a little bit and have this picture in, because we're going to have our very last session, which is going to take us 30 minutes or even less, because I am standing in between yourself and lunch, and I know having a presentation towards lunch is one of the hardest, because everyone will be looking at their watch and saying lunch, it's time for lunch. So our next session is going to be about innovative approaches to gender-inclusive financing. What exactly is working? So we'll be speaking to some of these banking institutions and seeing what exactly is working and what is not working, what needs to be taken, what needs to be reimagined, what needs to be redesigned. And it's great that I'm going to be taking on this particular session, and it's not going to be a very lengthy one, like I already said. Allow me invite our discussants, but I'll start with, there will be a very brief presentation from DFCU on what exactly is working for them, because for each and every bank, there is something different that they are using as our lunch gets prepared. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Mr. Ronald Sekaja from DSFU, who will be representing the Managing Director of DFCU Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to Ronald Sekaja. Let's give him a round of applause. I know our sugar levels are dropping, but we are about to get to lunch. This is going to be our very last session for this morning, and then in the afternoon, we'll have just a few sessions. On this panel, we will also have Mr. Salim Kitagenda, who is the acting head of personal banking, acting head of personal and private banking, Stanbic Bank. Mr. Salim Kitagenda, if you are there, please just come forward. Okay, Salim is here. Let's give him a round of applause. We also have Mr. Frank Kagwa, who is the head personal banking at Post Bank. Mr. Frank Kagwa, thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. With this energy level, I'm about to have this panel with all of us standing instead of sitting, right? I think that will be a different one, so we have to stand. Okay. Before that, I will also invite Ms. Sophie Nakandi, who is the head legal and also the company secretary at the Uganda Development Bank. At least we have a lady on the panel away from the ladies who presented. The other panels were manos, but at least on this one, we have a lady coming through as well. Okay, and without any further ado, without any further ado, allow me invite, just for a brief presentation, let me have Roland Sekaja from DSFU Bank give us a brief one on what is working for you when it comes to gender inclusive financing as a bank. I'm wondering whether you would like to speak from there or you're in the teacher mode as well. Okay.
Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are located, especially for the online community and those that will see it later on. My name is Ronald K. Sekaja. I work with DFCU Bank, and I serve as the Strategic Partnerships Manager. And what that means is that we support different areas of the business, and much more importantly, the gender inclusive agenda and the sustainability agenda of the bank. And that noted, as the bank, we are quite very premised on making sure we extend finance in our financial expansion strategy, but also in that regard, we are also deeply entrenched in making sure that as a bank that is hinged on shareholders who came from circles, women, and cooperatives, we are very keen on that level of extending finance. So what we are doing is basically in two tranches, and I'll just like to keep it crispy so that you get the gist, but also keep it warm and memorable for you in just really just have the key takeaways. And out of that, what we are doing is we have set up the Women in Business Center, which is specifically focusing on our gender inclusive financing agenda. And this was started in 2007, and for the last couple of years has been supporting women in different programs. And I know you've heard about the DFCU Rising Woman, which is one of our flagship programs. It has supported over 73,000 women, not only in terms of financing, but also in terms of exposure, taking them to different countries to learn from different women and also pick and learn and get into the warmth of what other peers are doing. And through the Women in Business Center, we have different programs with that flagship, but alongside that, we run multiple engagements. And out of that, we not only have technical assistance hinged kind of programs, which really look at bettering the capacity and accelerating the businesses, but also where the rest of the lending products are. And when it comes to grow specifically is one of those initiatives that is focused on the lending, but of course a bit of it is also focused on the non-financial services. So what we are doing there is to make sure that we have a team that is specifically focused on expanding. And out of that, we are able to work with our other arm, which is the DFCU Foundation, to make sure that we are able to grow in a graduation manner women from a different level to a different level. Now, for some of them that we are able to start working with and they are at a level that is not bankable, we get them to grow and we use different models of capacity building, get them to a level whereby they can get blended financing until they are fully bankable to access the financing products that the rest of the commercial banks offer and that are offered in the mainstream banking infrastructure. So that is what we have been doing. But generally, in terms of expanding the financial access, we are looking at making sure we are extending not only capacity building initiatives, we are doing this through different programs, and we are doing those either through acceleration, and one of the acceleration programs we're running is the Business Accelerator Program, run alongside the DFCU Foundation, the Rising Woman, but we also have other initiatives with other partners, especially the Kingdom of Netherlands and other partners that we work with, some that help us in de-risking, guarantee providers, ASELI, and the rest. And what happens is that these also help us to make sure that we are able to extend the services, whether financial or non-financial. So we are able to reach much more than we would have reached if we were only approaching it from a bank or commercial bank perspective. So generally, I just wanted to keep it crispy For you to be able to pick out the key areas, we are doing non-financial services, leveraging the Women in Business Center, but also the DFCU Foundation, and we're also having the tailored offering and a special team focused on making sure there is financing extended to women, and we don't lose that focus when we are extending these services just through our regular bank network. So that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I now will be joining the rest of our colleagues and we'll be dissecting through some of these on the go. Thank you very much, and we are very happy to serve you.
All right, thank you very much. Ronald, please, I will ask you to take the next seat as we take on the conversation. And for the panel, I'd like to start with ladies. I normally say ladies first, except if there is danger. If there was danger, I would start with a man, definitely. So he can be able to face it in that way. But anyway, that's just tongue in cheek. Let me get to Sophie on as Uganda Development Bank. I know you, or many people would know you for what many will call the patient capital. We will wait, we will be able to, but we are also looking at larger amounts, which has also been one of the bigger issues coming through with growth, saying, oh, some women would want to get the small amounts. But that aside, let's take a look at what is working for you when it comes to the gender aspect for financial inclusion.
Hello, thank you very much, Mildred. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sophie Nakandi. I work for Uganda Development Bank, and specifically responding to the question, research has indicated that women's growth is impeded by lack of skills and resources. So as Uganda Development Bank, we have been deliberate. We have rolled out products that are customized to benefit women. What do I mean when I say that? In the market, you realize that the pricing is not affordable. So the pricing for women ranges between 10% and 12%, just to make sure that the businesses that we fund and support remain sustainable throughout the value chain. In addition to that, we acknowledge the fact that a number of ladies do not actually have the traditional securities. So in an effort to plug that gap, we have accepted your non-usual securities, which the rest of the banks may not have appetite for. That includes the land agreements, or call it bibanja if you like. We take chattels, we take guarantees, among others. But over and above that, when we enroll a lady business on board, we try and make sure that once they finalize with servicing their facility, we support them with transitioning this bibanja or agreements into a title. So at the time they leave the bank, they actually have a title in their hands, hence enhancing the value of the security they have and also exposing them to bigger sums of money. In addition to that, we have partnered with a number of institutions, call them fintechs, just to make sure that we route money to the last mile beneficiary. We acknowledge the fact that the sums that we issue are big, and a number of women may not have the capacity to absorb them. So that is also another way of making sure that our finances get to the last mile lady and benefit them. I can stop there for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sophia. I'll definitely be coming back to you. I think it's not very different from what I want to ask Salim, because it's a demography of male-female, but with totally different needs and different challenges altogether. So I am wondering whether, as a bank, you have been able to, as Stanbic Bank, and when we are referring to Stanbic Bank, we always want to push you to the bigger banks, right? Not the banks for the usual Mutuwa and C. But are there any sort of flexible lending models that you are adopting as a bank, or products or financial services that are specifically targeted for women and the kind of niche businesses that they're operating in?
Yes, thank you, May. And for me, really, to do justice to this question, when you look at how we solve for the client, we don't solve from a virtue. It comes from a need. And for us to actually reach that level, we then had to ask and look at our portfolio. We have a mission that says Uganda is our home, we drive our growth. Uganda is, everyone has witnessed the percentages that have been mentioned here, 51% women. But when you look at the banks, I would bet if there's a bank that has 50-50 in terms of women to men. So when we looked at our percentage, it was as well similar, very low at that level. And then we interrogated the data. When you even go look at the women that we have, how rich are they using our services? So it was a very deliberate effort to say, let's invest, research, and look at what is the problem. We found out about 3-4 problems that I want to maybe first give. The first one, of course, the cultural norms that we found about women cannot do this kind of business, women don't own land, such stuff, and everyone has witnesses it here in the society. But the other one is that even those that we have on the system, they rarely participate in some of our solutions like digital. You find that the percentage of women that we have on our product, on our platform, they fear to actually engage in digital activities. My money will be stolen. Yeah? So that leads to another challenge. There is a lot of misinformation or lack of information. Generally call it financial literacy. And when you actually dig deeper, then you will actually find that you need to actually put up a solution that will enable women. You need to be able to tackle this basis. So when we actually came to solutioning, we knew that we will then have a solution that has both financial and non-financial. And I think if I'm to just reflect on the numbers that we have achieved in the small period of time that we've had, we have been able to impact over 80,000 women in financial literacy. We have trained 2,000 women, over 2,000 women, and this is training about the various areas of business management, governance, even HR management of your own business, but as well, how do you govern your company? So this then became a leading factor in making sure that then the women are taking on solutions when they're informed. So that has been a big impact. So when we came to the financial solutions themselves, one of the key elements that we saw, that one, they are afraid of security from a digital perspective. Two, they don't have collateral. So we designed our solution in a flexible manner that you do not require security to get money. Out of our book, we have lent over about 16,000 women, and the book is about over 200 billion, but 80% of those are unsecured. So it is actually understanding what is the problem and then resolving for it. And that was our approach.
Wow, that's interesting for banks to now be talking about unsecured loans, which seems to be more riskier. And I love that you talked about the fear of borrowing, and that is why I am coming to Frank. Not just the fear that many people consider the bank a rich man with no soul, but there is also the aspect of appropriateness. That I am coming, and sometimes for the women, I don't even get to read, the paperwork that you've given me. I am just asking, how much am I receiving? How am I going to pay back? What am I paying back within what period of time? So do you as a bank also, as you look at, as you let us in on what's working for you as a bank, do you also look at the appropriateness? What kind of loan am I getting? What kind of business am I doing? What is the payment? For example, I might want to get a loan that I have to pay every month, but I'm getting into an agriculture business, which is seasonal at the end of the day. Frank, if you would get it.
Thank you so much. My name is Kagwa Frank, and I head the personal banking business in Post Bank. Thank you so much for that question. Speaking about businesses where probably someone is coming and they intend to borrow, but not having indeed gone through the nitty-gritties, reading documents. Sometimes they even refer, they told me to sign here and there. But before even we go, to give a better treat to that question is that, over Bank of Uganda restricts us to offer what we call a key fact document. Now, that document is mandatory for every borrower to make sure that you ought to understand what is in the loan that you're taking. So that means that you as the borrower, but also as the bank, you ought to understand, both of you ought to know what exactly it is in the loan that you're taking. So that said, we also moved away from the older days of saying that you just, you are quite a number in the market, or quite a number of banks in the market. But how about if you indeed concentrate and offer facilities to people that you have intentionally taken through financial fitness to say they know what they are going to do? Those group of women, that's what we have done as Post Bank, actually what has worked for us in this time. So we have decided deliberately to say, those group of women, they're quite a number. How do we put our focus to them to making sure that as and when they go to our different branches, they ought to understand the offers that we have as Post Bank? So we have deliberately and intentionally taken them through financial fitness. We take them about what are the benefits of understanding your financials. I was in a certain settlement group in Obongi. It's called Raporinya. And I met this woman who was having a shop, and she asked a question. If I bought items worth 200,000, how do I know that if I sold all the items, the profit on top of, they call profit any money above 200. But is it true that if I bought items 200,000 and now I've sold 250, is 50,000 profit? So then you have to let them to understand that on top of the 50,000, there's other costs. You transported the items. There was a border guy involved. You paid electricity. There's a water bill. So you do not just, gone are the days when you just sign and there and theirs. So we have deliberately and intentionally made sure that they ought to understand the facilities they are taking through personal or business financial trainings.
And so what's working for you is particularly making sure that there is financial fitness for those who are taking your loans.
Yes, absolutely. But on top of that also, designing facilities that speak. In one of the offers that we do have, specifically under GROW, we have also realized that quite a number of, we're a government bank. And as we come up with products, we want to think as how government would want to reach to the last mile, that last customer. So as and when we design products, so there are women who do not have collateral. So in one of the products that we have an offer to the women is that you do not actually need to have security. And we offer between 4 to 5 million. So as long as you are in a group, and we're not giving you facilities as a group, but individuals, you are in a group, your business is registered, and then we'll give you between 4 to 5 million unsecured. And that actually has worked for us. And we've seen quite a number of loans, and total as we speak, over 150 billion overall from 290 customers that we have on a book are women. And even in the GROW project, that number of level 1 actually supersedes the other levels that we offered in the GROW project. So I think that has really, really worked for us as Post Bank.
All right, thank you very much. Ronald, let me come back to you. For many people, when you're talking about borrowing, it's always looked at on an individual level. But when we talk about women, in most cases, you will find that sometimes some women want to borrow as groups. Some want to come as individuals. And there is a lot of things that have to be presented. How has it worked through for you as the bank, especially for groups of women that want to come together? But also, what do you think needs to be done more to have more and more women financially included in the planning or the financial aspects of different institutions?
Thank you very much. As a bank, we are really focusing on making sure we get people to appreciate the power that comes with unionizing, with working cooperatives. And a couple of years ago, we rolled out an investment club app. And as part of this offering, we support people to even register these investment clubs, so that they are able to work together. And while we do this holistically without really looking at a gender, we've noticed that many of the groups that sign up for these are women, or the majority are usually women. And that helps us to really leverage the aspect of social guarantee that comes with groups for us to be able to lend without having to look at a lot of paperwork and getting a lot of property and getting it through the processes of collateral and securing it. So for us, that is something that has helped us. And what us as banks need to continuously do is to help women and youth in general appreciate the value, the power that comes with unionizing, because therein there is the possibility of being able to invest together. There is the possibility of accessing financing, whether credit or otherwise, through a means that won't be as long, as gruesome, as if it was an individual. So I think that is really the key takeaway, Mildred, for us as financial institutions, that while we are doing this financial literacy and supporting people to appreciate about how to handle credit and how to handle money, we need to equally get back to the masses and help them appreciate the power of working together, the power of unionizing, the power of working as cooperatives, whether it is in Agric, whether it is youth, whether it is women, because therein, there lies the power to even get much more access to financing, even beyond what we offer as commercial banks in terms of credit, because then other development partners can come through and be able to support in terms of balancing off the level of financing that these different groups work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Salim, let's go. You talked about the digital aspect earlier. And I think it was Robert from Ugaford who talked about the issue of digital reach, the internet, cost of internet, but also just the devices. What is working for you as the bank when it comes to this aspect? Because I know this eases work, it eases interaction, but there are also a lot of hindrances to digital access and the digital divide that basically does exist when it comes to women.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. It's a mix of both. When you look at where success is actually coming through, and everyone here is speaking about the information, the education, it helps to diffuse the misinformation. Somebody tells you, do not use your card because somebody will skim it. I think what is critical is to tell you how to use your card. Somebody tells you, because of the many fraud that is happening on mobile, always just go to the branch. It's doing you a disservice because there's a lot of that misinformation. So what these engagements have actually done is to diffuse the misinformation around you using digital facilities. But we have also faced areas where women do not have actually the device to use. And we are proud to be part of the banks that are dealing with refugees. As a big part of our intervention in the refugee camps. In the refugee camps, we have had to issue free mobile phones to just enable women start on their work. So it is both a dedication and investment to know that once you do it, you get them on the right space. And because some of the loans that you're giving are really at the tail end, the cost of service is really high. So for where you cannot give small micro loans, we have had then to actually innovate and start giving digital micro loans. And so we have, as Stanbic, we have a wallet, FlexPay. So for women who cannot afford, and indeed the bank account is free, but there will be women that feel that FlexPay is just enough. So we have given those women in camps where they feel that the branch is far, to give them access to our last mile, which is FlexPay, but making sure that on FlexPay, there is lending now on that platform to enable them have access to full banking solutions. So that is what's working for us here.
All right, thank you very much. Sophia, how do you as a bank, and this from the experience of the development bank, but also other banks that you've worked with, how do you get to your target customers as easily as possible? Because there's been a lot of conversation about information and education. That means a direct kind of contact with the customer that you're working with. And yet, when that also involves a lot of cost, which impacts on your running costs as a bank. So how do you balance all that up to be able to serve, especially the women? And what do you think needs to be done more to include women financially?
Thank you very much, Mildred. Interesting question. We usually access our customers through advertising. We try and make sure that we popularize the bank from time to time, the services, as well as the products that are available for uptake. And that way, the interested customers then can be able to access us. We also have a lot of information on our websites. So in the event that a client is interested in, knowing the uptake of UDB, the product services, etc., again, they can access that information from the websites. There's also something interesting called cross-selling. You could have gone to a customer specifically to sell them a specific product, but along the way, you realize that they have deficiencies in other areas, which could be perhaps non-financial. They have challenges in governance, which is a big issue, by the way. So by you cross-selling and notifying them of the fact that we actually have governance services, bookkeeping services that we can offer you, with a view to ensuring that they continue operating sustainably, will also go a long way towards making sure that the impact and the role of Uganda Development Bank is very visible. How we mitigate the costs that are skewed to that, of course, the world is going digital. So we also roll out digital mechanisms to try and make sure that access is not physical, but rather we can engage electronically. Thank you.
All right, and I'll take it on to Frank as well. What more practical ways are you using to get to the women and more women? And at this, I'm also looking at that rural woman because we have more numbers there, and yet not many of them are actually, like Salim did say, many of them prefer probably to even use their mobile wallet, the mobile money, not necessarily coming to the bank as well. What practical solutions are you using as Postbank?
Okay, thank you so much, Mildred, for that question. You see, the theme today is catalyzing innovation for gender inclusive financing. And I would like to give a comment on the first word. That is a biological statement, catalyzing. Yeah. It is a statement which increases metabolism. So the theme today is not looking at things that are just inertia, things that are already in the move.
Yeah.
So when you talk about catalyzing, there are innovations that talk about all commercial banks, but specifically Postbank. We have intended to reach out to our customers locally, you would say. If you have been to areas where we do not have, say, a physical branch, talk about Moyo, we have village vans. So we go as far as those settlement places, and then we make sure that as and when we are paying individuals in the local setups, we also onboard them. That is number one. Number two, we do have over 20,000 agents across the country. And we have enabled our agents to make sure that as and when someone comes to transact with us, they can as well open up an account with a bank. That is number two. Number three, we have also been on different social platforms, making sure that we make noise about the things that we have made good to this country. And one of those is the parish development model. Mildred, you must be in position to know that all funds related to PDM go through Postbank. all funds. That means all beneficiaries, hundreds of those that get these funds, get them through Postbank. So in one way or the other, since we're a government bank, we happen to make ourselves loud, they are known. So I think those are some of the initiatives that we have done to make sure. But talk about digital also. We have also offered facilities on our Wendy platform. It's a wallet for Postbank. And guess what? Our credit facilities begin as low as 5,000 up to 3 million. So anyone who is onboarded in the platform, according to the run of the account, can actually qualify for such small monies and big up to 3 million.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, those are the portfolios that all of you have talked about in terms of financing are those that the Muntua Wansi actually need. I do remember that in not too long from today, while handling the media, they were also concerned about the kind of amount of money that is being given out and the expectation that is coming in from the people. I know that I'm standing between lunch and you, but our lunch is getting ready, and in no minute we'll be going for that. But I'd like to engage the audience. Are there any questions or any deliberations that you would want to bring forward before we get to close this conversation? And if there are any, you could just raise your hand. I'll get some microphones from our technical team, and we'll just go with that. Do we have any questions, any issues coming in? All right, we have one, please, to our technical team. We have one at the back. Let's get that one. Okay, right there, the gentleman in blue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, Midrib. My question goes to Mr. Frank Agua from Postbank. He talked about Wendy, but is it a digital? How is it working? What is Wendy?
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
great, great. And I love the names, by the way, that the banks are getting to. Okay, Madam, where is the microphone? Okay, we have two ladies, and I love that this time we're having the ladies. So we have one at the back and one right here at the front.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abeti Luzira, Director of Foods Uganda Limited, all the way from Isinjiro. Now, my questions are to the bankers. Uganda Development Bank. I would like to know if you've gotten branches to where we are. We know very well that there are cheap monies in the bank, but we don't know how we can get you and how much. Because unfortunately, I think maybe Grow has gotten us, some of us, when we are tired. Because time.
Yeah, sure.
For sure, you could hear even the last people who are talking. You go to the bank to get the money, and then it takes 3 months. Really? What do you have to say about that? So for me, time. Because sometimes when I think about going to the bank, I'm like, oh my God, again, valuation, mananini, this, that, the other, this. Oh, so you get tired even before you start. So what do you have to say about time? Because I saw the lady from Gulu, or she said 3 months. Another one, 4 months. Another one, 6 months. Is that business? So what are we going to do about this time?
Okay.
To me, I'm into manufacturing.
Mm.
I'm into manufacturing, and I process yogurt, ghee, cheese, and I also skill. So recently, this is now passing. I acquired machinery from the government of Uganda. Congratulations to me and to the government. Now, I've been in what do I call it? Installations. Now, when you think of going to the bank and then you come and install and finish, you're like, okay. So after a month, they will come for me, or after 3 months, they will come for me. So you're like, you know what? Let me take my time. What are you talking about that? Do you have such a package for people like us? I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And that also, yes, speaks to the appropriateness. Before I even start using the money for what I borrowed it, the bank is coming back. Let me first have the lady here at the, okay, right, go ahead, Mama.
Thank you so much, and thank you, the panel.
Paulo, you did talk about de-risking. I just want to get more information about that. And then the other thing is, you said you give out free mobile phones. Is it for everybody? Is it for only the ladies who are taking the loans? I just want to understand, who do you give the free phones and Uchibalirawa?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I'll have the very last one at the table here, and then we will get into answering the questions because our lunch is getting ready, and we will have it exactly where we had our breakfast.
Thank you very much. Freedom Run is my name. I work with the GROW project, Ministry of Gender as a refugee specialist. My question goes to Salim and Frank. Frank, you spoke about some products that you have as a bank to the refugees, but my concern, my question is, why is it that we haven't had a certain percentage or a number of refugee women that have access to GROW loan? What could be some of the barriers you could highlight to us? Thank you.
Okay, so I will start from Sophie as I come towards and end with Ronald here.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Very relevant questions that have been posed. On UDB's presence, yes, we have presence in Gulu. We are working on 4 other regional outlets. That includes Mbale, Hoima, Mbarara, and Arua. So I think, given that you're from Isingiro, Mbarara should be able to sort you out. In respect to turnaround time, our average turnaround time is 45 days, but subject to the client submitting all the relevant requirements. Otherwise, from my end, if you haven't submitted all the requirements, then we get stuck and we cannot be able to progress. So our expectation is that you remain as proactive at the time of submission of your application until the funds are actually approved and subsequently drawn down. On the structuring of facilities, I think we're a bank that provides patient capital. We offer up to 2 years grace period. That is for the women-led products. But for the other products in the mainstream, we offer up to 3 years grace period. And the grace period is to allow you to prepare for production, especially given you who is in manufacturing. If you're importing assets, it doesn't make sense for us to grant you a loan, and then after 1 month, when the goods are still under shipment, we start charging you interest and principal. It is not realistic. So that is why we provide grace period to enable you prepare the project and make sure that it is run sustainably. Then in respect to the tenors, we give 8 years in respect to the women-led projects, but up to 13 years in respect to the mainstream projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Frank, for some of the questions that did come through.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one came from a gentleman, I unfortunately didn't say their name, but the question was, how does Wendy work? So Wendy is a wallet, is our digital wallet, just as you would have for maybe MomoPay or Airtel Money or mobile money for MTN, so is Wendy for Postbank. Now, the easiest way to access, just have a copy of your national ID. You just go on, if you have iPhone, of course, you go into the Apple, and then you download it. The same way if you have iOS phone, and then you download the app, you'll be in position to download the app, and then it will give you access to your account. Whatever transactions that you'd want to do on your account, you can do it on the platform. But also, since the bank is looking forward to to getting the last mile customer, the same platform actually benefits the customer. They don't necessarily need to be Postbank customers to access services. We are going to the phase where we're giving credit to customers who are not having personal accounts with the bank. That's the phase where we're going to. And then it can give you more opportunity to get facility or credit from the bank. And then we have also seen on the same platform, since we're a government bank, we thought of how we can support SACCOs. So we developed a platform on the same tool, and we called it the SACCO management tool. And we have onboarded SACCOs on the tool, on the Wendy platform, and we give it free of charge. I mean, there's quite a number of circles in the villages there that couldn't afford a system to run their financials. You can get a statement, you can use the platform to monitor your reports, to get daily, monthly, or weekly reports. So it's a platform that has end-to-end, and it benefits quite a number of customers in our bank. Number 2 was about refugees, and she asked about the barriers that we have. I've interacted in my, towards the end of last year, I interacted quite with a number of refugees. I went almost to all settlement camps in the West Nile. Talk about Obongi, talk about Ajumani, Omoyo, Madiokoro, and one of the things that really affect the refugees as to why they can't get facilities from the bank is basically the failure to register their businesses. But what we have done as Post Bank is that because whereas we want to give you facilities, we want to give you money or credit, we also want to make sure that you are legit. We don't want to give you money tomorrow and then we come to demand and you've disappeared in thin air. So we have given them small steps to register the organization, as small as going to the parish. Go to the parish, register yourself or register your company, and we'll be in position to give you unsecured lending. I think the other one was, I think it's general to all of us, which was about the grace period. We do have quite a number of products in Post Bank, whereby we look at the business. For example, if someone came to borrow and they own a school, it wouldn't be prudent for you to say, make the remittance on a monthly basis. But we know that the school has 3 terms in a year, so we'll structure your installment according to the terms in the school. Talk about someone who's borrowing for purposes of agriculture, and there are 2 seasons in the year. So we'll also structure your payment according to the seasons of the year. So our lending, and upon which we get remittances, basically on how the business runs. I submit.
All right, thank you. Salim, just to add up to some of your questions, I was also thinking out loud with the power distribution challenges, internet access and everything. I'm thinking, what kind of phone are you giving to those last mile customers as well? Just get to answer the questions.
Mildred, have you been to the camp?
Yes, for news coverage.
Have you compared the camp and the rest of the villages? If you have been to the camp, you will know, and Frank normally visits those camps, they are well facilitated with electricity and better infrastructure than some of our buildings that we have. So I think the point of giving the free devices is really to enhance access. And it is not for everyone. It is to the vulnerable groups of communities that we deem fit. And GROW has well articulated which are the vulnerable groups. It includes refugees, and it includes certain specific types, tribes. So those are the groups where we go, and you tell somebody to buy a cartouche of 50,000, and essentially it is a loan. So you have to make sure then, if you want to empower this group of people, there is certain minimum investments that you have to do. I want to turn back a little bit on the TAT and the risking that Mama has asked about. One is, the risking is actually driven by how much information that the bank can get about the person they can lend to. The more information that we have, it enables us to take a certain position to either give you more money, to give you a better tenor in terms of how long you can pay. And what I want to encourage the women is to make sure that your finances, your credits are all going through your accounts, because then that makes the bank see you more and even sees who you are paying to. In this era, at least now we can get, with our level of technology, we can be able to see who you are paying to, who is paying you. That kind of information helps us then to do risk, to reduce the risk, and we can be able to give you better offers. Because of that, we are then able to give loans by just you dialing *290 for a Stanbic customer, *291, you'll get loans in there. So it means that if a person is actually transacting their account in the right way, you do not need to go through the laborious process of filling in application. We are getting there as well, where applications are really going to be much digital and light, but in the current process, actually, we have resolved a lot of those. Mildred, I would like to submit.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll end finally with Ronald on some of the questions. Some were general, others were quite specific as we close this.
All right. I think my colleagues have done justice to the majority of the questions. I think for me, the remark would be that as banks, there's been quite a lot of improvements, whether it is TAT, whether it is in terms of de-risking and introducing quite a number of measures of making sure we de-risk. But for us to even do more, we definitely need to get in partnership with other development finance partners and development partners. There's quite a lot we can't do as commercial banks individually. For example, on the issue of turnaround, we've been able to bring down the time it takes for us to register chattels or even a mortgage from the period it was that would take about 3 weeks plus to about 3 days, because the government has started to digitize some of these platforms. I can go in, do a search within a couple of minutes. I can be able to start the process online. And all these different initiatives are things we can do if we are all working together. So whether it is gender inclusive financing, these are things we can best do if we are working hand in hand. This very success is because there's World Bank, there's PSFU, there's government, and all of us are now able to reach a bit much more. So for me, really the clarion call is for the partners out there, for government, so that we can gradually work together, civil society, so that the awareness is happening and everybody is contributing their part in making sure that we are able to better the women and be able to grow the inclusiveness of our financing, whether it is for women or youth or even the other vulnerable groups. So thank you very much, and I beg to submit.
And maybe, Ronald, as you go, one would have also asked that what works
beyond the guarantees. It goes to the other aspects of insurance and whether this insurance is also covering all the associated risks and the mitigation that even goes around how smart that agriculture practice is. So de-risking is in different avenues. What we are doing here is also de-risking because as we pass on knowledge and awareness before we lend, it de-risks. Initially, when we started this growth project, some people thought the money was free until there was a bit much more sensitization. So those initial loans we gave, the first few months, the repayments were not coming through because people thought government has done it. Mzee, at what day? So the more we do these different things, they all contribute to the de-risking. While there are particular mechanisms that we know, guarantees and insurance, that are available to de-risk and bring even our rates lower, there are all these associated activities that we do and mechanisms that we put in place that help us to de-risk and then later on help us to reach much more. Because the lower the risk, the more banks are willing to risk the money and reach some of those people that are underserved.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, to you, Sophie, Frank, Salim, and of course, Ronald here. And to the audience, I do not want to take up any more time. By now, I know that lunch has been served. And could you kindly give a round of applause to my panel here? And like I said, we're going to have lunch in the exact place where we had our breakfast. So the ushers will be coming to you and giving you the coupons, but as well being able to direct you. In the afternoon, it's going to be a little bit different, but please, we will be showing you the places immediately after lunch. We're going to have particularly 5 breakout sessions, but one of the sessions is going to be right here, and that is going to be the session on the non-bank financing models. But I am going to request that we are going to split ourselves out immediately after lunch. because we are all going to be able to attend all the sessions, and then later on, we'll also be able to have a recap of what has been discussed in the other sessions. So for now, I'll just ask that we are going to go for lunch. Our ushers from Collaborate are going to be able to pass on the coupons to you, and then we will be able to have lunch right at the back. So it's going to be convenience for us to come back and then be able to get to know which exact place we are going into for which discussion before we get to come back for a wrap-up or a recap of what has been discussed. But for now, I request that my panel just takes to the fore, and we have a group photo right there as the coupons come through, and we go for lunch right at the back. All right, thank you so much. I know by now we're getting our coupons. But ladies and gentlemen, during the lunch break, especially for those who are watching, for those who are fasting, anyway, please, let's just create some time and go to the exhibition stalls. We have arranged very beautiful exhibition stalls, very innovative, and you'll have a lot of conversation and learn a thing or two. So during your lunch break, if you're a fast eater or you just want to fast go and check out the exhibition stalls, let's please go there. And please do not leave, because the afternoon session has a few more aspects, and right after that we will be going for a cocktail. And it will be very great for us to all be available for the cocktail, because that's a very good place for us to, interact and be able to reach out. You never know your next customer, your next financial, anything can happen between the conversations that we will be having during the cocktail. So please make sure that you don't miss out the cocktail, which is coming at the very end today as we finish the session. Bon appetit, and I think we'll have our lunch in 45 minutes. The doctor is saying that depending on the amount of food and how sharp your teeth are. But please, we will use the shortest period of time to have our lunch before we go into the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
our lunch. So please, those who are still at the serving point, I hope that you will get your lunch, because I need us to be starting off in the next 4 minutes at exactly 3, because we left for lunch just a few minutes after 2. Would like to manage the afternoon session very well and also be on time for our cocktail, which is coming through. So we're going to have breakout sessions or breakaway sessions for the afternoon immediately we start. And there will be just one session that will remain here. And we'll make sure that everyone is able to cross over to at least 3 sessions or 4 sessions for you to be able to get a glimpse of the conversation that is happening. So like I said, please just do not get stuck in one hall, or when we ask that we get to move to the next session, we all choose to remain here. You will be getting done with your lunch. Our ushers will help clear the tables, and we'll be ready to start off our afternoon session. And please, once again, we have a cocktail, so please do not leave. We'll be very glad to be with you, and it will also be a good networking time. Thank you. actually even past the 4 minutes. I gave it 8 minutes. But we really, really need to start because we need to manage the time. We have 5 breakout sessions, and then we'll have just one other fireside chat that will be coming through before we do our business-to-business matchmaking. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we've had our lunch. If not, and you're still having your fruit or your dessert, we'll allow you to have it as we go on with the conversation. Like I said, we have 5 breakout sessions. And I'm just going to request our facilitators to stand for recognition. So the first breakout session is on non-collateral based financing. That's an interesting one, aside from the usual collateral that we were used to, fixed assets and stuff like that. What is working with the non-collateral based financing, and how is it being used? How can it be adopted? And that is going to be facilitated by Shona Capital. I'll request Ivan Mandela. Ivan, where are you? If you could just stand up and wave to us. Is Ivan outside, or he went to check out the room? Okay, I'll be introducing Ivan to us not too long from now. We'll also have a discussion on investment readiness and post-financing support. Very, very key conversation. It's not just about getting the money, but how ready are you to utilize it? And also, when you do get the money, how best can you be able to use it to grow yourself, but also be able to expand and grow the business? And that will be facilitated by AMI. Patricia Miner, where are you, Patricia? I would like to, did someone take my facilitators out? Sophia? Or the facilitators, some of the facilitators are going to check out the rooms. We will also have a conversation on alternative credit assessment. I'm loving the conversations, and I wish that we will be able to manage time and get to each and every of these, because we are looking at having about 30 minutes for each of the conversation, and then we get to move. We get to move as an audience to the next one. So this one will be facilitated by Jane Muya Afrishela from Grasha Marshall Trust. Is Jen here, or has she moved as well? Jen Muya, she also seems to have gone to just check out, the room. We also have non-banking financing models. Non-bank financing models, and that will be facilitated by Oscar Rejema from Balloon Ventures. Oscar also seems to be, okay, Oscar is here. Oscar, if you could just wave to us. And Oscar is actually going to remain here. So for those who will start with attending the non-bank financing models, Oscar is going to be staying right here. And in not too long, I'll just be inviting him to actually come forward. And then the last one will be serving the refugee community.
Recording in progress.
Serving the refugee community. And that's going to be facilitated by Patrick Okello, Commissioner for Refugees. Patrick, are you here? Oh, Patrick did send someone, okay. And they will be going to room E. All right, so just a little slight change that we're going to have, because we're really, really late. That's about an hour behind schedule. We'll not be able to rotate to the different groups. So we will sit in one group, listen to the discussion there, but there will be a rapporteur who will be able to write all the key points and conversations coming through. And then immediately after that is done, the rapporteur will come back here and be able to report on what the key conversations have been. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the other 4 conversations, on non-collateral based financing, investment readiness and post-financing support, alternative credit assessment, as well as serving the refugee community. We are going to be in the People's District. Don't you worry, as you step out, the ushers are going to be leading you. Because for non-collateral based financing, this is where I'll request to get your audience so you can listen to where you want to sit and particularly participate. So for non-collateral based financing, you're going to be in room A, but that is also in the People's District, okay? And Ivan Mandela is going to be in room A waiting to receive you. So whoever wants to pay attention to non-collateral based financing, feel free to stand up right now, and as you move out, you're going to room A. You can tell the ushers that you're going to room A, and they will be able to show you. And then I will also do investment readiness and post-financing support. That is going to be facilitated by Patricia Minor. You're going to room B, but it is also still in the People's District. So as you get out, please, the People's District, we are not taking any cars. It's still in the same vicinity. So it's not any other district. So as you go out in part of the areas there, the ushers are going to show you where the People's District is. So for room B, your conversation is on investment readiness and post-financing support. Alternative credit assessment is going to be in room C. I hope you're listening well. So if you, in case you're interested in that, you will go to room C, alternative credit assessment. And then for serving the refugee community, you're going to be in room E. So what would have been room D is this, and I am going to request Oscar Rejema to come through and take on this. And this is going to particularly be looking at non-bank financing models. So ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give us just about 3 minutes to just move to the room that we feel that's a conversation we want to have. We'll be there for 30 minutes. But please do not worry if you feel you should have been part of 3 more. There's going to be a rapporteur who is going to be giving us an assessment or a conversation of what happened. So I am just giving us these 3 minutes to see us packing up a little bit and getting to the rooms that we are interested in. If I don't see movement in 3 minutes, then we will just ask a few tables to move to particular rooms. But please, let not everyone remain here, please, okay? Because we're going to have rapporteurs. So once again, if you're going to non-collateral based financing, room A is where you will be going. If you're looking at investment readiness and post-financing support, you will be at room B. Alternative credit assessment will be room C. Non-bank financing models will stay here. If you're looking at non-bank financing models, will stay here. And then to serving the refugee community, we will go to room E. All of us are going to the People's District. So just 2 more minutes as we relocate, and then the rest of us will just draw a little bit closer, and I hand over to the next person. Just 2 minutes for us to relocate. For those of us who are remaining for the non-bank financing models, I'm just going to request that we draw a little bit closer because Oscar Rejema is going to be taking on this session right now. I'm going to call him in about a minute. Okay, that looks like quite a number of us have moved. I'm going to kindly request, if you do not mind, let us extend to the tables that are at the front. Like I said in the morning, those who have the backbencher vibe like myself, please, let's just draw closer so that Oscar doesn't feel like he has an empty room to himself, because this is just a breakout session. So please, if you've remained here, that means you've remained in for the conversation about non-bank financing models. And this is also being attended by our online audience. So don't feel left alone. The online audience is here with us. And without any further ado, I think everyone who has remains for this one, and then we'll be given, I'm going to hold you hostage here now that you remained. So Oscar, please come take up your session. If you need to use this or you need to use a handheld microphone, whatever you feel free, you want to sit at the front, whatever you feel free with is what we'll be able to offer. So ladies and gentlemen who have remained for the non-bank financing model conversation, welcome aboard. The door is closed. Let's listen in to Oscar. Oscar, you're welcome.
Thanks a lot, Mildred. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mildred is a better orator, but she's not been able to convince you to move forward. I don't know if I'll do a better job. Friends, can you please come in front so that I can look at your faces as I speak to you, please? Okay. Fine. Dear friends, my name is Oscar Rijema, and I work with an institution called Balloon Ventures Limited. Balloon Ventures is an investment fund, and that investment fund is based in Mbale, but our head office is actually in the UK. Then we also have operations in Western Kenya. Our office is big, primarily in Nakuru. We are just planning to open another branch in Kakamega, but here in Uganda, our head office is in Mbale. Then we have branches in Hoima, Iganga, Lira, with the plans of opening 2 other branches in Arua and Fort Portal, hopefully before the end of this year. So I'm here basically to just share a little bit about our experience and relatedly with what we've been able to achieve as an institution regarding the empowerment of women and enabling them to access finance. First and foremost, there is nothing definitely different between us and the banks because we offer loans just like they do. However, the model that we operate with changes in only 2 aspects. The first aspect is from the angle of licensing, is that most commercial banks as well as financial institutions are licensed and really guided by Bank of Uganda, whereas the non-bank institutions are licensed and classified separately. There are those that are investment funds, if I can use that word, and those are licensed by the Capital Markets Authority. Then there are those of us that are into lending, who are leaning so much towards lending rather than equity. We are licensed by Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, which is now been taken back in the Ministry of Finance as a department. So that's the difference from the licensing angle. But also the other difference between us and the banks is from the angle of where we source our funding from. We know that banks have customer deposits, those that are deposit taking. They hold accounts, so people are able to deposit their money there, which is nice because it's the cheapest source of income. You don't pay anything for it besides the fixed deposits where you pay some little interest. Whereas the rest of us don't collect those deposits. We simply go and speak to our funders, they give us the funds, and we're able to pass it on to the clients, who in our case we call entrepreneurs. I must also share that because of the difference in licensing, we tend to be a little bit more flexible and more versatile compared to the financial institutions. The deposit-taking element compels the banks to be more restrictive in who they can lend to. Why? Because there are rules set by Bank of Uganda to protect the deposits of the customers. For example, there is a limit on how much you can give to an individual customer compared to your capital base. That's a rule. There are also restrictions on how much collateral, what you can take as collateral, and how much you can give to a certain person in terms of who has given you a particular kind of collateral, which is not something that we have. We're a bit more flexible. So then also the structure is leaner. In our instance, it's the managing director, you have 2 heads of departments, and the rest are business development managers and technical advisors. So you can see how lean it is. And in Balloon, we sit twice every week to peruse through files, and we have everything closed. That's how we've been able to reduce our turnaround time to 5 to 10 days, something that a bigger institution may not be able to do. Now, what's special about Balloon Ventures and why am I standing here? I'm standing here to share a story that has seen us, friends, be able to support people that were hitherto unbanked. How are we able to do that? I'll share a little later. Balloon Ventures has two components that are unique to its model. One, the financing model, which is what everyone else is doing, but secondly, the technical advice. Now, we've had a few organizations also do this, but from an angle of recommending services to you. So the bank gives you money and then they tell you you need to take on these particular services to help you. Now, we don't do that. The technical advice on our side is mandatory. It's part and parcel of the offer that we're giving to the client. So when you come to us, we'll analyze both the financial capacity of the business while also carrying you through our diagnostic tool to identify the challenges that you might have in that business. And doesn't matter where the challenges are from. It could be financial management, it could be general operations, it could be general business administration, it could be human resource management, it could be business development. Wherever we find the challenges, we shall be able to support you to develop tools to be able to fix those challenges. And that technical support runs for 6 months, or 2 school terms for the businesses in the education sector. Now, what has that done for us? It has enabled us to understand the businesses better to the extent that we find ourselves giving 2.5 times more money than any other financial institution. So when we look at their CRBs, we realize when a customer comes to us, a certain bank has been giving them 20, 30 million shillings from time to time, and we find ourselves being able to actually give someone 60 million, 70 million shillings. Why? Because we are involved in the business, so we can be able to take more risk. But secondly, it gives us, because of the flexibility that I told you around the licensing, it gives us a little bit of leverage from the angle of analysis. Whereas a financial institution will tell you, would like to have a look at your financial or your bank statement first to gauge how strong you are. Then they ask you for audited books of accounts. With us, we'll actually go and look at the source documents. Where do you write the physical details of your transactions? And that is the basis for us analyzing your capacity. Secondly, we collect a lot of information, and that information helps us to understand industry trends. For example, when a business comes to us, say a supermarket comes to us and they take 200 million shillings from us, we will attach them to a portfolio manager who's a technical advisor. This portfolio manager, even after we've given them money, will continue picking financials from them on a monthly basis. So over time, we're actually able to see what we thought was the picture before we gave the person money and what we think is the picture right after we've given the person the money. And then again, because we keep this information, it helps us to know when another supermarket in a similar town, under similar circumstances or of a similar size comes to us, it's easy for us to know that, well, if he's telling us he makes 200 million shillings, when we confirm that the other one makes 100 million shillings, then this one is probably not being forthright about it. So we do comparative analysis of different businesses, and we're able to make some sense out of it and be able to take on more risk because we think we know the business better. What that means also, and this is where it is helping ladies a lot, that where they have no records, they're actually able to gauge the capacity of the business from past experience and from the data that we've already been collecting from similar businesses. So that's what has given us mileage in the industry and enabled us to be able to give people substantial amounts of money that someone else would not have given them because they think they are very, very risky. Finally, a couple of years ago, about 2-3 years ago, we took a decision, a deliberate decision to try and support women. And the 2 issues that we identified were discussed in detail here. I don't want to repeat them. And we resolved that we can be able to take on clients with a minimum collateral. So we have a bit of concessions around collateral, but we do take collateral, unfortunately. We don't have any uncollateralized facility for risk management purposes. But we help them to title their land. And that is something that the clients have found to be extremely interesting. So when you come to us with your land sale agreement, we shall go ahead and give you the money, but we shall link you up to our surveyor and we'll try to support you to get that collateral formalized or that land titled. So then the other thing is, of course, to try and compel them to move towards using technology much more. So if you don't have a computer, we'll probably ask you to take on a laptop so that we can introduce very, very basic Excel tools to help you manage your financials better. Finally, we have candid conversation with our female entrepreneurs. And for me, come to us, sometimes you have to have that hard chat. And just ask them, okay, madam, do you really want to be in business? Because you can't say, Nikita, you want to be in business, but every 2 days you keep closing the shop and disappearing because your child is sick. It is a need at home, yes, but this is business. So what do? Can we find mechanisms that can enable you to be able to have this business continue running while you take your child to school? Because we can't stop you from doing that. So what we'll do, if you're running the business alone, we'll try to ask you to hire somebody and then put systems in place that can track some of these costs and expenses so that even when you're not in the business, you're able to continue running the businesses. Some discussions, friends, are very, very tough. Sometimes as hard as, I'll give you an example. One police officer came. She's a traffic police officer, but she also has a hardware shop in Mbale town. So she comes and she's heavily pregnant, and she says, I want a loan of 100 million shillings. So I ask her who else knows how this business runs. She's like, this is my business, I run it on my own whims. I told her, okay, what are the chances you're going to give birth in 2 months' time and also still be able to run this business? You're going to close it. She said, Oscar, you're being unfair, you're being very judgmental. I said, well, let's give it 2 months. Let's talk after 2 months. She came back to thank me and said, Oscar, I'm glad I actually didn't take that money. And we only gave her money last week. Last week or the week before the last. When she was done with her natural duties, she had more time available. We had helped her set the systems in place that she doesn't have to be at the hardware shop on a daily basis. And that precisely is the kind of engagement that we're encouraging businesses to adopt to be able to help the businesses run better, especially the ladies. So dear friends, in a nutshell, I just wanted to give you a bird's eye view of what we do as an institution. And this was basically ideally meant to tickle your mind, so we can open the session. If there is none, if there are any questions or any submissions I'd like to push through, the microphones are right behind there. Please, this is the time. Yes, Nikita.
Thanks, Oscar, for that presentation. I think the one thing that possibly would be good to mention, or maybe for you to talk about, would be the ticket sizes that you do and how that, is addressing the missing middle challenge and serving a range of SMEs that would not be typically targeted by the common bank. So yeah, maybe you could speak a bit on that, and then the flexibility in terms of repayment periods and how you support entrepreneurs when it comes to looking at their revenues and how that translates into them repaying the financing that you give them. Yeah.
Thanks, Nikita, for reminding me of very, very critical things. Can I?
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Now, friends, initially when we started off, we were happy to lend between 50 million and 1 billion Uganda shillings. Our lowest ticket size was 50 million Uganda shillings. Now, we're advised that to be able to accommodate the ladies, we can step that back down. So for the youths, or if you're male and you're 35 or below, or if you're a lady of any age, we are happy to start from 25 million shillings upwards to whichever limit, but the maximum being 1 billion Uganda shillings for the first round of loans. Now, in terms of flexibility, we have set out deliberately, friends, to grow a certain niche of businesses. As a business that is focused on creating jobs for women and youths, we give much emphasis to the businesses that are employing more people. So quite likely, if a school came to me, as well as a hardware shop somewhere, and I'm stuck with only 100 million shillings, quite likely I'll give it to the school. That is precisely because we would like to empower many youths. I didn't share with you that our intervention on the post-investment end in terms of post-investment support is actually a very detailed package. Like, I'll give you an example. Our human resource package includes, one, creating a human resource manual for a business, giving contracts to the employees, training them. working out mechanisms of exiting them if they have to exit in a decent and formal way that is acceptable. But most importantly, empowering them in a manner that ensures that that job is safe, secure, and well-paying. We've even gone as far as even setting a minimum salary for an employee in a given particular business. That's how detailed our package is, friends. So all these interventions are critical, and we think are all aimed at helping our entrepreneurs to be able to grow their businesses and employ more people. I've forgotten the other, sorry, Nikita. Talking about the flexibility.
Sorry, Nikita here.
Oh yes. She's talking about revenues. Yeah.
Like, is it revenue-based financing? Yes. And yeah, basically.
Yes, friends, because it is difficult sometimes to assess the strength of a business based on anything else in this informal market, our lending is revenue-based. We'll analyze the strength of the business based on its historical revenue. Then we will project a little bit ahead with the minimum growth rates, reasonable growth rates. And also the projections that we'll do will also take into consideration things like seasonalities for businesses that are like agriculture, where we have clear seasons. Even the structure of the facility will also match the revenue of the business. So if it's a school, you'll only pay per school term. We've also realized that it's difficult for a school to suck out a lot of money at the beginning of the school term, as many of us before in the financial institutions thought it was appropriate. Yeah, if you give a school an installment of 50 million shillings, it's very difficult for them to be willing to just suck that 50 million out of the business at once. So we've split that also into two. So if the installment is 23 million shillings, we'll say, can you give us 15 first month? And we are flexible. We'll tell you first month. We'll not say by this date. And then the second month, we say, can we have the other 8.3? That's what the flexibility that we have around. Then the historical financials, also, especially friends, because the businesses are informal, it is extremely difficult to know with certainty what they're actually making. So what we do is, because there's some level of estimation, what we'll always do is we'll take the worst case scenario. I'll say, I'll use a school because it's the easier example. We have a standard 20% default rate for a school, whether it's Kampala parents, whether it's the topmost school where they are required to pay their school fees on day one, we just take a standard default rate of 20%. And the purpose is to try as much as possible to get a reasonable debt-to-income ratio that will allow us to recover our money even in the worst-case scenario. So those are some of the dynamics that we engage in to try and assess the capacity of the business. So it's purely revenue-based financing. Yes, Nikita.
I hope that we are following through, and any who has any more questions can be able to ask.
Thanks. I think, Edgar, another question that possibly would be interesting is, how does a VC, you mentioned it at the beginning when you're talking about how a bank typically looks like in terms of licensing versus how you are registered. But I think there's a misconception around interest rates when it comes to, what banks will take from a business versus what a VC would take. So maybe you could shed a bit more light on the interest rates and why, the VC model would be an ideal solution for a certain tier of business, for example.
Thanks. We don't have so much flexibility these days around the interest rate because it was capped at 2.8% per month by the government recently in a communication by the minister. So you don't have a lot of flexibility to go upwards. However, we charge 1.5% per month, which translates to 18% per annum, which is really pretty reasonable compared well, if comparatively it is reasonable, but also allows us to be able to incur the cost of providing post-investment support. Now, we are not a VC per se, although we should have been initially when we started off. The VC model sometimes struggles because people are just averse to taking ownership in their company. You just think you're just going to come out of oblivion and want to take even if it's a 1% stake in my company, you're going to really have difficult discussions around there. That's why we opted to go for the loan engagement, but with very heavy touch, a lot of hand-holding, and a lot of support to the businesses. I also must say that, friends, when we do that diagnostic, it is the one that guides the kind of support we give to businesses. Because we come to you, I mean, your challenges could be financial management, someone else's challenges are around human resources, someone else just wants to be helped to recruit the right people. So what we pick from that diagnostic is exactly what, so the packages are to a great extent very bespoke, apart from the standardized ones where we know everyone has challenges with financial management, which they do. So those we've standardized, but the rest of the interventions are really tailor-made for the particular businesses based on what we identify as the challenges that they have. Yeah. Okay. I will assume that everybody gave their questions to Nikita to ask me, so after her, then I guess that's
Really?
it. All right,
I'm not
thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Yes, ma'am.
I am not sure that everyone gave Nikita the questions. We still have a few more minutes, probably about 15 minutes. So if we could utilize those to be able to ask questions, yes, Mama is going to be able to ask one. I think I have one as well going through.
Thank you so much. My name is Hajat Seviala, Hajat Green, Mama Insurance Africa. I just want to, I thank you, of course, for your presentation, but I just want to understand how do you relate with GROW? Yeah, I just want to understand how you relate with GROW. Are you sisters? Are you brothers? Are you competitors? That's how I want to understand from you. So, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Hajat. You want to respond to that before you get another
Thank
one?
you. We came to know about GROW's services a year or two ago. So we are here to try and find a mechanism through which we can be able to partner with them. Why? Because they've got some, what we call concession capital. They have cheaper money that we can be able to give out there. I'll tell you that when we are sourcing for funds, we are getting the funds at about 5 to 8% on the dollar. Now, when they factor in the forex rate, for foreign exchange risk, that's about 3.6. Then if you're getting that money from Europe or the Western world, if I can generalize, they're going to also factor in a certain percentage of risk perceived that they attach to struggling economies such as ours. They'll even tell you, are you sure who's going to be your president next year? And like, no. That now they perceive that to be risk. So when they're giving you their money, they will add that risk element as well. So we're getting money, on average maybe 13 to 14% when you put on our operating costs and the technical support. By the way, one of our biggest expenses as Balloon Ventures is the technical support. It costs us about 48,000 shillings per hour per staff. We cover the whole of Uganda apart from Kampala. Now, if you look at, for example, our head office in Mbale, and we have businesses, we have a very big hotel in Moroto. That's 285 kilometers. So the staff for Balloon Ventures is going to be taken to Moroto, and they've got to give that person the support they need, and you can't rush them, because when you're talking to them, they're also talking to their customers, and when they're talking to their customers, you have to sit and wait. Yeah? So it costs us a lot of money. Now, because of that, we think we should be able to source some money that is a bit reasonably priced to enable us to bend backwards. Again, with concessional capital, you can actually be able to accommodate more people. Yeah, there are people in Uganda who are operating decent businesses, but they can't afford our money because they will also tell you 18% is also high. So the only way we can be able to attract those to come on board is through accessing concessional capital, which GROW is able to provide. And very, very critically, 25% of our portfolio is agriculture. And now agriculture also means women, because 45% of our portfolio are ladies. Yeah? So you see how it works out. So you believe that if you can be able to access the money from GROW, we should be able to support women in agriculture and other men and youths, yeah, generally, so that we have a wholesome growth arrangement. Yeah. So we are here to speak to GROW, Ma'am.
Okay, that's a great one, and it also promises quite positive, a lot of positivity. Mine was one because, and I think one has already been answered, the percentage at which you borrow. or the percentage at which you give your clients, which you already talked about, around 18%. But I was looking at the issue where you talked about being able to go as far as going to the source documents, which helps you in business assessment. But how easy is it for you as Balloon Ventures to get that deep? Because there is this whole tendency of people having different books of accounts. The one, for example, that will go to URA, the one that stays, the real one, and the one that you show the investors and all that. So how are you able to dig deep into the real source documents that will help you do a real assessment of the business for you to be able to determine the risk and just how much money? And I also love what you talked about, the appropriateness of pay. Is there an aspect of your customers also requesting or asking, or is it an assessment that you do as Balloon Ventures? In terms of the structuring of the loan.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, I think I'll start with that. I'd mentioned that we're a bit flexible around the structure of the loan. So I gave you an example of the schools. But also must say that sometimes we've got to just come hard on clients and dictate to them how they should be able to pay, because we know that everyone will try as much as possible to postpone responsibility, and postponing responsibility does not necessarily take it away. It just moves it to another day. So sometimes we actually, I guess I would call it benevolent dictatorship, because it's for their own good. So he will tell you, give me a grace period, and I'll ask him, it's a supermarket, you're already working, why do you want a grace period? So can we discuss that? Do you actually need grace period, or you actually need me to structure the facility in such a manner that you're able to pay comfortably without affecting your financials? Part of the post-investment support, if I can widen it a little bit, is actually to the extent of working on things like credit management. So you have a customer comes to you and they're telling you, these are my sales. I had very, very big sales, but 85% of them are credit sales, and they don't have a credit policy. So it's difficult for them to tell you with certainty when the money will be recovered. So some of the interventions we get into are interventions such as those, where we have candid chats around how much of your sales are actually credit sales, and what's your credit recovery policy. Is the money actually coming back fast enough to meet your liquidity demands? And by the way, liquidity demands also means our own installment. Yeah, so that's something that we from time to time try to do with the clients. I shared about the rates. Mildred, what was the other matter? Oh, yes. Now, friends, I'll tell you this, that part of our success story has, to a great extent, relied on the leveraging the use of data that we collect. You realize I worked in 4 different banks before joining Balloon Ventures, and I will tell you, as a business banker, whenever I would work on a file and it's given money, that file would be taken away from me. It would never be in my drawer. It would be taken to some, Barclays, where I used to work, used to have a warehouse somewhere on Ginger Road, and even retrieving that file would be a bit of a problem. Now, that is different with Balloon Ventures. Every single file we have has all their information stacked up somewhere in a database, and the portfolio manager continues updating that information. I'll tell you that we even review financials. For example, if we did estimates and assume that this supermarket is selling 200,000 per day, and we give them money, and they start collecting financials, over 6 months, we realize actually their sales are much lower than that. We'll take the new picture as the actual picture. So when they come back for a new loan, we'll no longer rely on their old capacity that we estimated. Now we'll be relying on their actual capacity that we know. And that is very, very critical in helping us to be able to stomach more risk as an institution, because we have better visibility of the business. I tell you, a portfolio manager has got visit a number of hours that they're supposed to visit a business every single month. We even tranche the disbursements. If you come for 50 million shillings, we shall first give you 30 million shillings and ask for evidence of utilization. Yeah, if you're stocking up your business, let's see the stock for 30 million and get us the receipts. Let's see the heap of stock before we give you more money. So that helps us to be able to ensure that they are using the funds for the right purpose. But secondly, it also helps us to learn how the pattern, how long does it take them to buy the stock and put in the shops. We also learn the cycle. How long does it take for you to stock up the supermarket, sell the products, and get back cash? Yeah? And because we've been collecting this information over and over again, part of our model is to actually do deal with people that we know mostly. So I'll tell you, the businesses we haven't funded, in certain sectors that we haven't funded, if you came to me, that file will take a little bit longer because you're trying to understand. Yeah, but if you're coming and your school, we have about 65 schools. If your school, if your supermarket, if you're in agricultural produce, in the areas where we've been, it's very easy for us to actually tell you, you know what, you're saying you're selling this much, but we don't think that size of stock can actually produce that much. And we'll challenge you from an informed point of view because we have the data. So that helps us to be able to reach out to businesses where a financial institution would probably have said, we can't give you this much money because you don't have information that will enable us assess your capacity. We can access that capacity by doing a comparative analysis with similar businesses operating in similar towns. Yeah. Okay.
Do we have any other questions coming through? This was actually a very interesting conversation, if you paid as much as attention to it. But maybe as you get to wind up, you talked about minimum collateral. Is that to mean you will stick only to, for example, the land title? Although you also talked about the fact that you help the businesses get to title their land, for example, if I just have an agreement. What's minimum collateral in that aspect?
Minimum collateral ideally is anything that can be able to cover the loan that you've asked for. Of course, it's very hard to heap your shoes and clothes and they're able to cover you. So quite really you get us something very valuable. But the flexibility is largely around the exposure. We don't have a rule. As long as the for sale value of that property can cover the loan and the interest there too, we are happy to give you money. Now, one of our most successful products, friends, is actually titling land. It's one of the most exciting things that has happened to our entrepreneurs. Every time we have our end of year parties, they keep throwing it back to us. Any Ugandan that has tried to title their land knows what you'll go through and how many people you have to bribe to get to the next office. So what we did, we just signed up partnerships with the surveying companies, 4 of them, and we control the process. So you bring your land sale agreement, they come and value it, we do the basic verification of ownership, very, very basic verification of ownership, and then we shall extend the money to you, but then that surveyor will continue with the process, and we will deduct that money from your loan and control the surveyor because we give them half. When they bring the title deed to us, then we give them the other half. So again, you as a client, you don't have to have the back and forth with the surveyor disturbing you and asking you for money right, left, and center. So we control that process, and I think we've produced about 8 or so. I need to get the right figure now. About 80 land titles, and that is very, very exciting for our customers. And of course, you all know once they've got the title deed, when they come back, now they negotiate better. They're able to get better money. Some even want to leave us and go to the banks because now they have a title deed. But we're okay with that. We'll have done our part. We are happy with that. Actually, we are happy to support that business. If we can't give you, because we stop at 1 billion shillings. If someone wants 2 billion shillings, I'm very happy. I can't guarantee, I can't recommend, but I'm very happy to move them on to the next financial who can take them to the next level. Yeah, and that we have done because now they have the title, they have the financials, they have the records, everything that a bank wants. So I think the banks should pay us.
I see that. But maybe also on your repayment periods, how stretched out are the repayment periods? Because like you said, you would like to partner with a facility like GROW, where you're getting concessional financing, but they also do have a particular period of time that is stipulated to say 2 years and that is it. Does yours stretch longer? Because if I get 1 billion shillings, but anyway, it depends on the business. Yes, I can get 1 billion and I have to pay it through the 2 years. What is the farthest, what is the shortest repayment period that you look at? And also when you do get to partner with GROW, will you be able to still encompass your structures in when the GROW facility comes in or such kind of financing?
Yes, we'll be able to do that. You see, many of these funds, when they come through, they come with the particular conditions that you've got to align with. And secondly, of course, when you're also sourcing for funds, we are careful not to look for funds that are going to divert us from what we are doing. So we only go to those who are aligning with what you're doing. So what GROW is doing is exactly what you're doing. They're targeting women, they're targeting people that are struggling to actually access finance out there, which is precisely the same group that we are targeting. Now, excuse me. I forgot to tell people that I'm off work. So disbursing funds. Sorry, Miri, it has taken me off. Sorry, what was the first? Oh, yes, thank you. Friends, when we are modeling, we would love to give people up to 3 years. But what we've realized over time, because many of the loans that are coming to us are for working capital, many of them average 18 months to 2 years. Now, again, that's a very interesting discussion. I'll tell you, friends, when I was in the bank, if a school came to us and said, give us 800 million shillings for 10 years, that would be the sweetest news in my ears. Today, I don't want to hear that, because what we've learned is that many of the schools that we are funding actually have multiple needs that need financing. Whenever you tie financing to that one need for long term, they cannot come back to you. If they've taken a loan for 10 years, then they will not talk to you until after probably 3 to 4, 5 years, when they're halfway the loan. And that used to be a challenge when we had just started off, when we were giving people very lengthy loans. So what we do, the school will come and tell you, say, what are your needs? They will say, we need a school bus, we need a classroom block, we need a school dormitory. We'll do the assessment. If what we can afford is a school dormitory, we'll say, we are giving you a school dormitory, but for 2 years. After 1 year, you're halfway the loan. You can come back and come for the classroom block. Then we'll give you another 2 years. After 1 year, the loan number 1 is done. You're halfway loan number 2. Then we can talk about loan number 3. So we'll find ourselves giving a school 500 million shillings across 3 years, but our exposure has not gone beyond 200 at one point in time. One, it means that they are able to come back and talk to you about the next need. You keep them basically in the relationship, yeah, but also it means that you've not thrown a rope at them to put around their necks with a very huge loan that they're going to struggle with. So that is part of the conversations, some of the conversations we have with business. But most of those that come, if you look at our entire portfolio, are looking for working capital. And the matching principle is simple. You don't want to tie very long-term finance to working capital needs. But if the school comes to us and they want to put up a storied building and needs money for 3 years, we are happy to do that. Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any more questions?
Or contributions. I know there are people who are working with non-bank institutions here.
Exactly.
Could have left out something they need to share.
Lessons that you've learned over that you would like to share as Oscar gets to just conclude that conversation he's having. And I think since Oscar did not appoint a rapporteur, he will still come back and give us an overview of later on when everyone else is back, he will still be able to come back. So Oscar, maybe since we don't seem to have, okay, right here.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
All right, so we were fighting over a question, but I guess I won. So, yes, so my name is Serena, I'm the TTL for Goro. TTL in the bank meaning is task team leader, which is ultimately the person that is supposed to spend the sleepless night worrying about the project. So one of the worries that we have had in the past few months is also being able to access or to be accessible even better from refugee women, entrepreneurs. And we have had definitely some challenges from the current partners we are working with, which are very honest and are reporting their challenges in reaching these potential customers. And for us at the bank, this is a very serious business. So I wanted to ask you if you are in the refugee space and what are a couple of examples of solutions or things that you have realized which you think are targeting specifically industries of refugees, businesses.
Okay, thank you. We only started moving away from Mbale, I think the year before the last. There are no refugee communities in Mbale, unfortunately. I think the closest refugee camp could be up north, I think in Karamoja. I don't know. But most of them are in West Nile and Changwali and then in Naki Valley. So I personally don't have a lot of experience working with them. The thing is, for us, The analysis for the business is general, really. It's not specific for particular people who would be interested in knowing what is this person, refugee or Ugandan, what are they doing? Does it make economic sense? Does it employ people? Is it feasible? Can it meet the criteria of the kind of businesses that we fund? Now, before you came in, I was sharing with the team earlier that sometimes because of the kind of funding we have, it becomes a bit difficult for us to be flexible to accommodate certain group of people that we perceive to be very risky. Yeah, but when you have concessional capital, it's easy because now you're removing the other element, you're reducing the element, you're able to step backwards. And I was sharing with this group that about 3 years ago, we got funding from CFYE. That was, I think, the third round of funding, Challenge Fund for Youth Employment. Yeah, and some part of the terms were like, can you flex a bit backwards to accommodate youths and women? And that's how we're able to lower our ticket size for women to 25. Our ticket size used to start from 50 million shillings upwards. But because now CFYE had given us some concessional capital, it was actually a grant, we not even call it a loan, we're able to accommodate that, to stomach more risk. Earlier, that ticket size of 25 million shillings wasn't making economic sense to us because of the cost of post-investment support. Yeah, but if you have money that can be able to accommodate you to be able to provide that cost investment support feasibly, in a feasible manner, in a manner that makes sense, because even the people we are talking to for funding, actually are telling you, can you accommodate so-and-so, can you accommodate so-and-so? But on the other hand, they're also asking you, are you sustainable? So you have to balance between the two by accommodating groups that you perceive to be risky, while also remaining true to the cause of being sustainable, because you can accommodate everybody and close in 3 months. So if we have groups of people that come to us, the closest I think we've come to one, we funded a lady in Kigumba, a town on the Gulu Highway. There's a lady who's supplying, who was, I think, hired by one of the refugee supporting groups. So she supplies seedlings to the refugees in, I think, Changwali. Yeah, that's the closest we've come to dealing with the refugees. I think that's the closest intervention we've had. But she's a Ugandan, she's a normal person. So we've not, for now, funded any refugee who has told us that they are one. Yeah, but we're open to the idea. I think, yeah, if they meet the criteria, we're happy to do that, yeah. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you so much, thank you so much. Thank you, friends, for sharing with me, and thank you for listening to me. I wish you a very good afternoon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Oscar for such an insightful conversation. If you didn't pay attention to Oscar from the beginning, there is a lot that you missed, quite a lot that you missed. But I know that he will be giving us a wrap-up of what he was talking about, especially when we get to have everyone else. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to check in with the other teams. They should be concluding by now. Oscar should have been a journalist, because he's very right on time. You know, in journalism, you pay by every second. Every second. If it's an ad and it's 30 seconds, it's supposed to be 30 seconds on the dot, and that's it. You utilize the time very well. So let's just use this time here, a few minutes that we do have, to do a little bit of networking as we get all the other groups back, or the other teams back. And we have just one more other session, which is going to be moderated by John Walgembe. And that's going to be a chat on, oh, sure, okay, who is going to be taking this on. And it's our very last one before we go to the B2B. And then we have our cocktail that I've continuously talked about. Please do not leave, because we need to do a lot of networking. You never know the person you're going to be talking to. You never know the person you're going to meet at the cocktail. So please stay around. Let me just check with the other persons, and then I will get them back here on time as well. So for the DJs, some soothing music for us as we interact, as the other colleagues also come back.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Okay, driver of vehicle number UBF 608D. UBF 608D, please. You've blocked someone who would like to get out, so if you're able to, please go out and create some space. I'll not be like those bad announcers who will say when you are so you have to rush out. So please, UBF 608D, please go and help clear the way. And then also the other groups, the other breakout sessions are actually getting done. I can see them coming back. So in no particular time we'll be able to reconvene. Just our last session before we go to the cocktail and the meeting. So we'll give it a few more minutes as our colleagues get back. We'll be back from the breakout sessions. I hope you enjoyed them. I enjoyed mine right here that I remained with, especially that was talking about the non-bank financing models. I don't know if Oscar is still here, but it will be very, very great to look out for just a wrap up. I'll give about 3 minutes. I hope that will be adequate for you, for the rapporteurs who are in the different sessions to be able to give us what they went with. So from room A, I do not know. Okay, so I'm just going to request that we all get seated. We have just one more session to go before we go to our B2B and then also have a cocktail. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 minutes for each of the rapporteurs to be able to give us what the conversation entailed. But meanwhile, I want to just say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for keeping it here and for staying with us, because the next and last session is going to be about the chat on data, learning, and access to finance that is going to be coming through. But for now, allow me call out the rapporteur for the conversation on non-collateral based financing. That did sit in room A, yes. Non-collateral based financing, please come through. Let's get to hear what your conversation was about and what we missed out, so we can be abreast, we can be well abreast with it.
Good afternoon. So my name is Deanne D. Menezes, and I'm going to be quickly summarizing what we discussed in group breakout room A, where we spoke about non-collateralized loans. We were very lucky to be joined with Ivan from Shona Capital. And what we really walked through is what goes behind non-collateralized loans. We spoke about the challenges which currently exist. I'm sure you all would have all seen in the first few sessions that access to loan is really hard if you don't have a land title, if you don't have the sales agreement, or you don't have the right things in place. So what are the other methods that could work? And what I really liked about it is how Ivan broke it up for us, and he went through a few key parameters, capital firms, MFIs, other agencies like Shona Capital look at. So the first thing is they obviously check personal finance. It's important what practices you follow in your personal finance also sometimes translates to your business. So it's very important to have that in place. We spoke about different lifestyle checks also, how these agencies look at social media. They look at bank statements. They look at qualitative and quantitative characteristics to make sure that you're in line. They also then check business acumen and bank statements. So we're going one step beyond what traditional PFIs and banks look at to make sure that they've very thoroughly assessed you to do this. And they use this by a lot of data-driven models, but at the end of the day, there is an analyst, there is a person who vets and sees if you can go ahead with doing a non-collateralized loans. We spoke a lot about basically these different product fits, what they do, their processing line, and I think Shona Capital really stood out because they focus a lot on businesses. So they don't do individual borrowers, they do existing businesses. And their target customers is also a profile. We looked at how they look at profiling businesses. So they're very particular on formal registered businesses on an average of 100K Uganda shilling with the revenues. And to wrap up our group, which consisted of a mix of academics, there were bankers, there were people working for small federations, for SME businesses. I think we really learned about how these loans are broken up. We even found out, I think one interesting thing we found out was that management accounts hold much more value for them in terms of audited accounts, because there's no
recording in
fudging of the books.
progress.
It's very clean, so that was very interesting for us to see what they look at. So they look at the management unaccounted audited accounts as well. They also spoke about how they want to work along with banks. So while you have the PFIs, it's important to have other agencies like Shona Capital, like other MFIs who work very closely with giving women access to non-collateralized loans. And I think secondly, we spoke about how the growth plans needs to be consistent. And finally, to close with, I think this was something from the founder he left us with, saying that they're really making an effort to make sure that no one's really left without access to finance, whether they have the land title or not. So it's really worth seeing them make this effort. So I think this wraps up. I've been under 3 minutes, so thank you so much.
So for those who missed that, I think you were able to get at least 1, 2, 3 points that really do matter about non-collateral based financing. Allow me now to invite the rapporteur for the investment readiness and post-financing support, which is a very key aspect. So from room B, let's get the rapporteur, let's welcome them, and also see what we could have missed out if this is not the one you attended.
Thank you so much, Mildred. My name is Patrick Muganga. I work for ASED Africa, managing country operations here. So I was in the group that looked at investment readiness and post-investment support, why it is important. We all agreed in that group that this is a very important component of access to finance journey, but even beyond that, businesses need to be supported to manage this financing, to avoid, helping businesses access financing, or only to realize that probably after loan repayment, they're in a worse off situation than they were before. So TA should be prioritized in this project, and not only just focusing on investment readiness, but also post-investment support. What came out as our main points was around these programs should be designed around the needs of women. I know that majority of them will look at business and financial management, but we need to look at these businesses holistically to ensure that issues related to ability for these businesses to generate more revenue and access markets are addressed. But as we do this, we need to look into the quality of service provision that we have, because many times service providers don't address the needs of the lenders. So a situation where we have co-creation of content with the lenders, I think would give us better results. What also came out is the need to put more emphasis on mentorship because businesses are different. They are unique in all aspects. So one-on-one on-site support is equally needed. I've already highlighted the need for post-investment support, which should be coupled with, where possible, incentives to, have women attend these programs. The other component that came out vividly was the issue of the social cultural context, where you have women-owned businesses, maybe having majority shareholding, but the people who are making the decisions are actually men. So you build the capacity of the woman, they access this financing, but the people making the decision are men. So we need to bring the men on the table as we, do this capacity building. But most importantly is that as we think about reaching out to women, we also need to have the lens of gender inclusion, not only just focusing on women-owned businesses, to look at even male-owned or led businesses that are making a huge impact to women through, employment, providing market access to women suppliers, or coming up with products that are benefiting women. And lastly, there was also a call to the lenders to look at women needs holistically, because cases of diversion of resources, mainly because probably I'm just meeting part of the financial needs that women have. Thank you so much. That was group 2.
Well, thank you very much, Patrick, for letting us in. And I think the last point tells it all, that I will come ask for money to do my chicken house. But because I have school fees, when that money drops, I will not tell you that I paid fees, but I will definitely have to start with fees because that's the most important need I have at that point in time. Let's get to look at alternative credit assessment. The rapporteur from Group C or Group 3. Let's welcome her and see what the conversation entailed on alternative credit assessment. Because the non-bank financing models was here, I don't seem to see Oscar. I will attempt to talk about what he elaborated.
Good evening. Our session focused on alternative credit assessment as compared to what traditional banking institutions look at, which is the 5 C's. We've had a long discussion this morning on the need for collateral by different presenters. The need, the capacity of the institution, the character of the entrepreneur, and other micro conditions. So what we're saying under alternative credit assessment, can we have financial institutions look at other aspects in terms of assessment? Instead of collateral, can we look at cash flow instead of collateral financing? Can we look at the character or the commitment of the entrepreneur? How long have they been in business? And are they committed to continue running this business? What is the impact of this business? So we're saying continuing to do business as we are doing is not going to get women entrepreneurs to the next level. It's important for us to look at alternative credit assessment tools for us to be able to realize that women entrepreneurs are different and unique, and the assessment of their applications need to be done differently. As part of the discussion, what came out is that while commercial banks will go ahead and approve an application and disburse the funds, that's where it ends. So the entrepreneurs in the group emphasized they want to see commercial banks taking interest in their businesses. A financial institution will only come knocking on your door when your repayment is delayed. But other than that, they'll give you your money, and they don't care whether you actually use the money for the purpose for which it is you applied for, or you actually divert the funds. So let's have more of interest taken to understand these businesses and how the funds are being used. Needs-based financing. One entrepreneur gave an example of where one particular program went to their farms and asked them what they needed to be able to grow their businesses. And they pointed out, and all they were required to do is do a check-in of what the farm needs to go to the next level. And they identified, and this particular program only gave a 20%. They identified the service provider and went ahead, and the entrepreneur needed to put in an 80%. So it was a 20-80, and they were able to attest that to present day, they've seen a bigger impact than they have seen in the other programs. So this aligns to the Grow funds, where they're saying, can one actually say that I borrowed 100 million and actually used it for the poultry farm? No, until you come and visit me, which may be 3 months or 6 months later, and it's already too late. Can we pick an interest in the entrepreneurs and follow up? Then the other question was, are we sure that commercial banks are ready to come and have a discussion regarding alternative credit assessment? And the response across the team was no. Commercial banks look at shareholder value. I put in my money. I want a return on my investment. That's it. So when we talk about women financing and alternative credit assessment, are commercial banks ready to come on the table and be able to adopt some of these things that we're talking about? So the discussion was this partnership should be developed with microfinance institutions and circles who are easier to adapt. They're more adaptable and are ready to adopt new mechanisms of credit assessment. Then the role of fintechs. We talked about use of psychometrics and AI in terms of analyzing whether an entrepreneur is worth being lent a certain amount of money. And there's need to bring fintechs on the table to come up with algorithms that can be able to ascertain whether a particular woman X actually should qualify for amount X. And then the use of case testing. We will all agree, those who've accessed financing, that products are not aligned to businesses. It's one product fits all. It's business financing as business financing for all, irrespective of the seasonality, irrespective of what happens within the business. But we're saying that financial institutions need to walk the talk. For example, the agriculture sector. Can we factor seasonality in our lending? Impact financing. Can we look at what impact, how many youth are being employed, how many women are being employed in that business as we analyze under alternative credit system. So thank you very much, that was it.
Okay, that was quite elaborate. Are you the people who walked in last? Because I think your group took longer having a conversation. It was that very interesting, actually. And I totally agree with everything that you discussed and talked about on how credit assessment should be looked at. It shouldn't be one size fits all, but should be more of a case-by-case scenario. Let me first get the rapporteur for Group E, serving the refugee community. And I think even in the session that stayed here, the non-bank financing models, it was the conversation that was raised on the models, the practices, or what we think can be able to work in the refugee community that not many people have been able to reach. Yes, there are a few financial institutions that are operating in that area, but some are actually not there. So who's the rapporteur for Group E? That was the conversation on serving the refugee community? Okay, all right, let's get this conversation and what exactly the discussion was about.
Good evening. I am Esther St. Peter, and I took notes for the group that discussed the refugees, serving refugee communities. And the discussion focused on the work that GROW Project is doing. I need to highlight the team had present in refugee communities, participation of persons from the Norwegian Refugee Council, the World Bank, and from the World Bank, and from the Office of the Prime Minister. In our session, we started off by understanding by giving a background to the refugees in Uganda, and then refugees in Uganda, and then we also highlighted the work of the GROW project with a focus on refugees. And then we went ahead to highlight the current challenges of financial services interventions in the refugees, and then we looked at the opportunities, and then we concluded by providing recommendations on what. I will start with, in the interest of time, I will not give the background on the refugees. I will also not give a background on the GROW project. I will highlight the challenges, the opportunities, and recommendations. In terms of challenges, We noted the high minimum grow loan of the 4 million, and yet acknowledging that there are other service providers who are providing services and are giving loans to refugee women, but that are slightly lower, not just slightly lower, but are lower, and that gives an advantage in reaching the refugee women. Then we noted the lack of documentation of the refugees who do not have the necessary documentation. And in the discussion, we got a clarification of understanding that some of the people that we are looking at as refugees are not necessarily documented as refugees because of the different definitions and considerations around the refugees. The other challenge is the mobility of the refugees, which affect their business documentation, but also the trust in their repayment, which hinders them from accessing the loans. The other one is around the culture, the language, and socialization among the refugees, which has kind of limited their assimilation and integration, and that also, in a way, affect their access to loans. The other one is the displacement attitude factor, where they see themselves as people who are here temporarily, and that in a way limits their assimilation, their access to loans, but also appreciating the opportunities around the loans. Going to opportunities, what opportunities exist when we are looking at access to financing for refugees? We noted the readily available data. The person from the OPM was able to guide us on the numbers, and the acknowledgement of the refugee registration and, having the documentation that can be used to follow them up and ensure the repayment and all the other interventions around them. We also noted the existence of service providers who are already working with the refugees. And in our group, we had a person from UGAFORD who took us through the different things that they are doing. That provides an opportunity that, in a way, we could ride on the lessons, the learnings that the other service providers have already doing, and which we need to build. The other aspect is the financial literacy that has been done in the refugee settlement. In our group, we took note that there have been a lot of sensitization, a lot of training, a lot of information sharing, which we can ride on. And then the other aspect is leveraging, I think I've already said that, the leveraging on existing agencies that are working in the refugee communities. But also, we took note of the existing structures that support the management and working with the refugees, such as the Office of the Prime Minister, the UNHCR, the different service providers. That provides a platform that we can build on when it comes to intervention for the refugees. And coming to the recommendations and solutions, one, it's group lending. Acknowledging that there are challenges of engaging with individual women in terms of follow-up, in terms, the group lending provides guaranteeing and support to follow up the individual borrowers. Then I've already talked about the financial literacy. Because it's an opportunity, the continuation and building up and further financial literacy training would enhance the working and the financial services among the refugees. And in this case, we are talking about refugee women. Working with existing savings groups, the VSLA. In the example that I've given of UGAFORD, they gave us their experience where they are working with VSLAs and the opportunities that are in there to ensure that more women are able to access the financing, the loans, and group lending. The other recommendation is around socialization of the refugees in not really changing their culture, but giving an opportunity to appreciate the changes that have taken place in their lives, the opportunities that exist and which they can harness in terms of their culture, their behavior, and that would help in a way for them to appreciate the opportunities for financing. Then the other recommendation is around funds, a fund for de-risking, the refugee funding, that would motivate the financial institutions, the agencies that are involved in the lending and financial access. And another one is about applying and ensuring authorization for partners to work in the refugee settlement. In the discussion, there was a mention of challenges of delaying and difficulties in getting in authorization, but then they were guided on, we were guided on the process for application and ensuring authorization to work in refugee settlement. And finally, another recommendation, and this was specific to the Office of the Prime Minister, it's about improving the system for authorizing agencies that apply to work in the settlement. In view of the challenge that players find challenges of accessing the authorization, then we took note of a recommendation that the system.
Thank you so much. As you mentioned, I work with Care International, and Care International, we do work in humanitarian, that is relief and development. And around 70% of our portfolio of the work in Uganda is in the development, then 30% in humanitarian relief, that's in the refugee settlements. And in our work, we basically run 3 programs. That's in livelihoods. We also have programs in climate justice and now for women and girls, the gender. And in all this, we align financial inclusion. The work that we do is we run a locally led model where we work through partnerships. So the locally led approach that we use is that our partners are the lead in the work we do. And here we partner with the financial institutions and the other local NGOs. We've worked specifically, we've aligned our financial inclusion on VSLA programming, and we've reached out to over 2.7 million women in Uganda since 1998, mobilized in close to 40,000 groups. And we've also worked with the financial institutions, right to run the VSLA model right from group level where they access services. And also we've engaged in programs where we've implemented with the financial institutions like the former Barclays, now ABSA, Post Bank, which is in the room, and many other banks. But now we are also working with fintechs. So in Civico, who was here in the morning, we are doing work with them, trying to dig into, from the data that we've been getting, because remember for us, we analyze what you'd call big data at group level, but again, we can loop in an individual. So the mass of the data that we have talks to groups. And when we are partnering with financial institutions, we work on products where we base the strength of the, even from the discussions that we are discussing in the morning, we've had in the morning, is that we need to see how do we aggregate this data at group level and serve the women and girls. For instance, they access financial services. For lack of a better example, like having them access non-collateralized loans. So I'll briefly talk about the project that we are now implementing with the partners that I have here. So we are running a project, the digital data trails for credit. And what we are doing here, we are working with the fintech that is in Civico, also working with New Grid as a CRB, and now Sigma comes in as a learning partner to help us have the data. So New Grid helps us have the data to measure how do we do transition of women from group, and now begin supporting them as women entrepreneurs. And now from morning, New Grid told you how they are designing products where women can access credit. So part of that work is backed by the project that we are implementing known as DREAMS, Growing Women Businesses. Now digital data trails is the transition we are seeing from those groups. How do we now support women entrepreneurs? A while ago, someone talked about psychometrics. We implemented a project with Postbank where we are looking at designing digital sub-wallets that now came up with the Wendy platform, and we are able to measure how psychometrics contribute to women's access for services, depending on how they are delivered. Now, what we are testing now is how do we do non-collateralized loans, but using data, where you have scores developed at group level, but you can also have the individual, because with the New Grid as a CRB, they have access to the alternative data, either from the MNOs they work with, and they see how does this woman's behavior as an individual, following the group based on the data that Ensivco gives us. Then we hand it over to a Sigma to help us synchronize all this. So as New Grid is helping us come up with an algorithm that we are talking about that can do on lending for these small loans, then a Sigma will tell us that what I'm seeing here can easily turn into a business model that can be scaled up. Briefly, that's what we are doing. I hand over to you, David. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melch. You know, a Sigma is a management and advisory firm, you know, with a broad portfolio of services powered by technology. Now, for the purposes of this conversation, I'll talk about our fund management experience. So we all know at the end of the day, and we have this fantastic title, theme, Catalyzing Innovation for Gender Inclusive Finance. Now, when you think about where the money is, he's talked about fintechs. You know, we know that the traditional place with the money is the commercial banks, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 financial institutions. Now, the opportunity we have is to figure out how we can create innovative pathways that can tap into that money supply and go to where that money is needed. You know, new products, gender inclusive products and the like. So as a firm, as Sigma, what we've done is we've built infrastructure that you know, supports financial institutions on the journey of understanding these new sectors, new themes that they would traditionally be fearful to go to. And how we've done that is through technology. So a Sigma is a licensed fund manager, you know, with technology teams. And so we manage a bunch of funds from lines of credit to credit guarantee schemes. You know, if you think about, and I talked about the opportunity, we cannot leave out, you know, these traditional banks, because at the end of the day, all savers put their money there. Our fintechs, all the time, they are, you know, raising money, you know, from abroad, and, you know, these partnerships, people are trying to forge this partnership in place. So the path of a Sigma is to say, okay, if we see models that can foster, you know, gender inclusive access to finance, how do we then come and manage funds or manage programs that
can provide credit guarantees to financial institutions who then design products, and we manage that entire relationship by building technology platforms that are plugged in and show visibility for learning. So as a case study, for the last, I think, 3 to 4 years, we have been managing the MasterCard Foundation Recovery Fund, where we have now been able to disburse 280 billion Uganda shillings, working with 23 financial institutions. And so with the platforms we have built plugging in through these fintechs and financial institutions, we have been able to track where that money is going. And we've been able to achieve 70%, around 70% thereabout, of lending to women by working, with these financial institutions to make sure that they're able to programmatically deliver this finance. So, the space that a Sigma sits in is to innovate for this infrastructure that taps into the traditional financial systems. For example, the project that we are doing with Care International, that is, if you think about the traditional banking, let's go to agri-finance that Acheri loves very much. Banks have sort of finessed lending to groups. You have not less than, I think, $300 million of money being lent directly to those groups. But now what we are looking at that, and even our funds that we have, what we are looking at is how do we then graduate the lady who has been borrowing in a group, how do they now graduate from borrowing to a group to going individually and tap into bigger ticket sizes? Yeah.
Great.
So
Dave,
that is really the
thanks so much, David. I think that's really important because I think Malch also said that they've used some of the data, like Davin, maybe you could talk about the data that's been used by your credit research bureau and how that's fit into kind of this portfolio work.
Okay, my name is Davin, and
yeah, bring it closer to your mouth. Yeah.
Okay, I'm the product manager New Grid CRB. I know each time we introduce ourselves and say, I work with a CRB, someone immediately thinks, oh, conventional, you're collecting data from the usual banking systems that are there, the normal banks that are available. But as New Grid CRB, we do not just focus on traditional data from the banks. We have taken a step further to collect data from other sources. By other sources, that brings us to what Melch and Mesh talked about, that we have alternative data. So the question is, what is alternative data? When you talk about traditional banking, each month as a CRB, more like any other CRB, we receive data from other banks. The banks are mandated to share with us data at the end of every month about each person's credit records. If you got a loan from Equity Bank, for example, or Centenary Bank, whichever bank you get a loan from or credit, they are supposed to share that data with us. That comes on your credit report as to inform any other lender that would like to give you credit that you are either a good borrower or you need to improve your borrowing patterns. Now, that is what every other CRB in this country can receive. Or if they wanted to get data on all the individuals around, especially from the banks, we can be able to get that data. Now, that is what we call traditional data from the banks. What we mean by alternative data is the data that we collect outside what is provided to us by the banks. And this has brought up things like partnerships with different institutions like telcos. We have set up what we call the Mobile Network Operator Score, which is supposed to assess your mobile money patterns. Now, there are over 400 variables that inform your mobile operator score. This score is in partnership with Airtel Uganda. So if you have an Airtel SIM card, we can be able to tell when a customer consents, that is, to access for us to access their data, we can be able to tell a number of patterns about this customer. Now, we are looking at enabling not just maybe the employed people to access credit, but also enabling people in marketplaces. Most of these people do not have bank accounts. And even if they have bank accounts, they do not have the security, the collateral, you do not have that piece of land, you do not have maybe a car to take there as collateral to the bank. But you deposit money on your mobile money on a daily basis. So you sell tomatoes, make your 10,000, deposit the money. Sell onions, 10,000, maybe 20 or 5,000, put it on mobile money. Now, all those patterns of the money you've deposited, the money you've spent, did you make a payment at the fuel station, all those are analyzed to inform your credit, to inform your patterns on the SIM card that are attached to your SIM card. Now, remember, the SIM card is attached to your name. Each person that gets a SIM card currently, the SIM card is attached to your name. Even if you have 6 SIM cards attached to your name, they still come as data informing about this particular person, informing about this particular person's transactions on their SIM card or attached to their name. So the partnership that we have with CARE, and I know that Milch mentioned about the fact that we are creating algorithms, we are creating systems. As a CRB, especially us as New Grid CRB, and of course, people talk about the part where we are also the first indigenous CRB in Uganda. That's not a lie. We have not just focused on getting data from just the banks, but also the alternative data, which is informing most of the decisions for the women that Care Uganda is focusing on. We have collected data from over 270 circles in Uganda. Did you know that people may not actually put their money in the bank, but they'll go and save their money in circles? Then this has also brought us to also understand that the fact that people also may save their money or put their money or have credit within VSLAs, the village saving groups. I know they are considered like they do not really matter. Sometimes they seem really small, but that data informs us on someone's borrowing patterns, someone's credit patterns. Simply because when someone fails to get a loan from the bank, you go to the bank, you have no collateral, but you can go to your savings group, your village, your VSLA, your circle, and get a loan. They may give you a loan of 500,000 and you pay it back. All that data, we assess it, we analyze it. When we collect it from the different circles, the different VSLAs, even just MNO data, we aggregate it and use it to do what we call scores. So we build scores more like to assess and grade this person based on their patterns. So you may find that your CRB score, based on the bank data, you are maybe a AAA customer, you are a good customer, you're paying off your bank loan. But when you assess the data against your MNO score, the mobile network operator score, you are performing poorly. You're borrowing that 10,000 and you are not paying it back. So this is going to be very pivotal in enabling different financial institutions, different lenders to be able to assess people past, the banking data that is available to them, but also data from any other source like the MNO, like I've talked about, the circles, VSLAs. We have data that we've received from farmers, and guess what? We are continuously assessing this data. So about the women, something that we've also built is part of our systems, we are able to whitelist people who are supposed to access a certain product, and then we can assess, with the data that we receive, we are able to tell someone's age, we can tell someone's patterns like I've talked about, and this data is supposed to enable us or enable the lenders be able to push out credit to the different institutions. So the product that we are setting up that we are in collaboration with CARE over here and a Sigma is supposed to enable several women access be able to be included in terms of finances, be able to access credit, be able to access finances, be able to assess them and past, looking at them and saying, you know what, maybe you may never pay back. What is the data saying? What can this person actually pay back? If there is a pattern of believing in this person and trusting them that they can pay back, then yes, we are willing to extend. We are willing to extend credit to these women in different locations.
So I think we got introduced to sort of data and alternative data, and you described a lot of different sources. This whole expo is about innovation. What does innovation really mean? Do you have to create something completely new? When I think of innovation, I think of just like figuring out a problem that a woman entrepreneur has and trying to solve it. So a lot of the times we talk about the collateral constraint and asking for land titles in order to receive your loan. That's going to keep a lot of women entrepreneurs out of the market for loans. So psychometrics has been talked about, cash flow-based lending, transactional data, just looking at the transactions of their business account to demonstrate that they use in their account. So there are lots of different methods that you can use data to overcome the collateral constraint. But maybe that's not even the innovation. Maybe you want to open up. When you're talking to the fintechs, maybe they have a tool that can solve a problem that your women entrepreneurs who've come to your financial institution has had. So I wonder if the team could talk about some of the challenges maybe, or in your own programs that you think data has been used to solve a problem that you faced maybe in your operation or your program. Melch, go ahead.
Thank you. I will mention one specific project where we implemented with the Post Bank. This was the digital sub-wallets for women. And the problem statement we are working with was how do we ensure women's privacy and how do we grow their autonomy as they access finance. We all know that the issue of norms and culture in Uganda is real. Even as financial institutions, as you ask for women to give you collateral, even the land that is registered in their name is not even theirs. And you can agree, most of them, they can't even sell that land. It could be in their name because the husband has chosen that they put in their name in order to get a loan, but they will not transfer that land. They will not go and surprisingly, even some of our regulations and guidelines even demand that whatever we do, this has to be spousal consent. So for digital sub-wallet, we came up with an idea like how, because we tried to do linkages with the banks directly, and the linkages were not happening because again, women wouldn't go to the banks. Men were saying the banks are very far, like you know. The average distance to the bank, because we are operating both in eastern region and northern, was 80 kilometers. That means you would have to come from, for those of you who are well versed with northern Uganda, the northeast, Katakwi to Soroti. That was the average distance. So digital sub-wallet was testing a digital technology using mobile money. But we had to do work at household level for men and women to engage in discussions. Right, by the time the woman is using the phone, the man is aware. We implemented this for 2 years, and that knowledge from digital sub-wallet also informed the design of the Wendy platform. That's how now, with all that learning, that the bank was able to put it up, and now Wendy is being used to disburse loans directly to the users. That's one of the projects that I can talk about. But the innovation in it is not even to do with technology or with the money. It's to do with the engagement. We brought in what you call household dialogue discussions and also engaging men in your approaches. So some of the innovations that we need to do are not even, are even non-financial in nature. That's quickly what I can comment on. Thank you.
Shuri, thanks for the wonderful question. It just got me thinking because I think for the last very many years, I've had this, data-driven lending in this part of the world. But if you think about the business models, especially from the banks and the fintechs, if you were to go around looking for fintech that is doing this sustainably, you won't find very many. So, in the work that we do, we have seen that, data on tech platforms, gives you, a lot of information on how actors are performing and how you can tweak them along. But for us to get further down the line, for us to have data-driven lending, right, we need to have an integrated approach. So for me, I'm not going to talk about how necessarily we're using the data because, see, we are, like I've told you, we are managing the infrastructure as a fund manager. We see the visibility of data, but then also we see the challenges that actors have in scaling up these business models. And so what I want to respond to is, what are the opportunities for us to make sure that we attain the scale that is needed to circumvent these asset-based lending models and have models that are data-driven and can assure that we have gender-inclusive finance.
Yeah.
Now, what we need to always be, I think programmatically what's missing, the innovation that is really many times missing is the integrated approach. Innovation sometimes is not all about the tools, it's also the how. So for example, right now, IFC has been, there's a project which is coming on board, movable assets, because away from, the land, can someone with a movable asset be able to borrow? And, as IFC is going around and talking to the financial institutions, then they discover that the financial institutions are fearful, even when there is evidence. Most of our commercial banks followers, they're not leaders. They don't want to take the, they fear that something's going to go amiss. So the integrated approach means that you need an actor who is able to come and say, hey, we shall provide a guarantee scheme, okay? So we will have this data-driven product design with fintechs, with financial institutions. We shall have a guarantee scheme that ensures that, this well-designed product, if the bank pulls its liquidity, if there are losses, we shall cover them. But for us, we will be confident, given our data, there won't be losses, And then there's a platform that is integrated across the board to make sure that at the end of the day, these new models take off. So there's been, there's been all talk around data and innovation, and the fintechs left by themselves cannot get moving as quick as possible. And why I talk about the integrated approach is that at the end of the day, where is the money? The biggest supply is with the commercial banks. Everyone has a bank account. So when you have an approach where it is a program and you have new grid is telling you, I can score when you are making a phone call. I think they even have a few good borrowers or stuff like that. So they have all these fields. So the banks, because of the way they move, even with the guys lending based on that data and all these movable central hubs and the database assets that are coming through, there's fear in the ecosystem. So when you have a fund, that is going to do the risk, because the reason why you need these kinds of vehicles is at the end of the day, when the banks see that money they are borrowing and there's no risk, then how data and tech and innovation can get us across the line, because by themselves, in the status quo, it's not good enough.
Right. Thanks so much. Do you want to come in, Devin?
Okay, so we have an internal joke, yeah? I think it could be like food for thought.
Yeah.
We often say, if a woman is going to get married to a man, she assesses, they are like parameters.
You need to talk the joke into the microphone.
So there are parameters that you use to assess your partner. Probably it could be, you have your list. I know women always have lists, So you have your list of maybe it has to be financial stability, it has to be, this person has to be like this. All that is data right there. What you're using to assess this person is the data that is presented to you. Either the data that is presented to you could be used negatively or positively. Now, to go to actually the gist of this entire matter, before we did an integration with Airtel to build the mobile network operator score, we noticed and we analyzed, of course, the data that was already there, and we noticed there were over 22 million customers that were unbanked. 22 million. You can gauge with the population of Uganda. If 22 million customers are unbanked, that means there are very few people that are accessing direct credit from the bank. So before we built the whole MNO and then tried to look into how can we get more data, how do we get to know, how can we get more data from different institutions, how do we collect it to understand more patterns about these people, it was because of that particular reason, to enable the 22 million and more, because the population keeps growing, to have access to credit. Now, we've built products and systems internally that are supposed to bridge this gap. We had a number of partners who would come to us and tell us, you are good with building the scores, building algorithms, having API integrations, having all these things in place. But is there a way we can be able to provide credit to people, to our customers out there via USSD? And that brought up a product that we call the digital loan market. It's accessible via Airtel. Now, what that digital loan market product is all about is that in the background, once we assess the data about you, about your mobile operations, how you've been paying your merchants, you've been paying agents, you withdrew money today, you deposited money yesterday, or something like that. All those inform your mobile network operator score. So these partners of ours, the financial institutions, were able to request us to build systems for them. Now, the systems that we built, we have one that we call the loan market, which has about 3 systems in there, which has the decision engine, the mobile network operator score, and a loan management system. All these were to ensure that, the decision engine does the limit allocations. So what happens actually in the background, I'm a bit of tech actually, so I'm going to explain what happens in the background. So what happens in the background is that when these scores are received, let's say you are a AAA customer, you are a good customer, the partner is willing to give you money. How are they going to make the decision to give this 500,000 without you presenting your land title? Because with USSD, you don't have to present any title, any collateral, to bring any collateral. So what allocates the limit is the decision engine. Once this allocates the limit, then, of course, the loan is later managed within the loan management system. And all these have been to ensure that, one, we collect more data from patterns about the different customers that are out there, to ensure that the lenders that reach out to us or any other product that is supposed to be pushed out, it is built from an informed perspective, not just building out of this could work, but building from a point of you would like so many people to be included within, to have financial, to be included within, at that point when they want maybe to access credit, they can be able to access it without any collateral. So those are so many things that have informed our need to collect more data and how data has actually impacted so many of the products that we are setting up. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Devin. So I think we've got some good ideas today in terms of a lot of the tools that we've been discussing is about inclusion, getting more women to borrow. But some financial institutions might be like, oh, we've already oversubscribed. We've already got lots of women who want to borrow with the GROW project. So another way to think about innovations is using data to target the women that are most likely to grow. And the project's called GROW because, the microfinance literature has a bad rep because they said we gave these small loans to women and they weren't able to grow their business. That's usually what the evidence has come out with. But actually, there are different ways that women invest their loan. And the GROW program is really, already everyone's asking what's the impact of the GROW loan. And when they say impact, they want to know has profits increased? Have jobs increased? Those are kind of longer term outcomes that we'll want to measure about the beneficiaries. And when we say we collect data, we don't only collect data from the financial institutions, we talk to the beneficiaries, the women who are receiving the loans, to understand how their loan was invested, how they changed it, what's changed in their household. So data is not just getting data from getting more women to borrow. That might be important, and that might be one tool that you could use, but also thinking, what's the best way to target? Are there registered businesses? Are there a specific sector? Thinking about getting different sectors into your program, thinking about all of these different ideas of where data might not just be getting more women in, but to ensure that you're attracting women who have the most potential to grow. So in these last couple of minutes, if anyone wants to say a final word from their side, please feel free to come in. Melch?
Thank you. So my final word on this is, I mentioned that we are implementing the Dreams project with the Post Bank, and it's part of the learning is also to support implementation of GROW. So in the next, as we begin now, when we bring in digital data trades, our learning partner, we is going to create spaces where we'll be coming to share. And I know part of the research questions, it will be looking at the different sources where people are accessing their credit, the conditionalities, and how that is influencing their repayment behavior. Because the outcome of this, we want to come up with a model, a business model, because we also know that whether fintechs or banks, they are really, the game is about the dividend that goes to the shareholder. This must make business sense. So by the end of our implementation, our learning partner will be able to come up with a business model that can be scaled up. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, Sri, at the beginning of this conversation, you gave us up that we are talking politics on the table. But one thing you missed out on, we were also discussing what a time it is to be alive.
Indeed.
And Melch here, my colleague, was telling the people that if we are born in 1999, most of us would be tailors with big black books and filling in notes. And so the fact that we are here having these very meaningful conversations, data-driven innovation, tells us of how far we've come. And at the same time, we are so early in the stage to take these products. So whereas there's a lot of concern of lack, I'm comforted by the fact that we are at the very beginning, and projects like GROW and very many other actors in this space have the opportunity to make sure that the end goal in sight, which is an environment of partnership, of collaboration and data-driven, innovation is powered. And so, for me, it is really that integration and partnerships. I think we need to be moving beyond fads. To now, achieving the end in sight. And the last couple of projects which are coming in the country are really speaking to that truth. And so we are, we're very happy to be here. And so, what a time to be alive.
Thank you. Davin.
Okay. If you ever think about alternative data, I hope that New Grid will be the first to pop on your mind, because we are the people that do that kind of work. And there are so many products that can be built or can be, developed using the data that is accessible. We've had several partners be very innovative about what data can do. and how much it can inform in terms of someone's pattern, not even just credit patterns, but even their livelihood. If maybe someone arrives at work late each day, that speaks a lot about them. All that is data. It may not necessarily be written down or something, but it is data that can be used to assess this person. So if you are at a point where you need to set up a product that is supposed to include women or include even the public itself, is it youths? All this data is available. And we are not stopping at just collecting data, but also building different products that are supposed to support our partners and different projects that we are handling to ensure that the people that are involved are well assessed. The last thing you would want is to be at a point where you say, I was unfairly assessed. The data did not speak clearly about me. And yet, the data that is presented to us, we have to thoroughly assess it. And that's why I mentioned about the fact that we have different systems, different algorithms that we are using to ensure that we assess the different partners that we have in place. We've had partners talk about things like risk-based pricing. And you wonder, what is even risk-based pricing? That is at the point where, based on, maybe you've been a bad borrower. You've probably borrowed and not paid back well. That could happen to the best of us. Maybe you borrowed your 100,000, you failed to pay it back on time. You paid it back after 30 days. But of course, at that point, data has already spoken for you. It has said, you know, you were overdue by this number of days. So it could be at the point where you could be maybe considered, you could consider it internally like, I was judged or I was treated unfairly. The data did not speak perfectly about my type of character. But with risk-based pricing is that you can, as maybe a AAA customer, those are the customers that we consider as very good customers who pay on time, and their data speaks a lot about them. They do not delay. So as a AAA customer, you could get 50,000 and you have an interest rate of about 10% or even 2%. And as someone who falls in the tail end of customers, maybe EE, you've had your moments of failing to pay back on time. The data has already spoken for you. It looks like it's a dead end for you. But at that point, the lender still goes and says, you know what, we are willing to still extend credit to you, but maybe at a higher interest rate. So that enables not just someone to, it ensures that people are not, you don't just give up on people simply because something went wrong at a particular point, but they are able to also be included. And lastly, as New Grid CRB, we are intentional about innovating. There are several products. If I wanted to talk about them today, I would talk until evening. But I've given a clear overview.
We have to go to the cocktail.
Yes. So I've given an overview of some of the products that we have. And those are not just the products that we have, the ones that I've mentioned. There are several others. If you are looking for a partner to innovate with, someone who is, tech savvy enough to look into, to build so many systems, to be able to access a lot of data, to be able to have products that are including not just, the people in this room, but also the people outside this room, then we are the people to partner with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wow, these guys have worked in the space for a long time, and we're all here for the rest of the expo. So if you want to talk through ideas, or you feel that there's something one of us have said that you're like, oh, let me talk through my own experience, we're happy to do that. So please join me in thanking this esteemed panel. Thank you. Mildred? Thanks, everyone.
A bigger round of applause for the team. But as it has been the norm, we will take a group photo before you leave. So we'll have the team come through and take a group photo right there. And as is, we are done for day one. That is what I can be able to say. Because the next conversation is for us to have engagements and a cocktail, of course. Oh, I'm sharing two mics. Huh? Is for us to be able to have our cocktail and also share between businesses. I hope it's been a fruitful day. How many people agree that we've been able to learn quite a lot? Yes, it's been lengthy, yeah? It's been lengthy, but worth it. Let's give a round of applause to every speaker, to every moderator that has been able to see us through today. And for yourselves, to yourselves for making sure that you have stayed with us from the beginning up until the end. Remember, we have just one more day to go. Not one day, actually. We just have 24 hours. Because when we say a day, it looks like, ooh, another Friday. And tomorrow is Friday, so there's not going to be any excuse. Because the next day after tomorrow is going to be a weekend. We'll have more time to be able to rest. So I want to thank you all for coming. We still have a bit of tea served right behind. And then we're going to have our cocktail outside in that clear tent, right? That is where we're going to have our cocktail. But as is right now, it's always good to interact. If you've been seated to the same person, seated right next to the same person the whole day, this is the cue for you to change. That person now you know very well. You need to change and move to the next person. Do we have any peculiar communication from the GROW team, from Ministry of Gender, from maybe PSFU or World Bank? Nothing really. So thank you so much. Let's network. Let's continue. But shortly before we go for our cocktail, please let's create some time because we just have a few more minutes as the cocktail area is being prepared. Please let's walk to the exhibition area. There are very interesting innovations there and conversations to hold, as well as products that you can be able to book out or pick up. So please, let's move to the exhibition area and have a look at them, and then we come back for our cocktail area. Otherwise, for those who will be traveling back, journey masses until we get to meet again tomorrow. And tomorrow we are starting earlier, ladies and gentlemen, much earlier than today, because today our start time was a little bit late. But tomorrow by exactly 8, we will be able to start at exactly 8. So please remember to be here by about 7:30. Tomorrow is Friday, there is no jam, so we don't expect that to be an excuse that will be coming through. But we'll be starting at exactly 8 and ending a little bit earlier, so we give you enough time for your weekend. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming. God bless you, Johnny Masses. Let's get to meet again tomorrow.
Recording stopped.